Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. It's a sea of red across the globe. Stock markets have crashed. In the US, they've seen a swing of some $7 trillion. European stocks are tanking. Asia has been the worst hit. Economists are predicting a recession. And Trump is showing no signs of slowing down. So what is the end game of this trade war? What is India's strategy? Is it talks or tit for tat? Did Trump crash the markets on purpose? Speculation is rife after he says they needed a bitter pill. Is his own party now gunning for him? The Republicans say the president is destroying the economy. World leaders are warning Washington, saying they are quote-unquote ready to fight. And Americans are protesting on the streets. We will bring you the fallout of this tariff war. Also, a special report on India's nuclear submarine base. Is China building a military base in Bangladesh with the help of Pakistan? Delhi says it is studying the reports. Why has Saudi Arabia suspended short-term visas for Indians? Why is Japan running out of rice? Investors cannot catch a break. US President Donald Trump's relentless assault on global stock markets continues. Stocks across the board crashed again today, and it was worse than last week. It is being called a Black Monday. Panic has swept through the markets from Mumbai to Tokyo. In India, the Sensex crashed over 2,200 points, and the Nifty fell by over 3%, below the 22,200 mark. In one day, investors have lost over 13 lakh crore rupees in India. That's around $150 billion. This money has vanished from the Bombay Stock Exchange alone. Needless to say, the sell-off was brutal. Every sector was in the red, deep in the red. It's the same story across Asia. Tokyo's Nikkei dropped by over 8%. Taiwan's TAIEX fell by almost 10%. In both markets, the circuit breaker was triggered. What is the circuit breaker? If the stock prices rally or fall way too quickly, the markets hit a pause button. This gives a moment to all investors to calm down and think before making any decisions. Today, markets in Japan and Taiwan hit the bottom circuit, meaning they crashed hard and they crashed way too fast. So trading had to be suspended to stop further panic selling. In Hong Kong, things were equally bad. Their stock market is called the Hang Seng. It suffered its steepest decline since 1997. We're talking about a slump of 13%. It was so bad that China's sovereign wealth fund had to intervene. They bought shares to stabilize the market. The picture looks quite scary. There is panic and fear. It has all been triggered by Donald Trump, by his sweeping tariffs on US trade partners. Over the weekend, Trump doubled down on his plan.
What's going to happen with the market, I can't tell you, but I can tell you our country has gotten a lot stronger. And eventually, it'll be a country like no other. It'll be the most dominant country economically in the world.
Trump's tariffs have hit everyone, America's allies and adversaries. But it is Asia that is suffering the most, it seems. And that's because Asia is a major manufacturing hub. Its economy depends on exports to the US. Trump has placed some of the highest tariffs on this region. Just look at the rates. Japan and South Korea face 26% duties. India, again, 26%. Thailand, 36%. Vietnam, 46%. Cambodia, 49%. And China, a whopping 54% tariffs. So clearly, Asia is bearing the brunt. Its economies are under intense pressure, but Americans will feel the pain too. US investors are sounding an alarm. A recession looks increasingly likely. America's top banks are giving ominous predictions. The latest one to do so is Goldman Sachs. It says there's a 45% chance of a recession. Last week, JP Morgan had revised its forecast. It raised the possibility of a recession to 60%. And both these banks have blamed the Trump tariffs for this state of affairs. They've termed it a risk to the U.S. economy. Of course, the U.S. president disagrees. He calls the tariffs a medicine which the U.S. economy must take. His Treasury Secretary has also defended the tariffs.
Mr. Secretary, how difficult is it going to be? And how long are Americans going to have to hang tough?
Well, again, I reject that assumption. There doesn't have to be a recession. Who knows how the market is going to react in a day, in a week? What we're looking at is building the long-term economic fundamentals for prosperity that I think the previous administration had put us on the course toward financial calamity.
But investors are starting to push back. One of them is Bill Ackman, the billionaire hedge fund manager. This is a man who had backed Donald Trump. He agreed that global trade needs to be rebalanced, but now he feels that Trump has gone too far. He is calling for a 90-day pause on the tariff plan, or a timeout, as he called it. Ackman believes U.S. trade partners should use this window. They should negotiate deals with the Trump administration. Otherwise, the fallout could be severe. In fact, let me quote Ackman. If, on the other hand, on April 9th, we launch economic nuclear war on every country in the world, business investment will grind to a halt. Consumers will close their wallets and pocketbooks, and we will severely damage our reputation with the rest of the world. That will take years and potentially decades to rehabilitate. Jamie Dimon has echoed Bill Ackman's concerns. Jamie Dimon is the chairman of JP Morgan Chase. It is America's biggest bank. Dimon says the tariffs would, and I'm quoting again, push up prices for Americans. So basically, Wall Street is calling for restraint. Only a climb down by President Trump would calm the markets. The question is, will he consider it? Reports say Trump could be mulling a 90-day pause in these tariffs. All countries except China could get this temporary reprieve, a 90-day pause. Basically, Trump would delay the tariffs. That's what the report said. The markets heaved a sigh of relief, but then the White House issued a statement calling these reports fake news. And on cue, the markets fell again. We're talking about the U.S. markets. They opened just a few hours back and they remain volatile. In fact, since Trump's tariff announcement, U.S. stocks have lost over $6 trillion in market value. The Trump presidency is not working out for Wall Street at all. Since Inauguration Day in January, since Donald Trump's inauguration as president, U.S. stocks have lost a record $11 trillion in value. $11 trillion. Europe, too, is mirroring Asia's losses. Germany's DAX, France's CAC, and UK's FTSE 100, all of them fell by over 5% today. You see, markets need a semblance of certainty and continuity. But this is a shake-up of seismic proportions. No wonder there's hysteria. And it's far from over. If Donald Trump stays the course, the worst may be yet to come. Panic is the mood right now. You look at investors, you look at government officials, everyone is panicking. But here in New Delhi, the government seems relaxed, at least on the outside. That is, there's been no retaliation, no condemnation, and no panicking from New Delhi. Very different from China or the European Union. Indian officials say they will not announce retaliatory tariffs. And why is that? Because they see a number of silver linings. Number one, India has already started trade talks with the US. Prime Minister Modi traveled to Washington, D.C. in February. He and President Trump kicked off trade negotiations. They agreed to conclude it before 2026. So basically, India feels, or Indian officials feel, that India has a head start. Number two, The rates on India are relatively lower. We've been telling you about this. Our tariff rate is 26%. For Vietnam, it is 46%. For Thailand, 36%. And for Bangladesh, 37%. Basically, other Asian producers are worse off. And finally, number 3, Trump did hint at a possible reprieve. His offer was quite simple: reduce your tariffs and I will help you out. This too has given Indian officials confidence. But what about Indian investors? No such joy. The sell-off continued today as well. The Sensex lost more than 2,200 points. It closed nearly 3% down. And the Nifty lost over 700 points in today's trade, closing 3.2% lower. The markets had their worst day in 10 months. Investors lost around 13 lakh crore rupees on paper. That's around $150 billion. And remember, the tariffs have not been imposed yet. Only the 10% baseline rate has been imposed or has come into effect. The rest is supposed to come into effect on Wednesday. What will happen then? Probably more pain. Some trade groups have done the calculation. They expect India's exports to the US to reduce by $5.7 billion. That's almost 6.4% drop in exports. It's different for each sector. Seafood exports could fall by 20%, iron and steel by 18%, diamonds and gold by 15%, and electronics by 12%. This could be the impact of Trump's tariffs. Plus, there'll be the knock-on effect. Industries need workers when demand is rising. When they have to produce more, they need more people. But if the demand is falling, the opposite could happen. They will try to produce less and, by extension, perhaps lay off people. Will this hurt India's economic growth? Economists say it will. They say the tariffs will reduce India's GDP growth by 20 to 40 basis points. But the government disagrees. They say the original target can still be met, which is between 6.3 and 6.8%. That is what India is eyeing in terms of GDP growth. Either way, the timing of these tariffs is not ideal. India's growth slowed down last year. There were signs of stress in household consumption. And now there's talk of a debt bubble. As you know, microcredit is huge in India. There are loans given outside the traditional banking system. They do not require collateral. And millions of Indians depend on this microfinance industry. It is worth almost $45 billion. But reports say it could now be under pressure. Around 68% of the borrowers are showing signs of distress. Many of them have started to default. Look at the numbers. In 2023, less than 1% of the loans were overdue. Now it is more than 3%. Around 27% of the borrowers are taking new loans to repay old ones, which is a classic sign of danger. India's credit card numbers are also blinking red. More Indians have started using credit cards since the pandemic. The spending has tripled since 2021. Unfortunately, the dues are also piling up. In 2024, credit card NPAs surged by more than 28%. NPAs, as you would know, are non-performing assets, NPA. You have 90 days or 3 months to pay the interest or principal on your card. If you don't do that in 90 days, it becomes an NPA. And these NPAs are piling up. They stood at around 5,300 crore rupees in December 2023, 5,300 crores. By December last year, they rose to more than 6,700 crore rupees. So NPAs have shot up by 500%. Since 2020. Again, it's a clear sign of danger. It is in this context that India is dealing with Trump's tariffs now, in a context of uncertainty. That's also why India is being patient. There is no point in retaliating and poking Trump further. There is also no point in reaching out to agencies like the WTO, the World Trade Organization. So the best option at the moment is to seek out a deal.
At some point, you're unwilling to tolerate the...
I think your question is so stupid. I mean, I think it's I don't want anything to go down. But sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something.
I want more people to show up and get him out of office. He's terrible.
Donald Trump announced the tariffs last week. The world first blinked. Then it panicked. Then markets crashed, and then trillions were wiped off. Just today, the S&P 500 added and erased $2.5 trillion in 1 hour, all on the basis of what was later called a fake news headline, $2.5 trillion. But the US president does not seem to care. He does not think it's a bad thing. In fact, Trump believes that this is exactly what America needs, a bitter pill.
Is there pain in the market at some point you're unwilling to tolerate?
I think your question is so stupid. I mean, I think it's I don't want anything to go down, but sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something.
Which has led many to ask the question, did Trump do it on purpose? Did he want the markets to crash? I know it's a weird question to ask, but there's no smoke without fire, and the fire was lit by the president himself. On Friday, he reposted a video link on his social media platform, Truth Social. The video is by a TikTok user, and this is what he's suggesting. Trump is crashing the market on purpose.
Trump is crashing the stock market by 20% this month, but he's doing it on purpose. And this is why Warren Buffett just said Trump is making the best economic moves he's seen in over 50 years. Now, here's the secret game he's playing, and it could make you rich.
So how does this even work? The video claims that this is like a wild chess move. Trump imposes the tariffs, the market crashes. He forces money into US Treasury bonds. The Fed cuts interest rates. Lower rates mean lower mortgage payments. The dollar becomes weaker. Companies end up making more in America, so grocery prices tumble, and somehow the middle class is saved. It sounds convoluted. It also sounds like a classic conspiracy theory, because it most probably is. The funny part is that Trump seems to be backing it. In fact, this has been his position and calculation throughout. Look at his latest post on Truth Social. Trump says, and I'm quoting, oil prices are down, interest rates are down, food prices are down, and there is no inflation. And the long-time abused USA is bringing in billions of dollars a week from the abusing countries on tariffs that are already in place. So Trump clearly believes that tariffs are a good thing, that this is America's bitter pill. But is the bitter pill too bitter? Americans certainly think so. They have been protesting in all 50 states. Thousands of Americans took to the streets over the weekend. They had just 2 words for their president: hands off.
I think it's important to speak up. I think silence is not an option. I think you have to stay engaged. You have to stay vigilant. I think it's not only for our community at large, but the world at large. I think that enough is enough.
We object to the everything that Donald Trump is doing, basically in terms of his power grab and all the damage he's doing to the economy and to democracy. That's why I'm saying the Trump slump is basically the stock market's crashing, the economy is going to crash, it's already crashing, and it's all about Trump. It's all his actions, his stupidity, his mistakes.
The protest stretched from New York to Los Angeles. Around 600,000 people signed up. Organizers claim the number was more than 1 million. Either way, anger is clearly in the air, not just at rallies or on the streets, but also in quieter battlegrounds, like grocery lines. In less than 2 weeks, America will celebrate Easter. But this year, the Easter bunnies got budget issues because Americans cannot even afford eggs. Back in February, prices cracked a record: $8 for a dozen eggs. Prices have dipped a little since, but they're still not exactly sunny side up. And eggs are not just for breakfast, they are an Easter tradition. So Americans are turning to the next best thing: dyed potatoes, for instance, because they're cheap. Others are stuffing plastic cases. Some are also eyeing golf balls. Basically anything cheaper and round that can be passed off as eggs. And this is just one example. Americans are rushing to stock up on things, on groceries, on apparel, even on furniture. Some, in fact, are buying cars too, all before tariffs cause a massive price hike. But will any of this force Trump to rethink his policy? It looks unlikely at the moment. Trump is still selling his tariffs as some kind of miracle cure. The markets are swallowing that medicine, and they're showing serious side effects like panic, plummeting portfolios, and economic indigestion. But even Trump must know that playing Jenga with the economy is a risky game. So this is where America is at the moment, caught between a president prescribing economic shock therapy and a public tired of being the guinea pig. Donald Trump calls his plan visionary. His critics call it volatile, because for Team Trump, it may be a high-stakes experiment in power. But for millions of Americans, it's a battle for survival. They say good economics is bad politics. But guess what? Bad economics can also be bad politics. In America, the Republican Party is learning it the hard way. It's the party that runs Washington right now. It is Donald Trump's party, the president who has unleashed tariffs. Economists think it is a bad strategy. Interestingly, politicians think the same. Because the tariffs have angered their voters, American citizens. They're very upset, they're protesting, they're demanding a rollback, but Trump is sticking to his guns. And caught in this crossfire is the Republican Party, also called the GOP, the Grand Old Party. They feel the tariffs will backfire, so they're now gunning for Trump. The first shot came from Ted Cruz. He's the Republican senator from Texas. He has warned, and I'm quoting here, he has warned of a bloodbath in the midterms. That's the midterm election next year he's talking about. Ted Cruz says the president is destroying the American economy. And he is not alone. At least 7 senior Republicans have expressed similar concerns, like Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa. He recently co-sponsored a bipartisan bill. Bipartisan means it is supported by both parties, the Republicans and the Democrats. So Chuck Grassley is teaming with the other side, and that's some serious rebellion within the GOP. And do you know what the legislation is for? To limit Donald Trump's power to impose tariffs. And that's not all. For every new tariff that Trump imposes, he has 48 hours to explain why he's doing so. That's what this bill says. Also, all new tariffs will expire in 60 days if not approved by the US Congress. Now, these are some serious measures to check the president's power. Guess where they're coming from? His own party, the GOP. It is going through a crisis. And the tariffs have become a litmus test. Republicans are worried about the midterms next year, about how they will perform as a party. You see, last year in November, they rode the MAGA wave. They won the race to the White House. They also swept the US Congress, which is America's version of a parliament. The Republicans now have a majority in the Senate and the House of Representatives. The Speaker of the House is Republican. This is one of the most powerful positions on Capitol Hill, the House Speaker. Republicans also decide which bills are tabled for voting. So controlling both these houses, both houses of Congress, is clearly important. They have that control now. They may not have it next year. They fear they could lose this majority after the midterm elections, which are basically elections held in the middle of a US president's tenure, hence the name midterm. Seats in the House and the Senate are up for grabs. It's like a reshuffle. Americans use it to show what they think of the current administration. So the midterms are important. They will shape what is left of Trump's second term. And that is why the Republicans are tense. The Trump tariffs are putting loyalties to the test. And it's not just the Republican Party. Even Trump's biggest supporter is having cold feet. We're talking about Elon Musk. The billionaire has finally broken his silence, and this time he is not defending his president. Elon Musk said that he wants zero tariffs. He's calling for more free trade. He wants a zero tariff corridor, but only between the US and Europe. Listen to this.
I'm hopeful, for example, with the tariffs, that at the end of the day, I hope it is agreed that both Europe and the United States should move, ideally, in my view, to a zero tariff situation, effectively creating a free trade zone between Europe and North America.
So Musk wants the tariffs gone. He's advocating for free trade. It is not the loudest criticism of the president, but it is criticism indeed. And it is coming from Donald Trump's closest ally. Elon Musk put everything on the line to have Trump re-elected. He poured billions of He held rallies on behalf of the Republican and he promised to ring in a new America with Trump. Now that support looks sticky. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind, a saying attributed to Mahatma Gandhi. It means that seeking revenge creates a cycle of suffering. But it is the dominant sentiment in the world right now. Countries around the world have reacted to Donald Trump's tariffs. They are not happy. Canada said it will fight the tariffs. Germany called them, and I quote, nonsense. Italy said the tariffs will weaken the West. World leaders are calling for retaliation. They're gearing up for a trade war, one that they never started. As Trump unleashes his tariffs, our next report tells you how countries around the world are responding.
Trade war is in nobody's interest.
Our old relationship of steadily deepening integration with the United States is over. When the United States embraced the mantle of global economic leadership is over.
President Trump's tariffs is a major blow to the world economy.
Well, this is a tragedy. It is also the new reality.
US President Donald Trump has unleashed a trade war. His tariffs on all countries is pushing economies to the brink. On one hand, Americans are protesting against their president, Republicans are breaking ranks, and even Trump's closest ally, Elon Musk, is questioning the move. But Donald Trump is doubling down, and now the world is reacting. The strongest rebuttal has come from America's northern neighbor. Donald Trump has imposed a 25% tariff on Canada, and Ottawa has promised to retaliate. Prime Minister Mark Carney says he will fight tariffs with tariffs and that Canada will lead the trade war against the United States.
Our old relationship of steadily deepening integration with the United States is over. The 80-year period when the United States embraced the mantle of global economic leadership, when it forged alliances rooted in trust and mutual respect, and championed the free and open exchange of goods and services, is over.
Carney has also announced that Canada will review its weapons deal with the US. This includes the deal of F-35 stealth fighter jets.
We're looking on diversification in terms of maritime procurement and other aspects of procurement. We're reviewing the F-35 fighters to make sure that that's the right approach for the country going forward, given the other considerations.
Then there's the United Kingdom. Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that a trade war was in nobody's interest, as it would only hurt the global economy. Starmer has announced that he will protect British interests and that all options are on the table.
I mean, we have our own trading relationship with the US. It is actually a fair and balanced relationship if you look at the numbers. And of course, we've got decades worth of a special relationship with the United States. And I think it's by focusing on those features that we can take the necessary steps to secure our economy through hopefully a deal with options on the table, if that's not possible.
Joining the UK is Europe. Germany has warned that a trade war will only hurt the United States. Spain says it will do quote-unquote everything to protect its interests. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's ally, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, expressed disappointment. She said Italy never wanted to be part of a trade war. Meloni has now pledged to protect Italian businesses. Greece and Sweden have also condemned the tariffs. While Europe is preparing for a trade war, there's one country that's escalating it: China. Beijing has dropped all calls for negotiations. In fact, China is intensifying the trade war. They have increased tariffs on American goods. China is now levying 34% tariffs on all US exports. Beijing says it's determined to meet Trump head-on. Meanwhile, India is taking a more sensible approach. It's calling for cooperation, not confrontation. New Delhi is seeking a bilateral trade agreement with Washington, and Trump says he's open to such deals. The US president has set the global economy on fire. While some countries like China are fanning the flames, India is being more responsible by looking to firefight the global uncertainty.
Now back to India. New Delhi is moving quietly, making powerful and hidden moves. And I mean this literally. A classified military project is breaking covers. The Indian Navy calls it Project Varsha. And this is no ordinary project. Project Varsha is about a naval base. It will be completed next year, that is 2026. It will give India two things. First, the Indian Navy will get its very own nuclear submarine base. And second, it will be a unique engineering marvel, the first of its kind. This base will be in the state of Andhra Pradesh in a coastal city called Rambili. It will be 50 kilometers south of Visakhapatnam. That is where the Indian Navy has its Eastern Command. And this base is going to be significant in many ways. It has been in the making for a decade. Here's why Rambili was chosen for the project. Because of its geography. The water is deep in this area. It gives submarines natural cover. They can remain underwater and enter the base, which means they do not have to surface and blow their cover. Basically, no one will know when the submarines come and go. And this is perfect for nuclear submarines because they can stay underwater for months at a time. They only surface for supplies. Although India's nuclear submarines won't even have to do that, they can stay submerged forever and move into their base without anyone knowing. Here's why I say that. We know that the base is in Rambili in Andhra Pradesh, but like the submarines, the base too will be hidden. It is fully underground, hidden from satellites. Even locals do not know where the base is. There are no signboards or markers. Let me also tell you about its engineering. The underground facility will have a network of tunnels and pens. It will discreetly house India's nuclear submarine fleet. India already has two nuclear submarines, the INS Arihant and the INS Arigat. A third one will be commissioned this year. It is being called the INS Aridhaman. A fourth one is already under construction. In total, India plans to operate 10 nuclear submarines. And this base will be home to all of them. It is significant for two more reasons. One, it enhances India's naval capacity. And two, it sends a message that India is serious about its security. It is expanding its second strike capabilities. What does that mean? What are second strike capabilities? You see, India has a no first use nuclear doctrine. A no first use doctrine. In simpler words, it basically means that India will not use nuclear weapons first. It will only use nukes to retaliate when attacked by a nuclear weapon. That is no first use. And this is what makes India a responsible power. It sees nuclear weapons as a deterrent, a way to prevent war. Contrast that with others, like India's neighbor Pakistan. They have a first-use nuclear doctrine. They see nuclear weapons as tools of war. So India is safeguarding its nuclear assets. And the hidden base helps. It will protect the nuclear submarines. This is also a message to China. Beijing has increased its activity in the Indian Ocean. Their so-called research vessels are constantly being nosy. They frequently visit waters around India, and the Chinese maritime activity is only growing. This includes the presence of Chinese submarines in the Indian Ocean. The Indian Navy has also detected them. So it is working to counter the threat with the help of a nuclear submarine base. India's strategy is clear: match power with power. The Indian Navy is preparing for the long game, a game of silence, strength, and submarines. So India is boosting its defense capabilities. And our rivals, well, they're also building new facilities. That too, with help from our old friend, Bangladesh. Reports say China will build an airfield in Bangladesh. Let me pull up the map first. The airfield could come up in this region. Lalmonirhat in the north. Look at how close it is to India's northeast, especially the Chicken's Neck. As you know, the Chicken's Neck is a narrow strip of land. It connects India's northeast to the mainland. You cut it off, and you cut off India's northeast. An airfield near this region is bad enough, but a Chinese airfield, if true, it would be a major security threat. Reports say India is studying these plans. Chances are It came up only last week during Mohammad Yunus's trip to China. The official statements did not mention it, but Yunus did say something strange while he was in Beijing. Listen to this.
7 states of India, eastern part of India, called Seven Sisters, they are landlocked country, landlocked region of India. They have no way to reach out to the ocean. We are the only guardian of the ocean for all this region. So this opens up a huge possibility. So this could be an extension of the Chinese economy.
That statement confused a lot of people. If Yunus wanted Chinese investments, he could have just asked for it. Instead, he talked about India's northeast, how the region was landlocked and how Bangladesh was the only guardian. Days later, reports talk about a Chinese airfield. Coincidence? I don't think so. And the trouble does not end here. There could be a Pakistani angle as well. Reports say the airfield's construction will begin by October, and a Pakistani firm will be the subcontractor. So China could plan and pay for the project, meanwhile Pakistan could build it. This proposal could be the agenda or on the agenda later this month. Pakistan is sending 2 top officials to Dhaka. Their foreign secretary will visit Bangladesh on the 17th of April. Their foreign minister, Ishaq Dar, will visit on April 24th. This will be the first ministerial trip since 2012, and it should not surprise anyone. Since taking office, Mohammad Yunus has had just one goal: push India and Bangladesh apart. Traditionally, Dhaka has depended on New Delhi for its needs. Whether it's medical tourism or infrastructure assistance or river water projects, they depended on India. But Yunus does not like that. And he is not just replacing India, he is provoking us. Consider the Teesta River project. Bangladesh wants to protect and conserve this river. The plan is to dredge portions of it, construct reservoirs, and build townships on either bank. Last year, India agreed to implement this project. It wanted to keep China away from the Teesta River. Again, same concern, too close to India's northeast. And Sheikh Hasina had agreed to give India priority, but Mohammad Yunus is asking China to help out. Like I said, it's not just about replacing India, it's about undermining India's security. The question is, how can India respond? How should India respond? Last week, Prime Minister Modi met Mohammad Yunus. The differences were quite evident. Also evident was Dhaka's double game. After the meeting, they released an official statement. The Bangladeshis, they released a statement, and several parts of it seemed questionable. For example, the statement claimed that Prime Minister Modi called Sheikh Hasina disrespectful. Indian officials later dismissed this account. They called it mischievous and politically motivated. It tells you who you're dealing with. A regime that cannot be trusted, not even to release an unadulterated press statement. Having said that, it's a reality that India must deal with. Mohammad Yunus is keen to build a new alliance in South Asia, a nexus with China and Pakistan, so it's up to India to be prepared. The Indian military has a strong presence in the northeast. It must study and plan for these Chinese designs. At the same time, a diplomatic campaign is necessary, a campaign to build pressure for elections in Dhaka. Because Yunus is an unelected interim leader, he should not be taking such crucial decisions. If he continues to have his way, he could do irreparable damage to India-Bangladesh ties. Let's hope it does not come to that. Now let's talk about Saudi Arabia. In a sudden move, Riyadh has suspended short-term visas for Indians. The ban is temporary. It starts from April 13th. It will last until the Hajj ends. But what triggered this move? Last year's Hajj tragedy, where around 1,000 pilgrims died. Many of the victims were unregistered pilgrims. You see, there are special Hajj visas for the pilgrimage, but a lot of people use their regular travel visa for the Hajj. And this leads to overcrowding. Saudi officials want to avoid that. They've raised the penalties for violators, including a jail term for those who go to the Hajj without the right visa. Our next report has more details.
It's one of the key pillars for followers of the Islamic faith, performing the Hajj at least once in their lifetime. That often means withstanding days of extreme heat and outdoor exertion. Last year at the Hajj, over 1,000 pilgrims had died due to heat exhaustion when temperatures soared above 50 degrees Celsius. Many of these victims were unregistered. This included some pilgrims from India too. They didn't come on a valid Hajj visa. Instead, they used other short-term visas. They were on their own. They avoided the official process. They weren't assigned proper housing or medical support. The result was tragic. Saudi authorities don't want a repeat of last year. So they've hit pause on short-term visas for Indians from mid-April till June. No Umrah, tourist, business or family visas will be issued to Indian nationals. That's right before Hajj. The ban applies on 14 countries in all. If you already have a valid visa, you can still travel, but only until 13th April. After that, the doors close until the pilgrimage ends. The message from Saudi authorities is clear. If you're planning to perform Hajj, you must go through the official route. Here in India, that means applying through the Hajj Committee of India, the only body authorized to organize the pilgrimage. India sends one of the largest groups of Hajj pilgrims every year. Last year alone, over 175,000 pilgrims had travelled to Saudi Arabia. So a large presence of unregistered pilgrims becomes a crowd management issue for Saudi authorities, which is why the visa curbs make sense. Saudi Arabia is also tightening enforcement. Non-registered pilgrims face tough penalties now. If you're caught performing Hajj without the right visa, you could face a fine of around $2,600. Violators can even be jailed. Authorities are even seizing vehicles and properties used to help people stay illegally. Already, over 18,000 violators have been detained. Some visa holders are still allowed to travel, like any Indian resident living in Saudi Arabia with a valid Saudi residence permit. Hajj-specific visas issued through the official quota are still valid. But if you're planning an Umrah trip before Hajj or just visiting family or doing business, you'll have to wait. This is just a temporary pause limited to short-term visas only, but it's one that comes with a clear warning.
In Japan, rice is not just food, it is sacred. It is tied to ancestors and Shinto gods. It is served at weddings, it is offered at shrines. So Japan does not treat rice like a commodity, it regulates it like a national treasure, which is why a recent headline has raised questions in the country. Japan is dipping into its emergency rice reserves to regulate rice prices in the country. This is a reserve meant only for the worst of disasters. So this is not just a policy move, it is a signal that something has gone seriously wrong with Japan's rice production. Why is the country running low on a crop that it practically worships? Our next report tells you.
The summer of 2023 wasn't kind. Across Japan, the heat was relentless. Scorching temperatures swept through the islands. Paddies that once shimmered with promise dried up under the blazing sun. Rain came, but too little or all at once. So, the rice didn't stand a chance. The harvest came in weak. Grains were underdeveloped, and just as people started to worry about supply, nature doubled down. Earthquakes rocked the country, one after another. It sent people to the stores, panicking. And of course, rice disappeared first. Now, Japan doesn't treat rice like any other crop. It's carefully protected. Grown under government guidance, managed through cooperatives, and priced in a way that tries to keep farmers afloat. The government tightly controls how much rice is grown each year. It's all about balance. But when you throw a heat wave, a few quakes, and a touch of inflation into the mix, that balance starts to crack. In 2023, farmers actually harvested more rice than the year before, about 180,000 tons more. But here's the twist, distributors bought 230,000 tons less. Somewhere between the rice fields and the dinner plates, rice was vanishing. Some say it was logistics. Others think businesses and households began hoarding. Maybe it was a mix of both. So, Japan started running out of rice. and the prices started rising.
I'm buying rice less and less frequently, and sometimes replacing it with packaged noodles like udon or yakisoba because they're cheaper.
I still do buy rice occasionally, but since it's so expensive, I sometimes give up on buying it once I see the price.
So, Japan decided to dip into its strategic reserves of rice. Think of it like a national treasure chest, but filled with rice. The government holds around 1 million tons. It is auctioning around 231,000 tons of rice. That's 1/5 of the total reserves. And it's not the first time. It dipped into this reserve after the 2011 earthquake and tsunami. Also, after the 2016 Kumamoto earthquake. But this is the first time it is doing it, due to distribution issues.
To alleviate the market situation, naturally you would think the government needs to release double the amount of what's needed. So even if the government releases 210,000 tons, the situation would not get better for a small retailer like me.
Japan's rice prices may go down, with the reserves hitting the shelves. But one problem still persists. Japan is slowly running out of people to grow its rice. The average Japanese rice farmer is over 70 years old. Young people aren't taking over. The work is hard, the profits are low, and the countryside is emptying out. Even if demand rises, who will grow the rice? That's a question Japan will have to answer soon. This is a country where rice isn't just food. It is, in many ways, a symbol of national identity. But climate change is shifting growing seasons. Rural populations are dwindling. The younger generation isn't flocking to farming. And a food system built on tradition is struggling to adapt. Can Japan continue to micromanage rice production? Or will this rice-loving nation have to rethink how it feeds itself?
Forget Friday the 13th. The new horror show is Monday the 7th. Today the world woke up to a rude shock. That economics is real. It's not something made up by students who hate science. It is real and it is powerful. Just ask Donald Trump. His tariffs questioned all economic sense. Every expert told him it would backfire. Yet what did he do? He did it anyway. Trump is not feeling the pinch of his tariffs, of course. He's a billionaire and the sitting US president. But guess who is feeling the pinch? Ordinary consumers and investors. They're so angry, they're making memes about the crashing markets. Take a look.
Bad idea.
Now it's time for Vantage Shots. Images that tell the story. Bolsonaro supporters rally in Brazil's Sao Paulo as the former president faces trial for an alleged coup attempt. A parachutist was rescued after getting caught on the rugby stadium's roof in France. And a NASA astronaut captures the northern lights from the International Space Station. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1994, long-standing ethnic tensions and political conflict led to the Rwanda genocide. Over 800,000 people were killed in 100 days. It is one of the darkest episodes in modern-day Africa. We're leaving you on this note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, everyone, and thanks so much for joining us, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, coming to you live from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. Today, financial markets around the world continue their slide as investors outright reject the Trump tariffs announced last week. Fears of a global recession take hold as nations brace for more fallout. We begin today with the global market implosion that's wiped away trillions worldwide since last week. Stock markets continue their plunge today after the commander-in-chief maintained last week's sweeping tariff plans while China escalated the trade war with heavy tariffs on U.S. exports, sparking fears of a global recession. Major Asian markets led the downfall as investors bet the mounting risk of a recession could see the U.S. Federal Reserve cut interest rates as early as May. Japan's benchmark Nikkei index was down 7.8% at close, while stocks in Hong Kong saw a more than 13% drop, their worst since the 1997 Asian financial crisis. In mainland China, the CSI 300 plummeted over 7%, while in Taiwan, stocks suffered their worst fall on record, tanking nearly 10%. Australia's benchmark index dropped over 4%. And emerging markets in Asia were also underwater, with India's Nifty 50 slipping over 3%. The pain likewise engulfed Europe, with Frankfurt slumping as much as 10% at opening. And similarly, futures for Wall Street's markets were also taking a massive hit, adding to last week's $6 trillion in market losses. The carnage came as President Donald Trump told reporters aboard Air Force One that investors would have to take their medicine and he would not do a deal with China until the U.S. trade deficit was sorted out.
I don't want anything to go down. but sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something. I spoke to a lot of leaders, European, Asian, from all over the world. They're dying to make a deal. But I said, we're not going to have deficits with your country. We're not going to do that, because to me, a deficit is a loss. We're going to have surpluses, or we're at worst going to be breaking even.
The president posted on Truth Social a claim that there was no inflation and asserted that the U.S. was generating billions of dollars per week from existing tariffs. Countries across the world have been scrambling to figure out how to respond to the tariffs, with China already retaliating quickly by imposing a 34% tariff on American exports as of last Friday. Beijing accused Washington of unilateralism, protectionism, and economic bullying with its reciprocal tariffs.
The U.S. is practicing hegemony in the name of reciprocity. It sacrifices the legitimate interests of other countries to serve its own self-interests. Putting the U.S. first over international rules is a typical act of unilateralism, protectionism, and economic bullying.
Meanwhile, experts predict continued volatility in the coming days and weeks, with a short-term resolution to the trade war appearing unlikely. Billionaire investor Bill Ackman also weighed in, warning that President Trump was losing the confidence of business leaders and ignited an economic nuclear winter.
By placing massive and disproportionate tariffs on our friends and our enemies alike, and thereby launching a global economic war against the whole world at once, we are in the process of destroying confidence in our country as a trading partner, as a place to do business, and as a market to invest capital.
So with no clear resolution or relief in sight, global markets face unprecedented volatility as the trade war continues to escalate. And not just the plunging stock market, but President Trump's sweeping tariffs are now shaking everyday Americans, and they're fighting back. Over the weekend, a tidal wave of protests erupted across the United States and beyond as hundreds of thousands of people rallied against President Trump's policies and what organizers describe as a billionaire takeover of the American government. The movement, dubbed Hands Off, staged more than 1,300 mass action protests at city halls, federal buildings, congressional offices, state capitals, and public parks. Protesters flooded the streets across New York, Atlanta, Boston, and Denver, as well as smaller towns and state capitals across all 50 states. According to Indivisible, a major group behind the demonstrations, nearly 600,000 people had signed up to attend. However, organizers claim that millions ultimately turned out coast to coast.
I mean, the things that he's doing is not trying to make America better. He's ruining our infrastructure, like every department in our government. He's right now destroying our economy. He's taken away all of our allies. We're a pariah in the world. Congress sits back and does nothing. And we have to stand up and take our country back.
Even former Vice President Kamala Harris, who lost the 2024 election to President Trump, also made a comeback and voiced her support on social media. Taking to X, the former vice president said, quote, "Today in every state across our nation, Americans are standing up," end quote. The fire also spread beyond the U.S. borders. In Vancouver, Canadians gathered to decry the commander-in-chief's tariffs and reject his suggestion of absorbing Canada as a state. Protesters also waved flags and held signs declaring Canada is already great.
It's really important that people around the world band together to stand opposed to Donald Trump's attempt to realign the world into the interests of fascists and strongmen. And I think it's really important for us to say we definitely don't want any part of this plan.
Meanwhile, Europe also saw coordinated protests in London, Berlin, Paris, Frankfurt, Lisbon, and beyond. But even as the world rises in protest, the White House remains unmoved, dismissing the rallies as political theatrics.
The way he's destroying our democracy, I mean, dismounting the whole government and his politics, his everything. I'm sorry to say, I'm a New Yorker originally, and I know what Trump's about. That guy is, he's poison. He's a liar. He's a thief. He's a con man. He should be in prison.
Still, the momentum is growing. The streets are louder, the signs bolder, and the questions heavier. And as the protests stretch into another week, one question lingers. What will Donald Trump do next? And staying with the Trump administration, Vice President J.D. Vance is now walking through a political minefield of his own making. And what was supposed to be a routine media appearance to sell President Trump's bold economic vision, the vice president, while speaking to Fox News, argued that the globalist economy pushed by former presidents was a failure that awarded elites and other nations. But when speaking on China, his comments triggered varied reactions on social media. Taking a dig at China and Chinese nationals, Vance allegedly referred to them as peasants.
I think it's useful for all of us to step back and ask ourselves, what has the globalist economy gotten the United States of America? We borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture.
Critics pointed out that the vice president's comment came off as demeaning and dehumanizing, particularly from a man who once wrote about his own poverty-stricken childhood in Hillbilly Elegy. Another social media user even pointed out that how does a vice president get away with calling Chinese people quote-unquote peasants in 2025? And he also pointed to China's own transformation from rural hardship to high-speed railways, advanced electric vehicles, and futuristic cities. One commenter noted Chinese peasants are doing better than a lot of Americans right now, adding fuel to the debate about whether the vice president's remarks were rooted in reality or just old-fashioned American exceptionalism. Even Chinese commentators weighed in, noting that the Chinese have invested a lot in development and not in wars, and then pointed out that for decades the American people have benefited from good and affordable Chinese products. But as the internet lit up, Vice President Vance did not back down. Instead, he pressed on the administration's broader message that the U.S. economy is undergoing a necessary, if painful, transformation.
We're not going to fix things overnight. For the first time in your lives, you're going to actually think about the Americans who make the products, the Americans who produce these products and work in these factories. It's time for us to take care of them instead of taking care of the world.
Now, whether the commander-in-chief and his vice president are in fact building political capital or burning bridges, one thing is certainly clear. J.D. Vance is not softening his stance anytime soon. And if this is just the beginning of his vice presidency, America may need to brace for many more blunt headlines. And now shifting focus to the Caribbean, while the Bahamas might be among the top Caribbean tourist destinations for Americans, they could possibly be rethinking their trip to the island nation this holiday season. That's because the U.S. State Department has issued a renewed warning for travelers heading there, urging them to be extremely cautious due to rising crime, gang violence, and shark attacks. But a change in itinerary by the Americans dropping the Bahamas from their holiday list could have a major economic impact on the island, which is heavily dependent on tourism. Our next report has more.
If you are planning to travel to the Bahamas, then you must think twice. This warning comes from the United States State Department. In a travel advisory issued for the Caribbean nation, the department has urged Americans to exercise increased caution due to a concerning rise in armed robberies, sexual assault, and recent shark attacks. The State Department highlights Nassau and Freeport on New Providence and Grand Bahama Islands as areas of particular concern. Within Nassau, the over-the-hill neighborhood south of Shirley Street is identified as a high-risk zone where gang violence has tragically resulted in deaths of residents. The State Department strongly recommends that travelers lock all doors and windows and avoid opening their doors to unknown individuals. They also advise against physically resisting any robbery attempts. It emphasizes the strict laws regarding firearms and ammunition in the Bahamas. Even small quantities or accidental possession can lead to detention, being barred from leaving the country, and potential jail time and significant fines. Beyond crime, the State Department raises serious safety concerns regarding water activities. There have also been reports of sexual assaults committed by jet ski operators, particularly near downtown Nassau beaches. Tourists are strongly advised not to swim alone, to be cautious of watercraft operating close to the shore, and to assess their physical fitness before engaging in activities like snorkeling. The advisory also urges vigilance in public restrooms. Not just this, the boating industry in the Bahamas has also been described as poorly regulated, with numerous reports of injuries and even fatalities. Concerns exist about unsafe watercraft and operators lacking proper licenses or insurance. Adding to the concerns, the State Department now also includes shark attacks as another safety risk travelers should be wary of. It recommends Americans register for the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program known as STEP to receive updates and assistance during emergencies. They also urge travelers to purchase travel insurance that includes evacuation coverage and to review the CDC's travel health information. The Caribbean nation of Bahamas relies heavily on tourism for its economic growth. Tourism accounts for about 70% of the Bahamian GDP and provides jobs for about half of the country's workforce. And the biggest source of tourists for the country is the United States. In 2023, the Bahamas received over 7.2 million tourists, and around 80% of those visitors were from the US. In 2024, the country welcomed a record-breaking 11.2 million international visitors. So the latest travel advisory by the US State Department could directly impact the economy of the Bahamas. Amid warnings, will Americans now look at another holiday destination in the Caribbean?
And finally, we take you straight to the heart of New York City's food scene. A Michelin-starred South Indian restaurant, Simma, found itself on the chopping block after two TikTok influencers served up a not-so-hot take. They didn't just pan the food, they butchered cultural references, called the dishes mystery sauce, and compared biryani to Wonder Bread. Enter American TV personality and former Top Chef host Padma Lakshmi. She clapped back with a scathing video defending the South Indian eatery, and she wasn't alone. Social media users quickly followed suit, calling the restaurant review not just clueless, but casually racist. Here's the full dish.
In the ever-spicy world of TikTok restaurant reviews, two influencers decided to stir the pot against an Indian restaurant, only to find American TV personality and author Padma Lakshmi waiting on the other side with a ladle full of sass. It was a calm day in New York's West Village until the VIP list, a pair of self-proclaimed food critics with a flair for bluntness and hot takes, set social media aflame with their scathing review of Simma. It's the city's only Michelin star Indian restaurant. Their review, posted with all the subtlety of a Bollywood villain, kicked off with a proclamation. One of the influencers said,
"This is why I've lost faith in the Michelin system."
What followed was a performance in culinary cluelessness, pronouncing tikka as tikki, likening the biryani to Wonder Bread, and even saying that the biryani cart outside her house serves a better plate. One of them even claimed she almost went full Helen Keller when the sauce hit her eye. Naturally, not everyone appreciated their hot takes with a side of ignorance. Enter Padma Lakshmi, television host, cookbook author, and walking culinary clapback. In a deliciously biting video captioned, "Semma is for us and they not like us," Padma minced no words. She said that she's pretty sure Michelin doesn't care about them either. Padma Lakshmi went on to suggest that before food influencers roast other cuisines, they might want to learn to pronounce the dishes they're criticizing, or actually understand the culture they're judging. There's no tikki anything in Indian cuisine, Lakshmi reminded them. And then came the knockout. She said, and I quote, "Semma isn't made for you, it's made for us. I'm pretty sure if nobody but Desis went there for the rest of its existence, it would still be booked solid for the next decade. In other words, no one's waiting for your approval." To be fair, Padma Lakshmi did throw a bone their way. "You seem like nice girls," she said, before diplomatically suggesting they do a little homework next time before launching another unsolicited food assassination attempt. It wasn't just Padma Lakshmi who was annoyed by their reviews. One social media user called out food racism in the review. The user wrote, and I quote, "Mispronouncing, misspelling and trashing an entire regional cuisine while longing for better dishes you couldn't even name correctly. It's giving ignorance." Several other users echoed similar sentiments. One user wrote, "Semma is incredible and it takes those with a diverse palate to appreciate it." Another stated, "You can't say tikki masala and then proceed to think you have a valid opinion on Indian food." And here's a look at a few more. In the end, it's a tale as old as TikTok. But this one comes with a lesson too. When venturing into a cuisine you clearly don't understand, maybe lead with curiosity instead of snark, or risk getting curried out of the conversation by someone who actually knows what they're talking about.
That's First Post America for this Monday, April 7th. I'm Eric Ham signing off from our studios here in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in.
Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest developments from the world's youngest country, where a diplomatic row has escalated between the United States and South Sudan. The latest country in Africa to face the Trump administration's wrath. Now, Washington has revoked all visas for South Sudanese passport holders and blocked new arrivals after the country refused to accept its citizens who had been removed from the U.S. In a statement over the weekend, the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, noted Juba's failure to accept the return of its citizens promptly. He also announced that the State Department would stop issuing visas to South Sudanese passport holders to prevent their entry into the U.S. Rubio warned South Sudan to stop taking advantage of the United States, which is enforcing immigration laws for public safety and for national security. Now, this is the first such measure targeting a country's passport holders since Trump returned to the White House in January after campaigning on an anti-immigration agenda. His administration has taken aggressive steps in recent months to ramp up immigration enforcement, including the repatriation of illegal immigrants. South Sudanese nationals had been previously granted Temporary Protected Status, or TPS, under Joe Biden's administration. But that designation is set to expire on the 3rd of May. Now, to put this into perspective, TPS shields people from deportation if they can't safely return home due to war, disasters, or other extraordinary conditions. According to the U.S. authorities, about 133 South Sudanese were reportedly under TPS, with another 140 eligible in 2023. However, the Trump administration began overturning the TPS designations in January. This move against South Sudan follows a rise in Africa's attempts to enter the U.S. through the southern border, a safer alternative to European routes. The U.S. has also excluded all 54 African countries from this year's visa waiver program. Moreover, the visa revocations come at a time when many fear that South Sudan could slip back into a civil war as strains between its political leaders rise. Now, tensions escalated after President Salva Kiir's government arrested Vice President Riek Machar. Now, a move that threatens the fragile unity government that was established after the civil war between 2013 and 2018. The U.S., which asked its non-emergency staff to depart from Juba in March, has called for de-escalation of tensions. Mediators from the African Union, as well as a special envoy from Kenya, have also urged for the leaders to avert the civil war. But with this latest diplomatic row, South Sudan joins South Africa and Lesotho, countries that have clashed with the Trump administration. How will Juba respond to these allegations amid its own internal pressures? To discuss more on this with us, we have Daniel Akech-Tiang, a South Sudan senior analyst at Crisis Group, who is joining us live from Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
What are the legal and the diplomatic implications of the U.S. revoking visas and also blocking entry for South Sudan citizens?
Rather, this came as a shock because when South Sudan became independent in 2011 from Sudan, the U.S. has played a huge role in politically as well as financial support that went into South Sudanese civil sectors. The support of civilians in the health sector, education sector came largely from the U.S. support. Yeah. So when this measure came, it came at a wrong time because South Sudan is on the verge of returning to a civil war. And that war, which came as a result of political tensions between the two leaders that are no longer communicating, the U.S. is expected to engage rather than disengage. That is the expectation of the South Sudanese. And also these things, these revocations of visas will affect a population of civilians who might have been actually looking for access to go to the U.S. for education. So it does not affect the leaders who make decisions in the country, rather the civil populations, which has been relying on the U.S. on lots of ways in independence. Yeah.
Yes, and how might the visa cancellation impact the South Sudanese diaspora in the United States, especially those previously protected under the temporary protected status?
The U.S. is hosting a large number of South Sudanese who went to the U.S. legally as refugees. And these people forming the diaspora community are connected with refugees and their dependents are living in neighboring countries such as Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia. And they connect by traveling, either the person coming from the U.S. to join a family or family members visiting their loved ones. So there could be a number of people affected. But largely, South Sudan is not really a country that has a large population of people on visas in the U.S. That is not really the problem. The difficulty is the time in which these things happens, where the number of South Sudanese that are holding visas in the U.S. could be having anxiety of being returned to a fragile environment in which there is a threat of violence that could happen there.
Yes. And Daniel, on that, could the US sanctions on visa policy possibly exacerbate the tensions within South Sudan, particularly amid fears of a return to civil war?
Rather, it's sort of like it would give people make people lose hope because there was hope of the U.S. and other international partners who had been with South Sudanese for a long time to return to the table and engage rather than disengaging, and that is what this policy could do. It will not increase the engagement which is necessary now, given the political tension that is rising in Cuba.
All right. Daniel, great to have you on the show. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Shifting focus now to the Democratic Republic of Congo. Reports say the DRC government and Rwanda-backed M23 rebels have held their first private talks in Qatar after weeks of heavy fighting that has killed an estimated 7,000 people. Now, as per the reports, the private talks were held over a week ago in Qatar's capital of Doha. Both sides were expected to meet for the first time on the 9th of April. Talks are expected to continue this week as well, and the outcome has reportedly already been positive. As a gesture of goodwill, the M23 rebels have now withdrawn from Walikale, which is a strategic town in the DRC's mineral-rich east. The group had pledged to leave the city last month, but did not keep its promise. They captured the town shortly after the presidents of the DRC and Rwanda held surprise talks in Doha, their first since the latest escalation. Now, those presidential talks didn't bring immediate results, but the M23 DRC dialogue seems to be making headway. For years, the DRC has accused Rwanda of arming and supporting the M23 rebels, a militia that has waged a brutal offensive in eastern Congo. Kigali has repeatedly denied the claims. Instead, it accuses the DRC of backing rival militia linked to the 1994 Rwandan genocide. Now, several past peace efforts in DRC's long conflict have failed. Recently, the African Union-appointed Angola stepped back from the mediator role, citing frustrations with the peace process. Now, the West African nation of Togo is filling its role. Now, President Faure Gnassingbé will act as the mediator between the DRC, the Rwanda, and the M23 rebels. But the strongest hopes now rest with Qatar. Doha has been a mediator in several regions' conflicts, including the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. So what African bodies and the nations in the region couldn't do, could Qatar finally bring peace to the DRC? And shifting focus to West Africa, where Sahel junta nations are now locked in a deepening diplomatic row with Algeria. Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso have withdrawn their ambassadors from Algiers, accusing Algerian forces of shooting down a Malian drone. The three military-led allies announced the move in a joint statement, calling it a violation of their sovereignty. Last month, Mali accused Algeria of shooting down a surveillance drone over its northern region. Algeria confirmed it took down a drone without elaborating any further. It claimed the drone had entered its airspace. Now, Algeria says that the drone was destroyed near its town in Tinzouatine, which is near Mali's northern border. Now, Mali's northern region is a stronghold for Tuareg separatist rebels who have been fighting Mali's military government. But Mali has denied Algeria's claims, saying that the drone was operating within its own territory. Bamako went further and accused Algiers of sponsoring international terrorism. Now, Algeria has been historically involved in Mali's conflict with the separatists. It was, in fact, the main mediator in the 2015 peace deal between Mali and the Tuareg rebels. But since the 2021 coup, Mali's military government has grown increasingly hostile to Algeria's role. The junta now accuses Algeria of undermining the peace deal and holding unofficial talks with rebel leaders. It alleges that Algeria is maintaining close relationship with the rebels. It had recalled its ambassador from Algeria in 2023 as well. Algeria, meanwhile, has expressed concern over Mali's military operations in the north. It fears that the fighting could spill into Algerian territory. Another key worry for Algiers is the growing presence of Russian mercenaries from the Wagner Group, now rebranded as Africa Corps, who are helping Mali's army to crack down on insurgents. Algeria has not yet responded to the ambassador withdrawals, but as regional tensions rise, will this escalation further destabilize the already volatile Sahel? And moving on to the final story of the show, imagine a time when the Sahara Desert wasn't an endless sea of sand, but a lush paradise of lakes, flowing rivers and greenlands. Now, scientists have uncovered the Sahara's secret past. That's something else entirely. Thousands of years ago, an ancient civilization called it home. DNA from 2 mummies has revealed a lost branch of humanity, one that existed in isolation from the outside world for ages. Our next report explores how this discovery could rewrite history.
For years now, we have known the Sahara as a vast, lifeless desert. A brutal stretch of land filled with sand and with little room for survival. But thousands of years ago, it was something completely different. Lush greenlands and flowing rivers covered this region. A stunning discovery has revealed it was home to a human lineage. Human settlements once thrived there and remained isolated from the public sphere before vanishing. DNA from mummified bodies found in Libya have shattered what we knew about human history. The Sahara Desert touches parts of 11 countries, and it covers an area that is nearly equivalent to China or the United States. Researchers from Germany's Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology published their findings, leading to this major breakthrough. The key to this discovery lies in the remains of 2 individuals. They were found at the Takarkori rock shelter in southwestern Libya. Dating back 7,000 years, these well-preserved mummified bodies allowed scientists to extract their DNA and analyze them. These individuals carried genetic markers unlike any known African, European or Middle Eastern population. Their lineage had remained separated for ages. DNA shows they came from a group that had split from the rest of humanity about 50,000 years ago. Most ancient populations mixed with others as they moved around. Historically, migration and interbreeding has shaped human evolution. Yet these people remained untouched and existed on their own. They lived in Green Sahara or the African humid period. According to the scientists, these humans thrived on hunting and gathering until the climate changed. When the Sahara gradually aridified and became drier, life became much harder for these people. The lakes that once made the region fertile began shrinking. In short, as the Sahara turned into what it is today, these humans had 2 choices: to leave or to die. Scientists are still searching for traces of where they went. Did they move south into Africa? Did they head towards the Mediterranean? Or did they die out completely? Researchers don't know yet. Unlike other ancient populations, these people don't seem to have left many traces in modern human DNA. What they do know is these people are survivors of a lost world. Their DNA has rewritten what we thought we knew about human history.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Donald Trump's tariff war is starting to look like a brutal brawl. Both the US and China are trading blows. Last night, Trump raised the stakes again. He threatened to increase tariffs on Chinese goods by another 50%. The message was clear: back down or pay the price. Trump wants China to withdraw its retaliatory tariffs. If it doesn't, Chinese imports could face a 104% tax in the US. Beijing has refused to blink. China has vowed to fight till the very end. So what can China do next? And can it keep up this trade fight without taking damage? We will bring you the latest in Trump's trade war. Meanwhile, global markets showed some signs of recovery today, but the storm may not have passed. American CEOs are now warning of a possible recession. Europe is also on edge. European leaders want to avoid the fallout from Trump's tariffs, but the White House is not listening. And that has left many world leaders asking the question, what does Trump really want from this trade war? Also on the show, China's military is expanding its presence in the South China Sea. China held drills at the Ream naval base in Cambodia. A drone has triggered tensions between Algeria and the Sahel region in Africa. Is India prepared for the heat wave this year? And how scientists reverse the extinction of the dire wolf. If Trump wants a trade war, China is ready to fight. The world's top two economies are on a collision course. Last week, the US president unveiled his reciprocal tariffs. He imposed the highest rates on Chinese goods, and Beijing hit back immediately. It imposed retaliatory tariffs. Now, President Trump has issued an ultimatum. He wants China to drop its retaliatory tariffs. If they refuse, Trump is ready to strike again. He is threatening an additional 50% tax on Chinese imports. And that's not all. If China does not step back, Trump says he will cancel all trade negotiations, so no more meetings, calls, or dialogue. Trump has issued a deadline to Beijing. China has until the end of the day to respond.
With China, as you know, against my statement, they put a 34% tariff on above what their ridiculous tariffs were already. And I said, if that tariff isn't removed by tomorrow at 12 o'clock, we're putting a 50% tariff on above the tariffs that we put on.
President Trump is clearly raising the stakes. So what does an extra 50% tax actually mean? Let's break it down for you. Earlier, Chinese goods faced a 20% tariff. Last week, Trump raised this by 34%, or added 34%. That's when he announced reciprocal tariffs on all US trade partners. That took the total tariffs to 54%, and now he's threatening 50% more. If Trump follows through on his threat, Chinese imports to the US will be taxed at 104%. This is unprecedented. The US and China may be fierce rivals, but they need each other on trade. A 104% tariff would hit Americans hard because the US depends on China for a wide range of products: electronics, furniture, machinery, toys, vehicles, a whole lot of things. All these goods are caught in the crossfire now, and it's not just about imports. China is a major buyer of American goods too. It imports products worth billions of dollars every year, from staples like soybean to airplanes, medicines, and machines. So after Trump's threat, will China change its mind? Will it back down? It looks unlikely at the moment. China issued a statement in the morning today. It said it will fight till the end.
中国人不惹事， Chinese people do not provoke trouble, nor are they afraid of it. Pressure, threats, and blackmail are not the right ways to deal with China. China will surely take necessary measures to resolutely safeguard its legitimate rights and interests. If the U.S. disregards the interests of both countries and the international community and insists on engaging in a tariff war and trade war, China will fight to the end.
The message from the Communist Party is clear: China will not retreat. Chinese mouthpieces have published a sharp editorial. It talks about Trump's trade war and China's response to it. And here's what it says. Beijing feels a trade breakthrough is unlikely. It has, and I'm quoting, stopped clinging to illusions of a deal. That's what the editorial says, that the Chinese have stopped clinging to the illusions of a deal. Experts in Beijing agree with this assessment. One of them made a blunt assessment, in fact. You just slapped my face, and I'm not just going to call you and beg your pardon. That's the mood in China. They see Trump's trade war as an insult, so a climb down is unlikely. In fact, the trade war could escalate. So what will China do if Trump raises the tariffs to 104%? Beijing does have some options. It could let the yuan weaken. That's the Chinese currency. They could let it weaken. This would make exports cheaper and soften the blow of tariffs. That's because the Chinese currency would lose value against the US dollar. So that is one of the options. Another option is to tighten control over rare earths. Now, these are minerals used to make modern-day tech gadgets, modern-day technologies like semiconductors. China dominates global supply of rare earths. So on that front, it can hurt the US. Beijing could also target US companies in China. But hurting the US alone does not solve China's problems. Their own economy is under immense pressure. Global banks are sounding an alarm. 3 of them have issued warnings. That's UBS, Goldman Sachs, and Morgan Stanley. All these banks say that China's growth could slow down further. Beijing set a target of 5% growth this year. But these banks feel that China may not meet that target. They expect China to grow at only 4%, which is a cut of 1%. 1% lower than Beijing's own assessment. Despite that, China is standing its ground. It is signaling defiance. It wants to fight it out. But it knows that this is going to be a long and costly battle. There was some respite for investors today. After days of blinking red, the markets are moving up, a tentative recovery of sorts. It began with East Asian markets. Japan's Nikkei closed more than 6% up today. Clearly, investors were feeling hopeful, and they had reason to. Donald Trump spoke to the Japanese Prime Minister yesterday. He promised to give them priority. Basically, Japan has jumped to the start of the queue for trade talks. They will soon send a team to Washington, hence the market recovery. Same in South Korea. The Kospi index opened nearly 2% up, but most of the gains were wiped out later in the day. Still, it is better than Monday, I guess. In Hong Kong, the Hang Seng also had a stable day. It closed around 1.5% up. In China, the Shanghai Composite also recovered. It closed almost 1.6% up. And this is despite the escalation between China and the US. Now we come to India. Both the Nifty and Sensex recovered today. The Sensex gained more than 1,000 points. The Nifty gained around 370 points in today's trade. Then later in the evening, Western markets opened too, and they too showed signs of recovery. So what explains this rebound? A number of reasons. For starters, a lot of governments are reaching out to Donald Trump. They want to strike a deal with the US president, and Japan is just one example. More than 50 countries have allegedly reached out. Clearly, investors feel that talks will triumph. A second reason is to buy the dip. You see, investors are always looking for a good bargain. And what better time than now, in the middle of a major crash? It's a good time to scoop up stocks at a lower rate, and clearly some investors are doing that. Finally, China has announced some measures. Their state-run companies will be buying more shares. The idea is to prop up the markets. And looking at the numbers, it is working. But should we see this as a permanent recovery, as the end of the plunge? Absolutely not. Trump's reciprocal tariffs will kick in tomorrow. Many business leaders feel it could lead to a recession. Look at this survey of American CEOs. 69% of them expect a recession. 69% American CEOs see a recession coming. More than half of those CEOs think that it will happen this year. Such fears are rampant in US business circles now. Consider what Larry Link said. He's the CEO of the world's largest asset manager, BlackRock. And this is what he said. Most CEOs I talk to would say that we are probably in a recession right now. And that's a damning assessment, especially coming from BlackRock's CEO. Top banks have also joined in. Goldman Sachs upped their recession forecast from 35 to 45%, and that's assuming that the tariffs are lifted. JP Morgan pegged the probability at 60%. Once the tariffs are imposed, we will see new forecasts, and chances are they will be even higher. But how does this actually work? How do tariffs cause a recession? Well, starting tomorrow, prices in America will start to rise. Importers will have to pay more because of the tariffs, and they will offload that burden to consumers. In simple words, it will cause inflation. For producers, it will also cause uncertainty. A lot of countries are imposing retaliatory tariffs. Some of them are even boycotting US goods. All of this means uncertainty for American producers. So what will they do? They will stop investing and expanding, meaning no hirings, no new investments, and probably more layoffs. Same for the consumers. The rising prices will reduce their consumption level, and when consumption falls, economic activity will fall too. The end result? A slowdown, leading to a recession. This won't just affect America. We're talking about a highly integrated economy. The US is deeply connected to the global economic system. If they enter a recession, everyone will be affected. And just to be clear, all of this is avoidable. Nobody is forcing Donald Trump to impose these tariffs. He's doing it voluntarily. It's almost like he's unaware of the damage that's being caused. Because in the middle of all of this, Trump is focused on other things as well, like military spending. Guess how much he's planning to spend on the US military? $1 trillion. That's the plan, $1 trillion of military budget. If approved, it would be an all-time record. So President Trump seems oblivious to the churn around him, and some of the CEOs have pointed that out. They're putting the blame where it should be. They are calling it the Trump recession. Kinds of breakups. One is messy and full of yelling. The other is just a long, awkward silence until someone finally slams the door. For the US and Europe, it's definitely the second kind. Last week, Donald Trump made it official. He announced his new round of tariffs, and Europe did not walk away unscathed. 20% on all imports, 25% on steel, aluminium, and cars. That's what Europe got. And since then, Europe has been mulling on the next steps. Do they hit back with more tariffs, or do they talk their way through this? Their first choice was negotiation. Europe offered a zero-for-zero tariff pact, essentially a no-tariff trade deal. This was for industrial goods.
We stand ready to negotiate with the United States. Indeed, we have offered zero-for-zero tariffs for industrial goods, as we have successfully done with many other trading partners. Because Europe is always ready for a good deal, so we keep it on the table.
Europe is one of America's biggest allies and trading partners. In 2023, the European Union exported $500 billion worth of goods to the US. 500 billion. In 2024, it was the largest single market for US exports. So the deal made perfect sense for both sides. And even Trump's first buddy backed it. I'm talking about Elon Musk. He says he hopes for zero tariffs between the US and Europe.
I'm hopeful that there can be a very close relationship with America and Europe. I'm hopeful, for example, with the tariffs, that at the end of the day, I hope it is agreed that both Europe and the United States should move, ideally, in my view, to a zero tariff situation, effectively creating a free trade zone between Europe and North America.
So Europe had the tentative deal. They were willing to negotiate. They hoped that Trump would take the bait. But the US president was not interested.
It's got to be fair and reciprocal. It's got to be fair. It's not fair. We have a deficit with the European Union of $350 billion, and it's going to disappear fast. And one of the reasons and one of the ways that that can disappear easily and quickly is they're going to have to buy our energy from us because they need it. They're going to have to buy it from us. They can buy it. We can knock off $350 billion in 1 week.
Trump is not chasing zero tariffs. He's chasing a smaller trade deficit. And he wants it done quickly. So when Europe showed up with a deal, Trump barely blinked. It doesn't fix the deficit, so he doesn't care. And that leaves Europe with just one card left to play: retaliation.
Then we have seen that the countries who try to ease the conflicts beforehand with the US and hoped for a reduction of tariffs or being excluded from tariffs are wrong. This has not happened. So I can only say to the European partners, we have to stay united. If you try to solve the problem on your own, this will not be successful.
So the EU is preparing to answer in kind, but not all member states agree on how. They have a few options in front of them. One is reciprocal tariffs. The EU is planning to impose tariffs on a list of American goods. This includes diamonds, motorcycles, tobacco, agricultural products, and many others. Europe also planned to tax American whiskey, to impose a 50% retaliatory tariff on American whiskey, but they have dropped that plan for now. That's the first option. The second option is a digital tax. The EU wants to target American big tech. Most of them have a wide footprint in Europe, but they pay very little in terms of taxes. Europe wants to change that, and they are proposing a hefty digital tax. The third option is being called a trade bazooka. It's called an ACI, an anti-coercion instrument, ACI, anti-coercion instrument. Europe first adopted it in 2023. They've not used it since, but now they're not shying away from it. Using the ACI gives Europe greater powers to respond to any trade coercion. They can restrict US companies in Europe. They can stop them from getting public tenders. They can limit investment in US services and even protect intellectual property rights.
We are not in a business to going, let's say, cent for cent or tit for tat or dollar for dollar, but we of course would consider what are all the other instruments which we have on the table.
But Europe is not drawing the line here. They're willing to go all the way, including ditching Visa and MasterCard. Both Visa and MasterCard are American-owned global payment networks. They don't actually issue the cards, but that's how any transaction really happens. If you pay by a Visa card, the transaction travels through Visa's network. The European Central Bank president wants to ditch this. She wants the bloc to be financially independent and to use a European alternative to Visa and MasterCard. It won't be an easy task, but it goes to show how desperate Europe is to decouple. America and Europe have a long shared history. They have a robust transatlantic alliance. For years, they were fundamentally on the same team. But now there's a clear rift. Europe sees tariffs as a stab in the back, something that may have permanently damaged that relationship. Now, make no mistake, the EU does not want a trade war. The consequences will be too severe. So they will probably talk. Negotiation is in the bloc's DNA. But if Trump keeps twisting the knife, it won't be long before Brussels reaches for that bazooka. At the center of this trade war is one question. What does Donald Trump want? What will make him stop this madness? Even world leaders are wondering the same, but so far no one has found out. And I'll tell you why. Because of Trump's mixed messaging. He has given different reasons for this tariff war. Sometimes he blames the deficit. Sometimes he blames the tariffs. And sometimes he blames pillaging and raping. That's how he put it. Listen to this.
We're not going to have deficits with your country. We're not going to do that because to me a deficit is a loss. We're going to have surpluses or we're at worst going to be breaking even. For decades our country has been looted, pillaged, raped and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike. They watched in anguish as foreign leaders have stolen our jobs, foreign cheaters have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream. It's going to be reciprocal. In other words, whatever they're charging, we're charging. Very simple. If they're charging us, we're charging them. It's no longer they charge us and we don't charge them.
There are three possibilities here. One, Trump is using tariffs to put pressure on other countries. He doesn't actually want to wipe out the deficit. He just wants better deals. Two, he wants to change the face of global trade. No more Chinese or Asian products. He wants to actually make American goods great again. Or three, this is all a political stunt, just like annexing Canada or Greenland. So which one is it? Let's look at the first possibility. A number of countries have offered concessions to Donald Trump. Israel is one of them. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was in Washington yesterday. He promised two things: to eliminate Israel's trade surplus with America and to reduce trade barriers. Listen to this.
I can tell you that I said to the president a very simple thing. We will eliminate the trade deficit with the United States. We intend to do it very quickly. We think it's the right thing to do. And we're going to also eliminate trade barriers, a variety of trade barriers that have been put up unnecessarily.
Sounds enough, doesn't it? But not for Trump. Despite the concession, he refused to give tariff relief.
Mr. President, do you plan to reduce the tariffs that your government put on Israeli goods, 70%?
On where?
On Israeli goods, the 70%. Do you plan
Well,
to
we're
reduce
talking about a whole new trade. Maybe not. Maybe not. Don't forget, we help Israel a lot. You know, we give Israel $4 billion a year. That's a lot.
Vietnam is another example. They have offered to remove all tariffs on US goods. Again, dream scenario, right? But not enough for Donald Trump. His top trade official rejected Vietnam's offer. He said zero tariffs mean nothing. It is non-tariff cheating that matters. He went on to write an op-ed for the Financial Times. Let me quote from what he wrote. To those world leaders who, after decades of cheating, are suddenly offering to lower tariffs, know this. That's just the beginning. So talks and concessions may not work. What about retaliation? A few countries have taken this route. They're treating these tariffs as a sort of bluff. And how do you respond to a bluff? You call it. China has hit back at the US with 34% tariffs, but Trump is not backing down. Instead, he has threatened more tariffs on China. If he follows through, he could be serious. If not, it may not have been a bluff. Now let's look at the second possibility, that is that Trump wants countries to buy American goods. This is a good goal to have, but it may not be practical. Let me show you some numbers. America's manufacturing output is $2.9 trillion. Out of this, $1.6 trillion is exported. The rest is consumed at home. Now look at America's trade deficit. It is over $1 trillion. So can you wipe out $1 trillion deficit with only manufacturing? The answer is no, because the US is not a manufacturing powerhouse, not like it used to be. Which brings us to the final possibility. This is all just a political stunt. There is evidence to support this. Trump has repeatedly mischaracterized deficits and tariffs. He has said that other countries pay tariffs, which is wrong. Other countries do not pay tariffs. Americans will pay these extra tariffs. Similarly, he has called trade deficits a sort of loss. Again, economists disagree with this. Deficits are not always bad. You look at rich countries like Britain, Japan, or France. All of them run a trade deficit. That doesn't mean they're getting ripped off. It is impossible for a country to produce everything they need, so rich countries just buy them from abroad. It's not a loss or a rip-off. It's just a function of trade. Either Donald Trump is unaware of this reality or he's hiding it from the people. It is up to other world leaders to figure it out. That brings us to Benjamin Netanyahu. As I mentioned earlier, the Israeli Prime Minister was in Washington yesterday. He met with President Donald Trump at the White House. It was his second visit to Washington in 2 months. Tariffs dominated the conversation, but the two leaders also discussed two major flashpoints: the war in Gaza and the Iran nuclear deal. President Trump says that Israel is currently working on a hostage deal and he's pushing hard for a ceasefire in Gaza. He believes it could happen soon. On Iran, there was a big development. Trump announced direct nuclear talks will begin this Saturday. He says he's hopeful for a deal, but also warned of serious consequences if Tehran walks away. Our next report has all the details.
The Oval Office can sometimes feel like a theatre set, especially when Donald Trump is at center stage. No one knows which way the conversation can go. But Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't have any such problem. This is his second trip to the Oval Office since February.
It's an honor to have a very, very special person. I've dealt with him for a long time, Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel. And we had lunch together, we had meetings together, along with his very capable staff. And I think we've come up to some pretty good solutions and conclusions. And we'll be working a little bit after this, and then I assume you're going back home.
The meeting had two main highlights. First, the Iran nuclear deal. Donald Trump made a surprise announcement during the meeting. He said the US would begin direct high-level talks with Iran on Saturday.
We're having direct talks with Iran, and they've started. It'll go on Saturday. We have a very big meeting, and we'll see what can happen. And I think everybody agrees that doing a deal would be preferable to doing the obvious. But it's getting to be very dangerous territory. And hopefully those talks will be successful. And I think it would be in Iran's best interest if they are successful.
Trump hasn't mentioned where the talks will take place, but according to Iran, it will be in Oman. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi will represent Iran. Steve Witkoff, the US envoy to West Asia, will attend from the American side. Trump pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal in 2018. Since then, Iran has been enriching uranium. Reports suggest that Tehran is just weeks away from getting a nuke. Since coming into power, Trump has pushed for nuclear talks. Iran dismissed direct negotiations on a new deal to curb the country's nuclear program. Tehran had called the idea pointless, but this time they seem to have caved. No one knows what the talks will entail, but Trump issued a stern warning to Iran. If the talks aren't successful, Tehran could be in grave danger. Trump and Netanyahu also discussed Gaza. In March, a fragile ceasefire fell through, and Trump is pushing for peace once again. And Netanyahu wants the hostage deal done. But what they really discussed was Trump's Gaza plan: displace the Palestinians and turn the Strip into premier real estate.
Well, you know how I feel about the Gaza Strip. I think it's an incredible piece of important real estate, and I think it's something that we would be involved in, but having a peace force like the United States there, controlling and owning the Gaza Strip would be a good thing. Because right now, all it is for years and years, all I hear about is killing and Hamas and problems.
Gaza was the only place where they locked them in. We didn't lock them in. They're locked in. And what is wrong with giving people a choice? Now, we've been talking, including over lunch, about some countries, I won't go into them right now, that are saying, if Gazans want to leave, we want to take them in. And I think this is the right thing to do.
It's a controversial plan, to say the least, and one that could reshape West Asia if it ever comes to life. So, as the curtains fall on another chapter of Oval Office diplomacy, one thing is very clear. Trump isn't just negotiating with Iran or Israel, he's negotiating his legacy in West Asia. And for now, the world watches from the front row.
China is flexing again, this time in Cambodia. The Chinese Navy held drills with the Royal Cambodian Navy. These were held over 2 days. Warships were deployed, joint patrols were conducted, you know the works. And two things stand out here, the timing and the location. These drills began the day before yesterday, which is the 6th of April, and they were held at the Ream Naval Base. This facility just got a facelift. It was done using Chinese money. A grand opening ceremony was held on 5th April, and the very next day, the Chinese drills began. The message from Beijing is loud and clear. Expansionism is back on the agenda. Let me show you with a map. Like I said, the Ream Naval Base is in Cambodia. It is about 200 kilometers from the capital, Phnom Penh. Ream's location is strategic. It sits on the Gulf of Thailand, and it's a stone's throw away from the contested South China Sea. China has poured millions to upgrade this naval base. It now has new piers and bigger docking facilities. It can accommodate large warships, even aircraft carriers. Fun fact, Cambodia has neither. Do you know who does? China. Beijing's strategy is clear. They wanted a naval base in the South China Sea. Tensions with Vietnam and the Philippines made that impossible. Then Cambodia entered the picture. First, they ditched their partnership with the US. This happened in 2017. Then they turned to China. Cambodia requested China to upgrade the Ream Naval Base. In return, they reportedly offered Beijing full access to the base. This happened in 2021. China agreed, and both sides now have what they wanted. The upgraded base is operational, and the timing is important. It comes just before President Xi Jinping's visit to Cambodia. The announcement came from the Cambodian Prime Minister himself. Listen to this.
This new naval base opening is taking place about 2 weeks before the official state visit to Cambodia of China's President Xi Jinping. I would like to highly evaluate the tradition of our close relationship and cooperation between the Army, as well as the people of the two countries, Cambodia and China.
Cambodia's Prime Minister was all praises for China. Then his tone shifted. He said all friendly nations can use the base, not just China. And he said this as Chinese military officials sat in the front row, not to mention the base is fully funded by Beijing.
Starting from today, Cambodia will welcome all friends who want to participate in any joint military drill here. We have nothing to hide.
So why the sudden change of heart? Perhaps reality struck the Prime Minister. Foreign military bases are illegal in Cambodia. It's a violation of their constitution. Clearly, Cambodia is playing a delicate game here. First, they took China's cash. Then they gave Beijing access to the naval base. Now they want others to use the facility. The US is not buying the story. Neither are Cambodia's neighbors. Thailand, Vietnam, and the Philippines are nervous. They feel China will use the base to carry out more drills in the region. And they make a compelling case. Permanent Chinese presence at Ream is dangerous in many ways. Think about it. China claims all of South China Sea. Their ships constantly harass others. At Ream, Chinese ships will be perched near vital sea lanes, including the Malacca Strait. Beijing will have faster access to contested waters, so it could use the base to quickly call for backup. And that is bad news for the region. So what's coming next? More drills for sure. That's what China says. They want to deploy air and ground assets for future exercises. So China has basically shown its cards. The naval base in Cambodia is part of a larger game. Beijing wants to use it as an extension for its forces. Again, what does this mean for the region? Cambodia continues to walk a tightrope. Its neighbors are raising the alarm. The South China Sea is heating up. China's ambitions go beyond its borders. And Ream could be just the beginning. Let's turn to Western Africa. Tensions are peaking in the Sahel region. Algeria shot down a drone belonging to Mali's military. This happened last week. Algeria says the drone was armed and violated its airspace. Mali's military junta has denied the accusations. In response, they're accusing Algeria of sponsoring terrorist activities. Flights between the two countries have been cancelled, and joining the standoff are Mali's junta allies, Burkina Faso and Niger. They have recalled their ambassadors from Algeria. Algiers has responded in kind. It has also increased military deployments near the border with Mali. So what is the reason behind this flare-up? Our next report explains.
Africa is heating up. Tensions between two countries are pushing the Sahel region to the brink. Locked in this tussle are Algeria and Mali. It all began last week on the 1st of April. Algeria said it shot down a military drone. Algeria said the drone was armed and had violated its airspace, but the drone belonged to Mali's military and was flying along the border with Algeria. Mali has denied Algeria's claims. Mali's military says the drone was carrying out a routine flight and that it didn't violate its neighbor's airspace. The drone was eventually recovered by Malian troops. It was found in northeastern Mali, around 9 kilometers south of the border with Algeria. The incident has left Bamako fuming. They are now demanding answers.
The Malian authorities asked the Algerian authorities to provide them with evidence of the violation of their airspace by a Malian reconnaissance drone. No satisfactory response to the Malian request has been forthcoming for 72 hours. The transitional government concludes with absolute certainty that the Malian Armed Security Forces drone was destroyed as a result of premeditated hostile action by the Algerian regime.
The shooting down of the drone has led to a major standoff. Mali and Algeria have closed down their airspaces to each other. Now other nations are joining in and taking sides. Bamako's allies have responded. The juntas of Burkina Faso and Niger are backing Mali. The three countries share close relations. They left the ECOWAS grouping and formed their own bloc last year. It is called the Alliance of the Sahel States, and now Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger back each other on international issues. They have now recalled their ambassadors from Algeria, and people in Mali are supporting this move.
We used to believe that Algeria stood by Mali, but lately, what we've been hearing really hasn't made us comfortable. So the recall of the ambassadors, I'm in favor. Algeria needs to give a proper explanation.
They were the first to claim that they destroyed a Malian drone. We have to consider that Algeria is seeking war, and the next time they perform such an act, we will wish we had reacted to it.
But Algeria is not backing down, either it has responded in kind, by recalling its envoys from the three Sahel states. Mali has also accused Algeria of sponsoring terrorism in the region. Bamako says Algiers supports groups affiliated with ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Mali is referring to the Tuareg rebels that are active in the country's northeast. For years, Algeria played a mediator between Mali's government and the Tuareg rebels. But the dynamics have changed drastically in recent years. The 2020 and 2021 military coups in Mali have pushed the two countries away from each other. Tensions between the two are now flaring up. While Algeria is increasing its military deployment near the border with Mali. On the other hand, Mali is turning to its junta allies for support. If the situation is not quickly contained, the Sahel could be staring at another security crisis.
New Delhi is rolling out the red carpet today. Dubai's Crown Prince Sheikh Hamdan is visiting. He's on a 2-day visit. This is his first trip to India. India and the UAE share a long-standing relationship. For decades, trade and the diaspora have defined ties, but in recent years, the partnership has deepened. Both countries are expanding cooperation in areas like defense, energy, and critical minerals. Prime Minister Modi himself has prioritized this relationship. The Crown Prince's visit is expected to boost those efforts. Our next report has more.
Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed wears many hats. He's the Crown Prince of Dubai, Deputy Prime Minister of the UAE, and also the country's defense minister. But online, his 16 million followers know him as Faza. The name means the one who helps. He uses it to share poetry. He's also an equestrian, a trained skydiver, and a scuba diver. His Instagram is filled with moments from these adventures. The Crown Prince is visiting India this week. He's here for a 2-day visit. He's accompanied by top ministers, senior officials, and a high-level business delegation. This is his first chance to experience India's diversity. And India has rolled out the red carpet. The UAE is one of India's key partners in West Asia, and the strength of that bond was visible on the ground. The UAE is India's third largest trading partner and its second largest export destination. The people-to-people ties are strong too. Over 4 million Indians live in the UAE. Most of them call Dubai their home. India and the UAE want to take this partnership to the next level. The Crown Prince met Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar. He also held talks with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Those meetings reflect the growing depth of the relationship. Prime Minister Modi hosted a working lunch for the Crown Prince. Later this week, Sheikh Hamdan will travel to Mumbai. He's expected to attend a roundtable with top Indian business leaders. Both countries are expanding cooperation, from defence and technology to energy and infrastructure. Economic ties are also growing stronger. Initiatives like I2U2 with India, Israel, UAE and the US are driving economic integration. So is IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. India and the UAE are also stepping up their coordination on global issues. Both want a larger voice on the world stage. In December, Foreign Minister Jaishankar visited the UAE. He spoke of shared interests in stability, security and prosperity for the region. He said stronger defence ties would help achieve that. West Asia remains volatile. Conflicts in Gaza, Lebanon and Syria have raised tensions for over a year. Yet India and the UAE have kept relations steady. This visit by the Crown Prince is a chance to build on that momentum.
Winter is the coldest season of the year. In India, it goes on from December to early April. That is what the country's weather body says. The Indian Met Department, or IMD. But in today's rapidly heating world, this categorization is a tough sell. For instance, IMD classifies the month of February as winter, but this year, February was the hottest in the last 125 years. March too broke heat records across many Indian states, and now April is here. It is supposed to beckon the spring season. But this April is less about picnicking under the blooming trees and more about applying and reapplying sunscreen. It is less spring and more summer. In fact, the IMD has already sounded an alarm. It has warned of high temperatures in northern India, across states like Haryana, Punjab, Rajasthan, Gujarat, and the capital, Delhi. This week, temperatures are already crossing 40 degrees Celsius. Yesterday, Delhi recorded a maximum temperature of 40.2 degrees Celsius. It is expected to hit 41 in the coming days, 41 degrees Celsius. The IMD has sounded a yellow alert until tomorrow. Now, this department, the Met Department, has 4 color-coded warnings: green, yellow, orange and red. These depend on the severity of the weather conditions. So Delhi's yellow alert means that it will be hot but tolerable for the general public, though it can trigger health concerns for vulnerable groups like infants and the elderly. The state of Punjab has also received a yellow heat wave alert. In Gujarat, things are much worse, though. The temperature has already reached 45 degrees Celsius in Gujarat. A severe heat wave is expected. The state was on red alert yesterday. Now it has been downgraded to an orange alert until Thursday. So northern India is already reeling under extreme heat. And it is a sign of things to come. You see, India usually sees heat waves during summer. Normally, they start occurring from the end of April, but over the past few years, spring season has shrunk. Heat waves are arriving earlier, lasting longer, and becoming much worse. Last year, in fact, was particularly bad. Every state in the country except a few in the northeast experienced a heat wave. 2024 saw the highest number of heat wave days in 15 years. India recorded its hottest day ever at 50.5 degrees Celsius in Rajasthan. As per government data, 161 people died of a heat stroke across the country, though independent experts say the number could be as high as 733. And this summer, things are only expected to get worse. According to India's weather chief, most of India will experience an intense heat wave. Several states will experience more heat wave days than usual and above normal temperatures. That will be the new normal. So is India prepared for this? Can the world's most populous nation handle the heat waves it knows are coming? According to experts, India's level of preparedness has improved. The IMD puts out mostly accurate forecasts. It tracks impending heat waves. It alerts states and districts about a week in advance, and governments begin executing their heat action plan. Think of it as a localized early warning system and a preparedness plan. It is used during extreme heat events to coordinate response and to combat the impact of heat. At least 23 states have developed heat action plans. Many of them use low-cost, easy interventions, like the creation of shades in public spaces, boosting the availability of water, distribution of oral rehydration solutions, ORS, and shifting timings for schools and offices. Experts say these measures have been effective, but we are not heat-proof yet. There is more work to be done. According to recent assessments, India needs more long-term intervention, including better preparation in hospitals, better fire management systems, and greener cities. The goal should not be to wait for a heat wave and then scramble to cope. It should go beyond that. It should involve solutions that can bring down local temperatures. Because sure, climate change is the new normal. It comes with life-changing consequences, but unlike many of them, heat waves can be largely managed if and only if timely actions are initiated. So it will take both prevention and cure for India to take the heat. Since the beginning of time, 5 billion species have existed on Earth. 99.9% of them have vanished. They have become extinct, meaning they no longer exist. As morbid as this is, extinction is a part of nature. But what if it is not forever? That's what an American startup has dared to ask. And now, for the first time in the world, it has brought back an extinct species, a species of wolf, a top predator that once roamed North America. I'm talking about the dire wolf. It died out about 12,500 years ago, but now it is back. How did that happen? And should you be excited about this de-extinction, or should you be worried? Our next report tells you.
This is the howl of the dire wolf. It has not been heard in more than 12,500 years. Because that's when this fearsome wolf species went extinct. But now, in a world first, it is back. American biotech company Colossal Biosciences claims to have achieved this milestone. The same company that is trying to resurrect the mammoth, dodo, and Tasmanian tiger. And last month, used mammoth DNA to create a woolly mouse. Now, it has created 3 dire wolves. They are snowy white puppies. And they have been doing what most wolf pups do: howling, napping, chasing, and tussling. But they are nothing like the other pups that roam the earth. They are the result of a high-tech challenge. Their genetic makeup has been hacked with advanced tools and ancient DNA. The DNA of dire wolves, the same animals that inspired the canine, Inosi and Dirus, on the popular TV series Game of Thrones. These top predators once roamed North America, until they went extinct. They were larger in size than gray wolves. They had a wider head, thicker fur, and a stronger jaw. Scientists know this because plenty of their remains have been discovered across America. And this is what gave Colossal the opportunity to de-extinct the species. They took DNA extracted from 2 dire wolf fossils, from a 13,000-year-old tooth and a 72,000-year-old skull. They used it to make sets of genetic information. Then, they altered cells of gray wolves. The prehistoric wolf's closest living relative, this process is called gene editing. Basically, certain gray wolf gene variants were taken and replaced with traits associated with dire wolves. This helped create embryos of the dire wolves, which were then transferred into surrogates, mixed breed, specifically large, domestic dogs. Because dog breeding is better understood than that of wolves. As a result, 2 male dire wolf pups were born in October 2024. And a female pup was born in January 2025. This is a scientific milestone. But it has raised a range of questions. First, scientists wonder if this is even de-extinction, since most of the genome is that of a gray wolf, not the dire wolf.
So, yes, they have slightly genetically modified wolves, maybe. And that's probably the best that you're going to get. And those slight modifications seem to have been derived from retrieved direwolf material. Does that make it a direwolf? No. Does it make a slightly modified grey wolf? Yes. And that's probably about it.
Secondly, critics are worried about the pups. They are currently living on an 8SQ-KM site, at an undisclosed location, enclosed by a 10-foot tall fencing. They are constantly monitored by drones and security guards. But they are effectively alone. They are at the age when their parents would teach them to hunt. But they have none. Scientists know little about what diseases they could catch or how they would replicate. Genetic engineering is a nascent field. It has been about 3 decades since Dolly the sheep was cloned, but other cloned animals still have problems, such as organ defects, premature aging, and immune system issues. It also imperils living animals who are used as surrogates. Thirdly, critics also question the very concept of de-extinction. Colossal has raised at least $435 million since it was founded in 2021. And this is not the only company raising huge sums of money and trying to reverse extinction. So what if this money was instead invested in projects that could save the living animals? That could protect the 47,000 endangered species the world over, instead of raising hybrid creatures. So breeding extinct wolves is a scientific breakthrough. But it is not without a pack of complications. And if humans are playing God, they should hope that critics are just crying wolf, and not foreshadowing.
Being an investor is dangerous nowadays. Every day is like a roller coaster ride. Trillions get wiped out on Monday and billions get added back on Tuesday. It's very hard to keep cool and ride out the storm. What helps is the internet. Memers have been very busy since last week. We've showed you the tariff memes, we've showed you the market memes. Tonight we'll show you the China versus America memes. Donald Trump says he wants to bring back jobs to the US, but Americans say no thanks. They're not interested in low-paying jobs in stressful factories. Take a look at this. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Students cycle from Serbia to Vienna to raise awareness about protests in the country. A US and Russian space crew arrives at the International Space Station aboard a Soyuz spacecraft, and robots greet and interact with tourists in China's Hunan. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1929, Indian revolutionaries Bhagat Singh and Batukeshwar Dutt hurled bombs inside the Central Assembly in Delhi. Their actions rallied public opinion and challenged the British rule in India. After throwing the bombs, none of them fled the scene. They were arrested and they were sentenced to life in prison. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham. We're live in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. We begin in Washington today, where President Donald Trump's tariff war on China has taken a dramatic turn. What started as a warning has now escalated into one of the fierce trade battles that the world has seen. Now, less than 48 hours after China slapped a 34% retaliatory tariff on American goods, President Trump has hit back with an additional 50% tariff on all Chinese imports, meaning that U.S. companies could now face a total rate of 104% on Chinese imports, as it comes on top of 20% tariffs already put in place in March and the 34% announced last week.
That tariff isn't removed by tomorrow at 12 o'clock. We're putting a 50% tariff on above the tariffs that we put on. So they've gone for years. They've become a rich country because of people, again, that were in the White House that allowed this to happen. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year they'd make on us on trade. And it shouldn't be that way.
Now, taking to his Truth Social platform, President Trump warned, quote, any country that retaliates will be met with higher tariffs immediately, end quote. The commander-in-chief added that if China does not pull back its latest tariffs by April 8th, the 50% hike will take effect on April 9th. Now, so far, China shows no signs of backing down. In fact, Beijing has promised to fight to the end, calling Trump's latest move a, quote, mistake on top of a mistake, end quote.
The U.S. abuse of tariffs severely infringes on the legitimate rights and interests of various countries, violates World Trade Organization rules, damages the rules-based multilateral trading system, and disrupts the stability of the global economic order. If the U.S. disregards the interests of both countries and the international community and insists on engaging in a tariff war and trade war, China will fight to the end.
The Chinese Commerce Ministry even criticized the U.S. for what it calls economic blackmail and warned of strong countermeasures to protect China's interests. Meanwhile, Chinese President Xi Jinping is gearing up for important talks in Europe and Southeast Asia. Trade tensions with the European Union, especially over Chinese electric vehicle exports, are heating up as well. But as President Trump widens his tariff net, even countries that benefited from past trade shifts like Malaysia and Vietnam are now facing U.S. pressure. The message from Washington is loud and clear: retaliate and face consequences. But Beijing's message is equally firm: they will not back down without a fight. And as the clock ticks toward President Trump's April 9th deadline, all eyes are on Beijing. Will China fold, or will this trade war turn into something far bigger? And it seems like it's not just China, but President Trump's billionaire buddy Elon Musk is also upset with the commander-in-chief's tariff plans. As per reports, the Tesla CEO made personal appeals to the president to roll back the sweeping tariffs, but the attempted intervention brought no success. And now President Trump's one loyal circle of business titans is also starting to splinter as markets swing and fortunes shrink. JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon, a heavyweight on Wall Street, warned the tariffs could trigger inflation and nudge the economy towards a recession. The loyalty is thinning and the whispers are getting louder. Our next report looks at who's still holding the line and who might be ready to jump ship.
If reports are to be believed, billionaire Elon Musk has appealed to President Donald Trump to reverse sweeping new tariffs. And despite the direct outreach and mounting social media pressure, the Tesla CEO and Doge in charge's efforts have failed so far. At the same time, he publicly criticized Trump's trade advisor Peter Navarro. Over the weekend, Musk called Navarro's credentials into question. A PhD in econ from Harvard is a bad thing, Musk wrote on X. However, this isn't the first time Musk has opposed the government's involvement in trade. In fact, back in 2020, Tesla sued the Biden administration over earlier tariffs. And now, Musk is warning of deeper economic damage. He has proposed a free trade zone between the US and Europe.
I hope that the United States and Europe can establish a very close partnership. We obviously are, there's an alliance already, but I'm hopeful that there can be a very close relationship with America and Europe. I hope it is agreed that both Europe and the United States should move, ideally, in my view, to a zero tariff situation, effectively creating a free trade zone between Europe and North America. That would be that's what I hope occurs.
Musk isn't alone in raising alarms. There are more in Trump's inner circle. JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon warned that tariffs will slow down growth. In his shareholder letter, Dimon said they could push inflation higher and increase the risk of recession. Republican Senator Ted Cruz also called the tariffs enormously risky. On his podcast, Cruz said, "A tariff is a tax on American consumers." In fact, the Republican senator even urged the commander-in-chief to listen to Angel Elon Musk on trade.
Elon is one of the angels. This is a good voice that is focused on U.S. jobs that I hope the president is listening to.
Podcaster Ben Shapiro also echoed that warning. On his show, he called the tariff plan a massive tax increase. He even questioned its constitutionality and economic logic. Meanwhile, Joe Rogan, an influential podcast host who endorsed Trump on the eve of the election, also criticized a separate Trump policy that mistakenly deported a legal immigrant. He called the error horrific and scary.
The thing is, you got to get scared that people who are not criminals are getting, lassoed up and deported and sent to, El Salvador prisons.
The backlash is growing inside corporate boardrooms, too. Eli Lilly CEO David Ricks warned of job and research cuts. Just weeks ago, he had praised Trump's manufacturing push, but now he's unsure about the future. Billionaire Bill Ackman, who supported Trump after the assassination attempt, called the tariffs economic nuclear war. He urged the White House to pause the plan before it's too late. Despite rising pressure, Trump seems unfazed. He said on Monday that the tariffs will continue, but he hinted he's open to deals that benefit the U.S. economy.
We have many countries that are coming to negotiate deals with us, and they're going to be fair deals, and in certain cases they're going to be paying substantial tariffs. They'll be fair deals.
As Trump's trade war escalates, the divide within his circle is widening. Once loyal supporters are beginning to speak out. Wall Street, Silicon Valley, and Washington are watching closely. And behind closed doors, more may be waiting to break their silence.
And now to the Middle East, where President Donald Trump said the United States and Iran will hold direct talks over a possible nuclear deal on April 12th. President Trump refused to give details about who will all participate in this meeting or where exactly the negotiations will in fact take place. Speaking beside visiting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, President Trump reiterated that Iran must not be allowed to acquire nuclear weapons. He also added that if the nuclear talks with Iran remain unsuccessful, the Islamic Republic is, quote unquote, going to be in great danger.
We're having direct talks with Iran, and they've started. It'll go on Saturday. We have a very big meeting, and we'll see what can happen. And I think everybody agrees that doing a deal would be preferable to doing the obvious. I think if the talks aren't successful with Iran, I think Iran is going to be in great danger. And I hate to say it, great danger, because they can't have a nuclear weapon.
Even as President Trump refused to reveal the venue of the April 12th talks, Tehran confirmed that the meeting will take place in Oman, which has acted as a mediator between the two countries in recent years. Now, in a post on X, the Iranian foreign minister said there will be indirect high-level talks between Tehran and Washington, suggesting Oman's role as a potential mediator. And the Iranian foreign minister called it as much an opportunity as it is a test, adding that the ball is now in America's court. The development over U.S.-Iran talks comes days after President Donald Trump threatened to bomb Iran if it does not reach a new nuclear deal with Washington. Now, in response, the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei said that the U.S. would receive a strong blow if Tehran is, in fact, attacked. Now, despite President Trump's most direct threats, Iran has previously rejected his call for direct talks over the issue of acquiring nuclear weapons. Iran sees President Trump's unilateral withdrawal from the 2015 nuclear deal as a major diplomatic betrayal. And during the potential April 12th talks, the negotiators would face the challenge of bridging this exact trust deficit between the two sides.
The fact that the U.S. president says we are ready to negotiate with Iran invites negotiations. This implies that we are open to negotiations. We want to negotiate, make peace, and avoid conflict, but Iran refuses to negotiate. But why is Iran unwilling to negotiate? Look at the facts. We sat at the negotiating table for years, reached a complete agreement and signed it, and this very person took it off the table and tore it up. How can you negotiate with such a person?
And with stakes high on both sides, April 12th could mark either a new beginning or a new reference point of deepening divide between the U.S. and Iran. And back here in Washington, the Supreme Court has handed President Trump a victory by lifting a lower court order that barred his administration from deporting alleged Venezuelan gang members using a wartime law. The 5-4 ruling by the conservative-dominated Supreme Court will allow the administration to resume deportations under the 1798 Alien Enemies Act, or the AEA, which had been previously blocked by a federal judge. But the court also ruled that migrants subject to deportation under the AEA, which has only previously been used during wartime, must be given the opportunity to challenge their removal.
Detainees must receive notice after the date of this order that they are subject to removal under the Act. The notice must be afforded within a reasonable time and in such a manner as will allow them to actually seek habeas relief in the proper venue before such removal occurs.
Now, President Trump, who campaigned to expel millions of undocumented migrants, welcomed the ruling in a post on Truth Social.
The Supreme Court has upheld the rule of law in our nation by allowing a president, whoever that may be able to secure our borders and protect our families and our country itself. A great day for justice in America.
Now, the case began after a lower court had temporarily blocked the deportation of alleged Venezuelan gang members to El Salvador on March 15th, ruling that the 1798 AEA needed further scrutiny. And the commander-in-chief alleges these migrants are members of the Tren de Aragua, or the TDA gang, which is conducting irregular warfare against the United States. At least 137 people have been reportedly deported by the administration under the AEA, a move widely condemned by human rights groups. The act, which was last used during World War II, grants President Trump sweeping powers to order the detention and deportation of natives or citizens of an enemy nation without following the usual processes. Now this ruling comes as another judge temporarily blocked plans to end deportation protections for hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans, a move praised by Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. With the Supreme Court's support, the Trump administration secures a major win, but the legal battles over immigration policies are far, far from over. And we end today with Venezuela. The country is back on high alert after facing repeated economic turmoil over the years. President Nicolas Maduro has declared a state of economic emergency, and he's blaming the U.S. tariffs and President Trump for destabilizing the country. Washington's tariff target nations importing Venezuelan oil, and President Maduro says the move is an assault on its financial stability. Now his government is scrambling to deal with President Trump's actions. Our final report has the latest.
Venezuela is facing economic pressure once again. After years of economic turmoil due to sanctions and inflation, the country is scrambling again. This time due to new U.S. tariffs unveiled by Donald Trump.
So, if you look at that,
President Nicolas Maduro has declared a state of economic emergency. Blaming the U.S., he said, Trump's tariffs are designed to bring the world to its knees and force countries to surrender to its dominance.
What is happening is not due to natural causes, but to geopolitical causes. The desire, the ambition to dominate and surrender and sanction the world. They are sanctioning the world to surrender it to their feet.
At the center of the storm is oil, the lifeline of Venezuela's economy. On March 24th, the U.S. imposed tariffs on countries that imported Venezuela crude. It affected major importers like India, China, and Spain. It was part of an executive order signed by Trump and was intended to pressure buyers to cut ties with Venezuela's oil industry. And to contain this damage, Maduro has now invoked his constitutional powers.
This is a declaration of economic emergency where I assume special functions, constitutionally extraordinary to advance in defense of Venezuela's economy, in its impulse and development, and have all instruments, of which we have consensus with all productive sectors of the country. We will explain step by step how we come out on top, just as we did in 2016, as we did in the pandemic.
This is a scene that feels eerily similar. Maduro's mention of 2016 is a reminder of the last time his government declared an economic emergency. The South American nation was already in freefall that year. 2015 had been brutal. Oil prices crashed, inflation surged, and food shortages worsened. But what followed was a total economic breakdown. Prices surged uncontrollably as Venezuela's currency collapsed. Basic essentials disappeared from stores. Everyday products were being sold at the prices of luxurious items. And hospitals ran out of supplies and medical care. The desperation led to protests, supermarket raids, and clashes. As the riots erupted, Maduro expanded his military power and put the military in charge of food distribution. The world watched as Venezuela spiraled further downward. Maduro often blames economic struggles on sanctions by Washington. The US and other countries have accused his government of corruption, human rights abuses, and rigging elections to stay in power. The foreign sanctions aim to freeze Venezuelan assets abroad and limit its access to international banking. Later, these sanctions expanded. They targeted Venezuela's state-run oil sector, further squeezing the economy. So the current situation isn't uncharted territory for Maduro. With another emergency order and another call to shield the country, history seems to be repeating itself. It is the same script and the same players, but the stakes even higher. The question isn't whether Venezuela can survive this chaos, but will it ever break free from the cycle?
That's Firstpost America for this Tuesday, April 8th. I'm Eric Ham signing off from our studios here in Washington, D.C. Thanks everyone so much for tuning in.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus remains on the escalating diplomatic row between the United States and South Sudan, the world's youngest nation. In the latest developments, Juba has accepted a DRC national deported by the United States, whose deportation sparked Washington to revoke all visas with South Sudanese citizens. South Sudan, in a statement shared on social media, said it would now allow the DR Congo citizen to enter after previously denying him entry. Now this to maintain friendly relations between the countries. Earlier on Monday, South Sudan criticized Washington for unfairly revoking all visas for its citizens. This was after the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, accused Juba of failing to accept the return of its citizens deported from the United States. South Sudan's foreign ministry also said that the DR Congo deportee, who was denied entry last Friday, had been returned to the U.S. with all supporting evidence.
The government deeply regrets that despite this history of collaboration and partnership, South Sudan now faces a broad revocation of visas based on an isolated incident involving misrepresentation by an individual who is not a South Sudanese national. Comprehensive verification processes confirm that this individual is a national of the Democratic Republic of Congo named Makula Kintu. In accordance with our immigration protocols, he was not admitted and was subsequently returned to the sending country for further processing.
Meanwhile, Juba has also called on Washington to engage in constructive dialogue to resolve the dispute. As a gesture of goodwill, South Sudan has instructed its embassy in the U.S. to issue emergency travel documents for 21 of the 23 individuals identified by the U.S. officials for repatriation. This comes as Washington's decision to curb all visas has left many South Sudanese in shock, particularly those with family members in the United States.
This statement, all of us were shocked because many of South Sudanese, they have their families in America. Also, some of them, they are here in South Sudan. So they used to go and come back. So if there's the issue like this, I think that is going to affect many people in South Sudan.
South Sudanese in the U.S. were granted Temporary Protected Status, or TPS, under the Obama administration in 2011 on the grounds that the country was unsafe because of fighting that started after it declared independence from Sudan. The designation was extended by the Biden administration. TPS for South Sudanese was set to expire by the 3rd of May. Since Trump returned to the White House, his administration has begun to overturn TPS designations for a handful of countries, including Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. Trump has also begun deporting illegal immigrants, including from Africa. Last month, South Sudan was placed on a draft list of countries which could face restrictions on tourist, student, and some immigrant visas. It is also facing the brunt of Trump's baseline 10% tariff on exports to the U.S. Now, the revocation of visas by the U.S. has also sparked strong reactions in South Sudan, with the information minister accusing Washington of exploiting the nation's tense internal situation. South Sudan has long faced instability, with clashes threatening a peace agreement that ended a 5-year civil war in 2018. Tensions have flared in recent weeks, particularly after President Salva Kiir's government placed First Vice President Riek Machar under house arrest. The U.S. has already ordered its non-emergency staff to leave South Sudan, while it has repeatedly urged the government to de-escalate the tensions. But will this new diplomatic dispute over deportation further strain the relations between the two countries? Now, to discuss more on this, we have with us Dr. Remember Miamingi, who is a South Sudan analyst, joining us live from Johannesburg in South Africa. Thank you for being with us, Doctor.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
How significant is the diplomatic fallout from the U.S. visa ban on all South Sudan's nationals? And what are the potential long-term implications for U.S.-South Sudan relations?
No, thank you very much. This is very unfortunate and, in my opinion, ill-informed decision on the side of the American government has significant political, social, and economic implication in the short, medium, and long term for South Sudan. First, of course, it will deepen the mistrust that had existed between the government of South Sudan and the US, now to involve even the people of South Sudan who the US had occupied such a deep place in their heart for the work that the government of the US did for South Sudan during their liberation wars. And that goodwill in the heart of South Sudanese, of course, will continue to be affected. In addition, it will also have significant, staggering human cost, right? Imagine that a South Sudanese woman who just walked into a CS, legal resident of the US, emerging from there, an lawful actor in that country. And that is not just that, they're students, they're sports people, they are families that live in the US and in South Sudan, whose actions did not in any way contribute to where their government has placed them. And finally, I think, is the fact that you have citizens that run away from their country because they suffered from collective punishment through repression, through war, and sought refuge in the US, only to be subjected to the same collective punishment because of the act of the government that punished them in the first place. And now ready to send them back. If the GPS and all these other visas has taken effect, it means human rights activists, defenders, civil society actors who have operated in the US will find themselves on the plane back to Juba. And that is really, really troubling.
Right. And Dr., given South Sudan's claim that the deportee in question was actually a Congolese national, what legal or diplomatic avenues are available for South Sudan to contest and to potentially reverse the visa ban?
South Sudan had a number of diplomatic tools under international law and diplomatic practices that it would have used to be able to resolve this. But that will mean that South Sudan is dealing with a partner on the other side who operates on the basis of an international system that is rule-based, that respects international law, diplomatic niceties, practice, and principles, that they could have contested it. But I do not think the US is in that place now. That's number one. Number two, by capitulating in accepting someone that the government has clearly stated was not a citizen, that significantly and dramatically narrows any possibility of the government of South Sudan to contest this either through multilateral institutions, the regional institutions like the African Union, friendly nations, that has weakened because it had already, and you can't blame South Sudan because you're dealing with a very powerful bully.
And how might this incident affect the broader perception of US immigration and foreign policy in Africa, especially when actions are taken based on what South Sudan describes as misidentification?
No, of course, for some time already, we've seen a growing perception among and across Africa of the impression that there is a government in the United States now that is not bound by justice, by mutual respect, but that is bent on exercising raw power, often on the arbitrary, unilaterally, and disconnected from the reality on the ground. This government, of course, for it, might is right, and the weak, including African states, and many of them, are treated less as sovereigns, equals, and more as dispensable actors, in this unfolding food chain of international relations. And in that, what you are going to see is, as Africans feel precariously less equal and respected, and vulnerable, and cannot operate within the basis of international law and rule base, it opens up African states and this continent to alternative global alliances, where Africans and African states feel they are treated as partners and treated equally, and not rendered vulnerable and maybe protected against strong powers. So US influence will decline. Alternative global alliances influence on the continent will increase, and the relationship, of course, between those countries will suffer significantly.
Absolutely. Doctor, thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa and for your valued insights and analysis there.
Thank you very much for having me.
We now shift focus to Ethiopia's capital, Addis Ababa. It is the headquarters of the African Union, but yesterday it was the center of a diplomatic storm. An Israeli diplomat was expelled from an AU conference, despite claims of a formal invite by Israel. The African Union held a commemoration of the 1994 Rwandan genocide. The event took place in Addis Ababa. But Israel's ambassador to Ethiopia, Avram Negoza, was barred from attending. Israel said that he was invited, but still he was shown the door. Now it has called the incident outrageous and accused the African Union of bringing in anti-Israel political elements. The criticism was also directed at Mahmoud Yusuf, the chair of the AU Commission, for his comments made during the ceremony. Now Israel says it is an observer member of the African Union, but its status is contested. Israel was an observer in the African Union's predecessor, the Organization of African Unity, or the OAU. In 2002, the OAU was dissolved and replaced by the African Union. But Israel's status did not carry over. In 2021, the AU Commission chair granted Israel observer status unilaterally. The move sparked outrage within the AU, mainly from South Africa and Algeria. The AU then formed a committee to review the decision. So far, there has been no final verdict. Until then, Israel's observer status remains suspended. Now, this is not the first time that Israel's participation in an African Union meeting has stirred controversy. In 2023, an Israeli diplomat was escorted out of an AU Heads of State summit. Now, officials said that she was not the accredited representative. Israel accuses South Africa and Algeria of blocking its AU presence. It says both countries are too close to Iran. Both of these nations have heavily condemned Israel's ongoing war in Gaza. South Africa has taken it further. It filed a genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. Several African nations have backed this case. Now, Israel still holds diplomatic relations with 46 out of the 54 African countries and has normalized ties with Arab nations like Morocco and Sudan. But its Africa outreach is under strain amid an expanding offensive in Gaza. And now shifting focus to Rwanda, where the commemoration of the 1994 genocide also took a heated turn. During events marking 31 years since the genocide against the ethnic Tutsis, President Paul Kagame struck a defiant tone, responding to global criticism over Rwanda's role in the DRC. He lashed out at Western countries imposing sanctions, telling them, quote unquote, go to hell.
If anyone comes around and thinks they can, they come and say, hey, we're going to sanction you. To what? Go to hell. Just go to hell. You have your own issues to deal with. Go and deal with your own issues. Leave me to mine.
Rwanda faces growing pressure over alleged support to the Tutsi-led M23 rebels. The UK and Germany have cut aid. The US imposed sanctions on a Rwandan minister. The EU has done the same and is also reviewing a crucial mineral deal. Now, then Canada has suspended export permits and official visits. Apart from a furious response to these Western nations, Kagame has also cut ties with Belgium, accusing the former colonizer of consistently undermining Rwanda. Rwanda is accused of supporting the M23 rebels, a Tutsi-led militia in eastern DRC. The group has taken control of large swathes of territory, displacing hundreds of thousands of civilians. UN experts say that Rwanda has up to 4,000 troops in the region. President Kagame insists that Rwanda is not waging war, but is defending itself. He points to the presence of militias in eastern DRC linked to the 1994 genocide against Tutsis in Rwanda. But the present-day fight isn't just political. It has turned into a battle for rich mineral resources. The DRC's east is rich in key minerals like cobalt, tungsten, and tantalum. It's used in smartphones and electronics. The DRC accuses Rwanda of using M23 rebels to loot the minerals, which then enter the global supply chain. Under Kagame, who rose to power in post-genocide Rwanda, the country built strong Western ties. It sent troops to various peacekeeping missions, while it has also made efforts to build soft power by hosting tech summits and global events. But critics say that the image shielded it from accountability. Now, as the M23 gains ground, that shield may be breaking. Rwanda still relies heavily on Western aid. Meanwhile, countries like the United States have started engaging with the DRC for a potential mineral deal. Efforts to ease tensions between the DRC and Rwanda are underway. Kagame met with the DRC president in Qatar last month for the first time since escalations began in January. The M23 has also withdrawn from a strategic town after private talks with the Congolese government. But as Kagame digs in, can Rwanda withstand global heat? Or will this defiant posture backfire? In what might be the most polite yet pointed breakup in modern geopolitics, a growing number of West African nations are officially giving the French language and France itself the diplomatic side-eye. Niger is the latest to slam the door by announcing that Hausa, its a new national language, as it is spoken widely, and bumping French down to basic working language status. Now, the bold linguistic makeover is part of Niger's freshly baked Refoundation Charter. It is the blueprint for rebranding the nation, culturally, politically, and alphabetically. The charter also officially installs General Abdourahmane Tiani as the head honcho for a 60-month transition period. Now, let's rewind a bit. The Organisation Internationale de la Francophone, or the OIF, a French-speaking Commonwealth, suspended Niger after the July 2023 coup that ousted President Mahmoud Bazoum. In response, Niger exited the organization in March last year. Now, the French embassy in Niger has also been closed indefinitely. The French troops packed their bags and left in December of 2023. And to really drive the point home, Niger has been renaming streets to erase colonial-era names and rewriting history from its own perspective. But Niger isn't flying solo in its Francophone detox. It joins neighboring Mali and Burkina Faso, who also recently bolted from the OIF, where France traditionally played the lead vocalist. Now, these junta nations quit regional bloc ECOWAS and are now harmonizing their own chorus under the alliance of Sahel states. Mali has also rewritten its constitution, demoting French from official to just a working language last year. This is while promoting 13 national languages like Bambara and Dogon to the top tier. Now, over in Burkina Faso, the government passed a bill in 2023 to revise the constitution. They elevated national languages as official and dropped French to the role of assistant language. Not to be outdone, Algeria is also tiptoeing away from French. Algeria has decided this month that starting from the next academic year, the first-year medical and science students will be taught entirely in English. That's right. Bonjour, meet, goodbye. Now, this is also a political move amid frayed relations with Paris. So, what's happening here? West African nations are doing a little spring cleaning, dusting off colonial hangovers and redecorating their national identity walls with homegrown languages and alliances. In this case, language is a symbol of autonomy, resistance, and a big au revoir to the colonial past that just won't quit. The message is clear. These countries are no longer content to speak the language of their colonizers. And if that means breaking up with French and cozying up with Hausa, Bambara, or even English, then so be it. So France, are you still there? Looks like you have been left on red. And that's it on the show. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Happy Liberation Day to all Americans who are celebrating. Or is it the Liberation Implementation Day? We are not clear about the nomenclature, but either way, Donald Trump's tariffs have officially kicked in, including a whopping 104% on China. The markets are blinking red across the world, but Trump is defiant. He says leaders are lining up to strike a deal with him. We'll tell you what his negotiation plans are and how the tariffs will be imposed. Also, how will India deal with it? We put this question to India's Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal today. Stay tuned for that conversation. Meanwhile, China is promising to fight the tariffs to the end. Funny enough, they are the only stock market in the green today. So we will decode their trade war plans. Also, why Elon Musk is sparring with Trump's trade officials. Are Chinese soldiers fighting in Ukraine? Is NATO entering the Indo-Pacific? Will Indonesia take in Gazans to appease Trump? And has the US taken back the Bagram base from the Taliban?
These countries are calling us up, kissing my
It is day one of Donald Trump's trade war. And how's it going? Exactly as we thought. Markets are down everywhere, customers are bracing for chaos, and businesses are confused. Basically, all the warnings were right. Trump's reciprocal tariffs kicked in after midnight, that's 9:30 a.m. India time. If you loaded cargo after that, you will face the new tariffs. In India's case, that is 26%. That is the tariff on India. If you loaded before that, the old tariffs will apply. So what matters is when you loaded the cargo, not when it reaches America. I know it's a bit complicated, but President Donald Trump is not bothered by any of this. He attended a Republican dinner yesterday, and he pushed back against the criticism. A lot of economists and business leaders have questioned his tariffs, but Trump says he knows what the hell he's doing.
These countries are calling us up, kissing my ass. They are dying to make a deal. Please, please, sir, make a deal. I'll do anything. I'll do anything, sir. I know what the hell I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. And you know what I'm doing, too. That's why you vote for me.
That's Donald Trump for you, defiant as always. He is planning to expand his tariff regime. Yesterday, he promised to impose tariffs on pharmaceuticals as well. Remember, drugs had been exempt from his Liberation Day tariffs, but now he has added them to the list. And how are the markets responding? Again, as you would expect, markets across the world plunged on opening. They staged a minor recovery yesterday. Investors were hopeful of a last-minute pause or delay. But once the tariffs kicked in, the sell-off began. Take a look. Oil prices are also falling. Brent crude dropped to $60 today. That's the lowest since early 2021. And do not celebrate the falling oil prices yet, because it's actually a warning sign. The markets are bracing for an economic slowdown, possibly even a recession. And that is why oil prices are falling, because economic activity is expected to fall. I know all of this sounds scary, but remember, this is a man-made crisis. So there are exit ramps all over the place. The question is, does Donald Trump even want an exit? We are getting mixed messages from the White House. His trade officials say, do not expect relief. Exemptions will not be given in the near term.
Senator, the president has been clear with me and with others that he does not intend to have exclusions and exemptions, especially given the nature of the action. If you have Swiss cheese in the action, it can undermine the overall point, which is to get rid of the deficit, achieve reciprocity.
So no exemptions. What's the other exit ramp? Possibly trade deals. Trump is open to the idea of negotiations. He says he wants highly tailored deals. Listen to this.
And we're doing very well in making, I call them tailored deals, not off the rack. These are tailored, highly tailored deals. Right now, Japan is flying here to make a deal. South Korea is flying here to make a deal, and others are flying here.
This is clearly a shift. A lot of people did call the tariffs a negotiating tactic, but the White House has rejected those claims. Now Trump himself is open to talks. The question is, what are these tailored deals? The White House later offered an explanation. The deals will be customized for each country. They will factor in certain variables. Say, the U.S. offers foreign aid to a particular country, or the U.S. has soldiers in certain countries. Even that will be factored in.
The president's message has been simple and consistent from the beginning. To countries around the world, bring us your best offers, and he will listen. I think the president, again, is going to have a custom, tailor-made approach to each and every country. And if that means discussions of foreign aid, of our military presence in these countries, how those troops are paid for, come to the table, that could be part of the negotiation in these economic negotiations.
There is good news and bad news here. The good news is the rhetoric is softening. Trump is clearly keen on making deals. He doesn't want to keep these tariffs forever. The bad news is the demands are too steep. Some 70 countries have reached out to the United States. Imagine negotiating customized deals with all of them. 70 countries. It could take months, if not years. And that's enough time for the tariffs to hurt the global economy. And do not forget, not every country is offering concessions. China wants to fight till the end. The Europeans are imposing tariffs later this month, and Canada is also hitting back. So there is no guarantee that the trade war will end. The next few weeks will be crucial here. The high tariff goods will begin reaching America by the end of this month, and that's when customers will feel the pinch, when they start buying this stuff. Let's see if other countries can hold on till then. There are challenges ahead. Trump's tariffs have shaken markets across the world, as you saw. How will they impact India? Indian goods face a 26% tariff in the US. That's not as severe as China, which now faces a 104% tariff, or Vietnam, which is at 46%, or even Cambodia at 49%. Relatively, India is better off. But it's not insulated from the shock either. And that became clear today when the Reserve Bank of India slashed the country's growth forecast.
Taking all these factors into consideration, real GDP is now projected for this fiscal 25-26 at 6.5%, with Q1 at 6.5%, Q2 at 6.7%, Q3 at 6.6%, and Q4 at 6.3%. While the risks are evenly balanced around these baseline projections, uncertainties remain high in the wake of recent spike in global volatility.
This is India's central bank. It now says that India is expected to grow at 6.5% this year. Earlier, the projection was 6.7%, so it's a drop of 0.2%. The Reserve Bank of India, or the RBI, is responding to the Trump tariffs. It is cutting interest rates in a big way. Today, they announced a 0.25% cut. This is the second rate cut of 2025. More cuts are likely during the year. And why is this important? Because interest rates are a valuable tool for any central bank. Think of them as a money tap. When the rates go down, when interest rates go down, the tap opens. So more money flows into the economy because loans become cheaper. When the interest rates go up, the tap tightens. It slows the flow of cash. The first rate cut was announced in February. It was the first one in nearly 5 years, the first rate cut by India's central bank. Back then, inflation was running high, so the RBI had raised interest rates to cool the economy. This is during the pandemic. Naturally, when rates are being cut now, it will open the money tap once again. The RBI is basically trying to stimulate the economy. It wants to avoid any possibility of slowdown that the Trump tariffs might induce. They're pushing more cash into the economy. They want people to spend. So that's the RBI's response to the tariffs. What about the government of India? How will India respond to these tariffs? For the moment, the plan is to respond with restraint. Today, India's External Affairs Minister spoke about this. S. Jaishankar said that India's priority is to strike a trade deal.
We decided that we will engage the Trump administration early on this set of issues. And we were very open with them, very constructive with them, as they were with us. And what we agreed to do was to try to negotiate a bilateral trade agreement by fall of this year. So from the Indian perspective, actually doing, working out something bilaterally with the United States is not at all a sort of a negative or a sort of unwanted situation. On the contrary, it is something which has long been our objective.
So the goal is to finalize a trade deal by fall. In principle, that should make the tariffs go away, because India holds some unique advantages in the situation. It began talks with the Trump administration early on, and Trump himself wants this deal done. There is an in-principle agreement between the US and India, but with Donald Trump, you never really know. He has a habit of shifting goalposts. So what is India's strategy to negotiate with an erratic US president? Just a few hours back, we spoke with Piyush Goyal, India's Commerce Minister. He is leading the negotiations from the Indian side. Piyush Goyal has been engaging with his counterparts in the United States, and here is how he sees the current situation. Trump tariffs have kicked in. Markets are volatile. Recession fears loom. What is India's strategy, sir?
Thank you, Palki. I think we've all seen the way Prime Minister Modi has deftly managed the entire situation. He was first off the block in building back his old friendship and relationship with President Trump. They both jointly declared that the US and India are trusted partners, and we will work towards a bilateral trade agreement by fall of 2025. I think our strategy is very clear. We are engaged with the US.
You've been at the forefront of the conversations, and you've engaged with the Americans and your counterparts in Washington, D.C. What have they told you? What is their primary concern? Is it the trade surplus or is it the high tariffs? What do they want to fix?
The whole issue is about fair trade. We saw the trade deficit with China grow by leaps and bounds. And India and Indian manufacturers, Indian industry, Indian trade suffered massively. Similarly, the US has suffered massive trade deficits because of the non-market economy that is China, because of their predatory pricing or unfair trade practices. And I think the United States is trying to reset the rules of the game. And in some sense, it's a good omen for India because it opens up huge opportunities.
I'm sure you had some calculation before the tariffs were announced. Was 26% closer to your best case scenario or worst case scenario?
I think the tariffs have been determined based on a formula, which is the trade deficit that the US has with a particular country divided by the total imports into the US from that country.
What do you make of that formula, though? You're a chartered accountant yourself.
I would not like to comment on a formula that's used by the United States. Basis that formula, they've come up with different tariffs for different countries. We believe that India was not one of those countries which really needed to have tariffs on them because we were already in engagement for a bilateral trade deal. But I think the US has not differentiated. For every country, they've come out with a number. But we are in constant engagement, and I think we'll be working with them to take off these additional tariffs in the days to come.
And India has a better deal than some of our other players in the region.
And we are much faster off the block compared to the others.
If for some reason it does not happen by the end of this year, what is the plan B, or is plan B to make plan A work?
There's always plan A, plan B, plan C, but we succeed in whatever we take up.
President Trump has said that India is going to substantially reduce tariffs, and I know that we've made some moves with American whiskey and high-end bikes and so on. But have you also spelled out some red lines that these are the no-go zones where we shall not entertain American demands?
Palki, we always look at India's interests. For us, it is India first, but every trade deal is a win-win for both sides. And it involves negotiations. We never negotiate on the platform of a news channel. Negotiations are behind closed doors. And there's a lot of give and take that happens. But the final outcome will always be in India's interests. That assurance I can give to all Indian countrymen.
So negotiation, not confrontation. That is how India is approaching the situation. Reports say India may offer duty-free imports to the United States. This could cover a wide range of sectors. This might help speed up the deal as well. But such an offer would come with strict conditions. At the same time, New Delhi is keeping its options open. Along with America, India is negotiating with 7 other countries. This includes the United Kingdom and New Zealand and blocs like the European Union. We want trade deals with all of them. New Delhi is exploring free trade pacts with multiple players. West Asia is in the mix as well. Countries like Bahrain and Qatar have shown interest. They want trade deals with India. So New Delhi is taking a pragmatic approach. Yes, Trump's trade war is a challenge, but India has a rare chance as well, a chance to build new trade alliances, to help reshape global supply chains. India could make and should make the most of it.
Right now, China is paying a 104% tariff. Until they make a deal with us, they want to make a deal, they just don't know how to get it started. Because they're proud people.
So Trump's punishing tariffs are a reality, and no one is feeling the heat more than China. The US president has made good on his threat. Chinese goods now face 104% import duty in the United States. Trump has raised the tariffs on China by another 50%. Why? Because China decided to hit back. Beijing imposed retaliatory tariffs on American products, so President Trump responded by raising the pressure. But despite this escalation, he believes that China still wants a deal. Listen to what the White House said last night.
Look, I just spoke to the president about this, and he believes that China wants to make a deal with the United States. He believes China has to make a deal with the United States. It was a mistake for China to retaliate. The president, when America is punched, he punches back harder. That's why there will be 104% tariffs going into effect on China tonight at midnight.
Does China want to make a deal? It does not look like it at the moment. Earlier today, China retaliated once again. In the last round, it had imposed 34% tariffs on US imports. Now it has raised it to 84%. China has slapped an 84% tariff on American imports. And with this, China issued a fresh statement. It repeated what it said yesterday, that they are ready to fight till the end. The US will, and I'm quoting, the US will reap what it sows. That is the message from Beijing.
The US side is still imposing extreme pressure on China by imposing tariffs indiscriminately. China firmly opposes and will never accept such arrogant and bullying behavior. If the US really wants to solve the problem through dialogue and negotiations, it should show an attitude of equality, respect, and reciprocity. If the US disregards the interests of both countries and the international community and insists on waging a tariff war and trade war, China will definitely retaliate.
That doesn't sound like someone who wants a deal. Beijing is considering more ways to hit back, like banning US companies from buying Chinese products and limiting exports of rare earths. These are minerals which are needed to make modern electronics. Even selling US treasuries is on the table. So those are some of the steps that China can take in the short term. This may cause some pain for the US, but what is China's long-term plan? How will it counter the Trump tariffs and stabilize its exports? First, let's look at the problem that China is trying to solve. How big is it? The US is China's largest trade partner. Every year, America buys Chinese goods worth billions of dollars. Last year, they bought $440 billion worth of products. Trump's tariffs will hit a large number of these products. They face 104% tax now, which makes Chinese goods far more expensive for the US market. So China needs alternatives. It is trying to make new friends, build stronger economic ties with other nations. In fact, China began laying the groundwork before the tariffs kicked in. It met with officials from Japan and South Korea. This was about a week ago, and the outcome was a pledge. China, Japan, and South Korea agreed to deepen their economic ties. Similarly, Beijing made an outreach to Europe as well. Recently, a Chinese vice minister for finance visited Brussels. He offered an alliance to the EU, an alliance to protect multilateral trade. Beijing is knocking on New Delhi's door too. A week ago, the Chinese president sent a letter. It was the 75th anniversary of India-China diplomatic ties. So Xi Jinping wrote to India's President Draupadi Murmu. He called for deeper diplomatic ties and a dragon-elephant tango, as he put it. Yesterday, before Trump's tariffs kicked in, China made a more direct appeal. The Chinese embassy in New Delhi issued a new statement. It said India and China should stand together and combat the Trump tariffs. I have the quote with me. Listen to this. Facing the US abuse of tariffs, the two largest developing countries should stand together to overcome the difficulties. Remains to be seen if India will reciprocate, but this is the obvious thing to do. China needs new markets for its exports, so Chinese officials are reaching out. They're looking to strike fresh trade deals, maybe even undercut some of Trump's own efforts. Of course, all of this is easier said than done. You cannot replace $440 billion in exports overnight. So at least in the short term, Chinese exporters will feel the pressure. A deal with America could ease some of this pain, but Beijing does not want to appear weak. It wants to fight. Trump fired the first shot in this trade fight. China has vowed to fight back and retaliate every step of the way. So by all accounts, this trade war is set to escalate. Money can buy a lot of things. It can buy you fast cars, faster rockets, a brain chip company, even an entire social media platform. But money cannot buy you everything. It cannot buy you the Oval Office. That's a lesson that Elon Musk is learning the hard way. He backed Donald Trump in the elections. He became Trump's biggest donor. He used X to cheerlead for the US president when he was the candidate. But none of that is translating into real influence where it really matters, especially in the latest tariff drama. Trump's new tariffs kicked in today. It's a trade war that hits everyone. And Elon Musk is not exactly thrilled because at the end of the day, he's a businessman. He still has to run Tesla, and hopefully profitably. So Elon Musk is taking jabs at it, not directly at Trump, of course, but at one of his aides, a man called Peter Navarro. Now, Navarro is Trump's trade advisor. He is the architect of this tariff plan. And Elon Musk is calling him, and I quote, a moron. The drama began last week. Elon Musk was speaking at an Italian party's conference, and he pushed for zero tariffs, no tariffs between Europe and the US.
I hope it is agreed that both Europe and the United States should move, ideally, in my view, to a zero tariff situation, effectively creating a free trade zone between Europe and North America. That would be that's what I hope occurs.
So Peter Navarro was asked about this, about Musk and the administration's position being at odds, and this is what he had to say.
When it comes to tariffs and trade, we all understand in the White House, and the American people understand, that Elon is a car manufacturer, but he's not a car manufacturer. He's a car assembler. He's a car person. That's what he does, and he wants the cheap foreign parts.
Navarro essentially calls Musk a car assembler. He says Tesla gets foreign parts, the company assembles those parts, and that makes it a car assembler. So according to the Trump advisor, Elon Musk just assembles cars. He's not a car manufacturer.
The difference is, in our thinking and Elon's on this, is that we want the tires made in Akron. We want the transmissions made in Indianapolis. We want the engines made in Flint and Saginaw. And we want the cars manufactured here.
Of course, this did not sit too well with Elon Musk, so the post began on X. This was his first post, and I quote, Navarro is truly a moron. What he says is demonstrably false. He could have stopped at that, but this is Elon Musk we're talking about. So soon, there was another post, and this is what it said. Tesla has the most American-made cars. Navarro is dumber than a sack of bricks. So Trump's best buddy and his trade advisor are squabbling, and that too on a public platform. So how did the White House respond to this mini mutiny? Well, with the same energy as a kindergarten teacher would to a lunch squabble.
Look, these are obviously two individuals who have very different views on trade and on tariffs. Boys will be boys, and we will let their public sparring continue. And you guys should all be very grateful that we have the most transparent administration in history.
Navarro calls Musk a car assembler, Musk calls Navarro a moron, and the White House says boys will be boys. It is a ridiculous dismissal, but let's zoom out a little. For once, Elon Musk is right. Since 2021, Tesla has dominated the American-made index. It is based on a lot of criteria, like where the parts are made, where it is assembled. Tesla has topped this list repeatedly, which means most of its cars are American-made. But even then, it is not immune to tariffs. And that's because of how the global supply chain works. It is linked in a way that it is impossible to make everything in one country. It's no surprise that he wants no tariffs, Elon Musk. He does not want tariffs. He's made it clear before. Reports suggest that Musk made a direct appeal to President Trump over this. He asked him to reconsider. Didn't work. But what makes this squabble unusual is not Musk's fury. It's where he aimed it, not at Trump, but at Navarro. Now, Musk and Trump have been at odds before, but he knows better than to throw punches directly at the US president. So he's found a more manageable villain in Peter Navarro. It's truly a delicate dance for Elon Musk. He wants free trade, yet he also wants to be in Trump's good books. He wants to still have a seat at the table. So that's the balancing act that Elon Musk now faces. He's learning that real power does not come from donations or tweets alone. It comes from policy and politics. And for now, he's outside the Oval Office, knocking and not commanding. Money can buy you a platform, like we said, but not always a place at the table. Now let's turn to the Ukraine war. President Volodymyr Zelensky has dropped a bombshell. Ukraine claims that it has captured 2 Chinese nationals. They were caught while fighting on behalf of Russia. 2 Chinese nationals fighting for Russia. Kiev says these 2 have been captured, but there are more. And this is not a battlefield update. It is a geopolitical earthquake. Till now, we knew about North Korean troops fighting in Ukraine, but now Chinese nationals seem to be joining in. China's claims of neutrality are in tatters. Are these soldiers of the Chinese army or mercenaries being sent by Beijing? Our next report has more.
On the 8th of April, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed his nation. Zelensky said at least 2 Chinese nationals were captured by his troops. Ukraine says it has documents and identification cards as proof. Zelensky says there are more Chinese nationals who are fighting on the front lines.
We captured Chinese soldiers on Ukrainian territory. Ukrainians entered the battle in Donetsk region, in Tarassivka and Belohorivka, with 6 Chinese soldiers. 2 were captured. Accordingly, there are documents, there are their passports, there are even credit cards. These are citizens of China. I think this is a very important element.
Here's how the events unfolded. Ukrainian troops launched an assault on Russian positions. This happened in the Donetsk region, which Russia now occupies. The Ukrainian assault began in 2 cities, Tarassivka and Belohorivka. And it was during this skirmish that the Chinese nationals were captured. Ukraine was quick to respond. The Chinese ambassador in Kyiv was summoned and he was questioned about the latest developments. Beijing has now responded, deny and deflect.
China's position on the Ukrainian crisis issue is clear and widely recognized by the international community. It needs to be emphasized that the Chinese government had always requested its citizens to stay away from areas of armed conflict and avoid being involved in armed conflict in any form, especially participating in the military operations of any army.
Now, this isn't the first time that foreign troops have fought alongside Russian troops and have been captured. Ukrainian troops have previously captured North Korean troops as well. According to reports, Pyongyang sent at least 12,000 troops to fight on behalf of Russia. Several have been caught and many have been killed. But this is the first time that Chinese nationals have been captured.
There is a difference. The North Koreans fought in the Kursk area against us, and the Chinese fight on Ukrainian territory. I think that this is an important moment which we must discuss with our partners, and I believe urgently. I know that we're a strong country, but we cannot fight so many countries at once that all need something on our land.
So are these personnel from the Chinese army or are they mercenaries? Russia is fast-tracking the recruitment of men to fight on the front lines, and Moscow is even taking applications from foreigners. Several citizens of other countries have fought alongside Russian troops, and this now includes Chinese. Reports show that many Chinese nationals have volunteered to fight on behalf of Russia, though it's unclear whether they are affiliated to the Chinese armed forces. But the latest developments only paint China in bad light. Beijing's claims of being neutral are now down the drain. Ukraine is accusing China of enabling Russia's war. Kyiv has urged allies to respond to the latest developments. But some questions remain. Why are Chinese nationals fighting in Ukraine? Are they personnel from the Chinese army trying to gain combat experience? Or are they mercenaries wanting to earn an extra buck?
This is not just about 2 soldiers. This is about a bigger military realignment, a rivalry beyond geography. Just think about it. When was the last time Asian soldiers fought in a European war? Or Western military alliances focused on East Asia? Probably during the Second World War. But today we are seeing a repeat. Thousands of North Koreans are fighting in Ukraine. The US says 11,000 of them. Some reports say 100,000. Either way, it's a big number. especially for a country on the other side of the world. And now we get reports of Chinese nationals. Yet these could be rogue citizens. But even otherwise, China is heavily involved in this war. They are a key supplier to Russia's war machine. Whether it's semiconductors or microelectronics or dual-use goods, basically things that have civilian and military use. China has shipped billions of dollars worth of such goods to Russia. Without them, the front lines may look different. And this is new territory for China. They're basically meddling in a war all the way in Europe, away from their sphere of influence. On the other side, Japan is doing the same. Tokyo is not giving bullets or jets to Ukraine, but if you travel along the front line, you may be surprised. You will see dozens of Japanese trucks and cranes. They may not be armed, but they directly help the war effort. Japan is also looking to join the NATO command for Ukraine. This command is based in Germany. It coordinates military aid and training for Ukraine. If Japan joins, it would be a big deal.
Japan is considering joining NATO's security assistance for Ukraine, and we are planning to take the necessary procedures to participate. We consider this a significant move towards the ending of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
So as Asia is heavily invested in the Ukraine war, Asian soldiers are fighting there, and Asian equipment is being used. The opposite is also true, by the way. The NATO chief is touring Asia this week. His name is Mark Rutte. Now, NATO is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. That's what it's called, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. You focus on both sides of the Atlantic, North America and Europe. That's the brief. So what's the NATO chief doing in Asia? Think of it as an outreach tour. Mark Rutte visited a maritime facility in Japan, and while there he took aim at China. He talked about China's recent military drills near Taiwan. He called them worrying.
You know the policies of all allies in NATO, but also when it comes to the IP4 concerning Taiwan, so that you know. And of course we are worried about all these drills and all these military exercises. So we follow them very closely and are a worrying sign, clearly.
How about that? The NATO chief slamming China in Japan. It clearly signals an expansion of NATO's priorities. But it's not new. It began in 2022. That's when NATO explicitly called China a security challenge for the first time. The same year, 4 Indo-Pacific leaders attended the NATO summit. Leaders from Australia, from South Korea, from Japan and from New Zealand. NATO calls these the IP4 countries, the Indo-Pacific 4, IP4. They attended the NATO summits in 2023 and 2024 as well. So clearly it is the new reality. But the question is, what sort of role is NATO eyeing in Asia? And is it sanctioned by the Americans? The alliance chief offered some clues. He says Washington asked him to undertake this trip. But the goal is not to replicate Article 5. As you know, Article 5 is NATO's mutual defense clause. It says an attack on one NATO country is an attack on all of them.
And it was the US itself which also asked me, NATO, to become even more involved. Not like in Article 5 or anything like that, but in terms of joint defense, industrial capacity, base building, innovations, etc. That's one of the reasons I'm here.
That's still a broad agenda. We're talking about joint defense plans, expanding military bases and sharing innovations and technology. Basically, just short of mutual defense in Article 5. But are there takers for this plan? Well, NATO's pitch is quite simple. Look at what's happening in Ukraine. That could be East Asia's future tomorrow. This is what the NATO chief said in Japan. He's ramping up the stakes for Asian countries, almost pressuring them to sign on. Historically, Asian countries have opposed NATO, but the alliance is betting on the fear of China. And of course, Beijing knows this, which is probably why they want to keep NATO busy in Russia. All of this signals a widening of the political chessboard. The old geographical lines are getting blurred. Alliance missions are getting expanded, and far-off theaters are merging into one big front line. The last time this happened was the Cold War. Let's hope common sense prevails this time. 400,000. That's how many Palestinians have been displaced since the fragile Gaza ceasefire fell through last month. But now, Indonesia wants to intervene. President Prabowo Subianto has made an announcement. He says the Southeast Asian country, Indonesia, wants to offer shelter to Palestinians who've been hit by the war. This will be on a temporary basis, and it will apply to orphans and people in need of medical treatment. Subianto expects 1,000 evacuees in the first wave, and this comes days after Jakarta discussed a pilot program to allow Gazans to emigrate to Indonesia for work. So what's behind these moves, and what does Subianto hope to achieve with them? Here's a report.
Gaza increasingly looks like a quote-unquote killing field. Since Israel renewed its offensive last month, 1,449 Palestinians have been killed. About 400,000 have been displaced. Indonesia has now offered a helping hand. President Prabowo Subianto is ready to shelter Palestinians, specifically medical evacuees and children orphaned by the war. He claims he's instructed the foreign minister to start discussions with the Palestinian authorities and draw up a plan on how they'll be evacuated. Subianto intends to send planes to transport the victims. He expects them to bring back about 1,000 Palestinians in the first batch. Now, the move will not be for permanent resettlement. Indonesia is the world's most populous Muslim-majority country. It has long been a supporter of Palestinians. Last year, it was willing to send peacekeeping troops to Gaza. And now, Subianto claims that other nations have called on Jakarta to increase its role in seeking a resolution to the conflict. He added, Indonesia's commitment in supporting the safety of Palestinians and their independence has pushed our government to act more actively. But there could be more to the story. For months now, US President Donald Trump has proposed to move all Palestinians out of Gaza, to take ownership of the territory, oversee a massive cleanup process, and then develop it as a premier real estate project. Unsurprisingly, Israel loved the plan. This week, Benjamin Netanyahu met Trump in Washington and they discussed it.
I think it's an incredible piece of important real estate, and I think it's something that we would be involved in.
Gaza was the only place where they locked them in. We didn't lock them in. They're locked in. And what is wrong with giving people a choice?
This is a highly controversial idea. Palestinians have rejected this proposal. So have African nations contacted by Israel and the US to house the displaced Gazans, and dozens of Arab and Muslim-majority nations, including Indonesia. About 2 months ago, their foreign ministry said it strongly rejects any attempt to forcibly displace Palestinians. And Jakarta's opinion has not changed, at least publicly. But amid tariff troubles, it can't afford to put off Trump.
The U.S. giving such a high tariff increase to many countries, this can cause uncertainty. Many countries are worried. In fact, the founders of our nation from the past, and including me for years, have reminded us to build our economy with the target of standing on our own 2 feet.
Southeast Asia's biggest economy faces a 32% tariff, so it's trying to woo America. It will send a high-level delegation to the United States next week. It has announced a raft of concessions on US imports. Last month, it discussed a pilot program with Israel, a country with which it doesn't have diplomatic relations. So Jakarta and Jerusalem opened a special communication channel to discuss a plan to allow Gazans to emigrate to Indonesia for work. According to reports, around 100 Gazans would be part of the first wave of the program. While the plan hasn't been executed yet, Indonesia seems to have opened its arms to Palestinian refugees even wider. But the timing of it all is hard to ignore.
Our next story is like the plot twist of a geopolitical thriller. And for that, we are turning to Afghanistan. The US wants to make a comeback to Afghanistan. American military planes have been spotted at the Bagram Air Base. Yes, Bagram, the very same base that Washington abandoned in 2021. Military equipment worth billions was left behind, not to mention allied Afghan troops. They were all left behind. It was a chaotic exit and a PR disaster for the world's largest military. 4 years have gone by. There is a new sheriff in town. I'm talking about Donald Trump, of course. And now the Americans are making a U-turn. They want Bagram back. Well, here's what we know. On the 7th of April, reports emerged about increased air activity near Kabul. Open source flight trackers, in fact, gave a better picture. An American C-17 military plane landed in Bagram. It is a massive cargo aircraft. It is hard to miss. It reportedly touched down in Bagram, but the plane was not empty. It offloaded military hardware and senior intelligence officials, including the CIA deputy chief, Michael Ellis. Clearly, the Americans are up to something, and it has the Taliban stamp of approval. They wouldn't want the Americans back unless there's a trade-off. More on that later. Some reports also say that the Taliban has handed Bagram back to the US. The Taliban calls it propaganda. They say they have full control of the airbase. So what's really happening? Let's try and break it down for you. The Bagram Air Base is located just north of Kabul. It was a strategic air base for US and NATO forces. It was used to launch airstrikes against Taliban and other terrorist groups. But everything changed in July 2021. Then US President Joe Biden announced an exit. Americans left Afghanistan in a hurry. The Bagram Air Base was ditched in the cover of the night, and Taliban seized it within days after capturing Kabul. 4 years later, the Americans are desperate to return. Trump even wants boots on the ground at Bagram. Listen to this.
But we were going to keep Bagram, not because of Afghanistan, but because of China, because it's exactly 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear missiles. So we're going to keep Bagram. We were going to keep a small force on Bagram. We're going to have Bagram Air Base, one of the biggest air bases in the world. We gave it up. And you know who's occupying it right now? China.
4 years after a horrible and botched exit, and they want to redeploy troops to Afghanistan. To know shame is to be human. You may have heard this quote before. What does it say about Uncle Sam? Trump says the Bagram Air Base is strategic. It is close to China's nuclear missile sites. Trump also says that Bagram is currently being occupied by China. Now, we're not sure about the Chinese presence, but the air base is vital. We know that. Let me show you on a map. Bagram has 2 large runways. It has almost 100 parking bays for military aircraft, and the airstrip's location is strategic. It would give Americans closer access to China, particularly Xinjiang. That's where China has several nuclear missile silos. A flight from Bagram to Xinjiang is less than an hour. And that's not all. The airbase is significant for Trump's Iran strategy as well. Bagram means US military planes will be in Iran's backyard. This is why they're eager to return. It sends a message to Beijing and Tehran. Trump is trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, a stone called Bagram. But where does that leave the Taliban? They fought a bloody war to keep the Americans out. Eventually, they had it their way. Why would they want the US to return? One could think of 2 reasons. First, security. Taliban has many rivals like ISIS-K, Islamic State Khorasan province. The Taliban sees ISIS-K as a challenge to their authority. And then there's Pakistan. Taliban and the Pakistan army have had multiple skirmishes recently, so the US military's return to Bagram means drone strikes and surveillance against ISIS-K. It would also force Pakistan to keep its guns silent. And the Taliban would be happy with both scenarios. That's the first reason, security. The second is money, or could be. The Taliban is in dire need of cash. Allowing Americans to return to Bagram means one thing: dollars. And the thaw has already begun. Last month, Taliban released a US citizen, the 4th this year. In return, the US has dropped bounties on key Taliban leaders, including a $10 million bounty on Sirajuddin Haqqani, the man who masterminded attacks on US forces. He was on the FBI's most wanted list, and now he's free. That's a seismic shift in US policy. And there's more. The US wants to resume consular services in Afghanistan. Diplomatic talks have become frequent. and the Taliban is welcoming this.
Discussions were held on Afghanistan-U.S. bilateral relations, the release of prisoners, and the provision of consular services to Afghans in the United States. The Minister of Foreign Affairs further emphasized the importance of resolving issues between Afghanistan and the United States through dialogue.
So what's next? Has the U.S. taken over Bagram? Well, for now it is just reports, but don't be surprised if Trump makes a deal. Will it be a strategic masterstroke? Or another disaster in the making? We'll have to wait and see, but one thing is quite clear. Bagram's story is not over. Imagine it's Monday morning. You should be busy attending meetings or answering emails. Instead, you're sleeping past the alarm, snoozing it, contemplating what to eat, and doing nothing all day. If it sounds like the dream job, well, Google has made it a reality. Reports suggest that Google is paying AI employees to do nothing for a year, absolutely nothing. But there's a twist too. They can do nothing, but they cannot join other AI rivals. And Google is not the only one doing this. AI is becoming a bigger part of our lives, so companies are going out of their way to poach and retain AI talent. Our next report has more.
Imagine this. You work as an AI researcher. You wake up at 10:30 a.m. You pour yourself a latte. You flip open a laptop to find nothing. No Zoom invites. No Slack ping. No code to review. And, importantly, no expectation to actually produce anything. For the next 365 days, your job is to sit still, be quiet, and above all, not defect to OpenAI. This isn't a vacation. It's a corporate hostage situation with full benefits. Welcome to Silicon Valley's escalating AI arms race, where doing absolutely nothing can be a full-time job. According to reports, Google is literally paying some of its top AI minds to take a year off, provided they don't go work for the enemy. It's called a non-compete agreement, but in practice, it looks a lot like the world's most lucrative timeout. Artificial intelligence is at the red-hot center of a trillion-dollar tech future. Every day, there are new products, new innovations. Yet, the people producing them are a handful. Everybody's chasing the same narrow pool of elite researchers. And when supply is low and demand is frothing at the mouth, the market gets weird, which is why companies guard their talent fiercely. Of course, Google isn't alone in this poaching war. Take Meta, for example. Reports suggest CEO Mark Zuckerberg is dabbling in the lost art of letter writing. He has reached out to AI researchers in Google. In fact, he has written them personal emails the Meta CEO even offered them jobs without interviews. Then, there is Google co-founder Sergey Brin. He apparently had to call an employee who was leaving Google for OpenAI. Brin had to personally convince to stay, including promises of more perks. And it is truly getting crazy out there. Candidates are being offered eye-watering salaries. Those are being matched with salary hikes. Then, there are other perks like stocks and free travel. Everything is on the table. When it comes to poaching talent, take Huawei, for example. It is turning heads and emptying wallets by offering triple the salaries of TSMC. And it is not just Huawei. Chinese AI companies are offering a lot of money to Western AI researchers. So where does this all end? With more money, more non-disclosure agreements, more secrecy, and probably more burnouts. The AI boom feels unstoppable. But there's a human cost buried beneath the GPU clusters. Talented minds are being traded like assets, with little time to breathe, explore, or remember why they got into this in the first place. For now, the war for AI talent is real, and it's only getting weirder. If you're lucky enough to be in that top 1% of AI minds, congratulations. Someone out there is probably willing to pay you a fortune to just stop showing up. So, take the money, sit on the beach, and just don't answer that email from Zuck.
Now let's shift our focus to London. This is one of the top financial centers in the world, but the city is losing its super rich. A new study is out. It says that over the past decade, London has lost about 30,000 millionaire residents, out of which more than 11,000 millionaires have fled in just the last 12 months. This is the biggest exodus of the super wealthy in the world after Moscow. So why are millionaires leaving these cities and where are they going? What are the top 5 destinations for the super rich in our world? Our next report tells you.
It was the 1950s. Rich families from all over Europe and even Africa and Asia migrated to London in droves. This trend continued till the early 2000s. The British capital became one of the world's top destinations for migrating millionaires. But that's not longer the case. The super rich are running from London instead of towards it. Over the past decade, millionaires have increasingly fled this financial hub. London was home to 245,100 millionaires in 2014. But by 2024, this number dwindled to 215,700. That's 30,000 millionaires gone in the last decade. In fact, in 2024, London lost 11,300 millionaires. This includes 18 centimillionaires, or people a net worth of $100 million or more, and 2 billionaires. In total, since 2014, the capital has lost 12% of its wealthiest residents. The only country that lost a higher proportion of millionaires in the world is Moscow. Over the past decade, the Russian capital has lost 25% of its super rich. It saw a fall of 10,000, from 40,000 millionaires in 2014 to 30,000 in 2024. Out of the top 10 wealthiest cities in the world, London and Moscow are the only ones where the number of millionaires fell. So what's behind this? In London, the decline is attributed to a range of reasons. Economic uncertainty after the Brexit, failure to recover from the 2008 recession, tax rises under the Conservative and Labour governments, and fall in the value of the pound. As for Moscow, the exodus of the elite is mainly driven by President Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. So if the super rich are fleeing London and Moscow, where are they going? In recent years, 3 cities have experienced the highest growth in millionaires: Shenzhen and Hangzhou in China, which demonstrate potential as emerging tech hubs, and Dubai in the United Arab Emirates, mostly thanks to its combination of no income or capital gains taxes, and its ease of doing business. That said, these cities are far behind the top 5 global hotspots for the ultra-wealthy. The Big Apple seems to be the apple of most millionaires' eyes. Because overall, New York is ranked as the richest city in the world. Its brownstones and high-rises are home to 384,500 millionaires, followed by San Francisco, which is home to Silicon Valley's tech giants and 342,400 millionaires. Tokyo is the 3rd richest city, with 292,300 millionaires, followed by Singapore's 242,400 millionaires, and Los Angeles's 220,600 millionaires. Now, despite the major drop in the number of millionaires, London stands at rank 6. But by the looks of it, it may not be there for much longer.
This week marked the end of Season 3 of White Lotus. It is one of the most watched shows in the world. It's basically a dark comedy, a mocking take on the rich, powerful people living in a world of their own, not affected by what happens outside. Sounds familiar? Well, it should. It's a bit like a rich, powerful president unleashing a trade war on the whole world. The irony was not lost on the viewers. Even otherwise, some of the audience felt underwhelmed. Take a look. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. At least 100 people were killed after the roof of a nightclub collapsed during a concert in the Dominican Republic. Former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson was attacked by an ostrich during a safari. And in Birmingham, a man in a rat costume confronts the local government over a garbage crisis. Finally, we're taking you back in history on this day in 1940. Nazi Germany invaded Denmark and Norway during the Second World War. Denmark surrendered. It was occupied almost immediately. Norway resisted for 2 months, but it later surrendered to the Nazis. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, Christ! Oh, Christ! Oh, Christ!
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, and we're coming to you live from the nation's capital here in Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. We begin here in Washington, where President Donald Trump's 24-hour timer has now expired, and the world watches as the United States has officially imposed a stunning 104% tariff on Chinese imports.
China's paying a 104% tariff. Think of it, 104%. Now, it sounds ridiculous, but they charged us for many items 100%, 125%. Until they make a deal with us, that's what it's going to be. I think they'll make a deal at some point. China will. They want to make a deal. They really do. They want to make a deal. They just don't know how to get it started because they're proud people.
China, however, is not backing down, calling the U.S. measures blackmail. Beijing vowed countermeasures, igniting fears of a long, painful trade war between the world's two largest economies.
美方仍在对中国滥施关税。
The U.S. side is still imposing extreme pressure on China by imposing tariffs indiscriminately. China firmly opposes and will never accept such arrogant and bullying behavior. If the U.S. really wants to solve the problem through dialogue and negotiations, it should show an attitude of equality, respect, and reciprocity.
In fact, Beijing hit back at Washington with an 84% retaliatory tariff on U.S. goods. And the Chinese Finance Ministry said that these additional tariffs will be imposed on goods from the U.S. beginning on April 10th. As this economic standoff escalates, global markets have stumbled and hard. The S&P 500, a key U.S. benchmark, has nosedived, shedding a staggering $5.8 trillion in market value since President Trump unveiled the tariffs on April 2nd, dubbed Liberation Day. And the pain is not just limited to the United States. After the president's import duties came into effect today, Japan's Nikkei tumbled 3.6%, while Taiwan's market plunged 4.6%. The Tokyo stock market price index traded at 3.4% lower, and the South Korean market also edged 1.74% lower as well. Now, even traditionally safe assets weren't spared. After the levies on 60 worst offending countries today, oil plunged as well. Brent fell 3.7% to $60.5, while U.S. crude dropped 4.1% to $57.16 per barrel. Meanwhile, gold regained some shine, rising to a little over $3,000 per ounce as a hedge against volatility. Globally, policymakers are scrambling. In fact, New Zealand and India cut interest rates, while South Korea unveiled emergency tax cuts and subsidies for automakers. Meanwhile, economists warn that the trade shock could spill into a global recession.
What we saw over the past week really is the biggest set of losses in such a short space of time since COVID, really, because you've had a sudden shock to the markets in a similar way to what you had 5 years ago. Suddenly there was the expectation of the shutdown of the global economy. Now you're facing potential global recession.
But the president is doubling down and not backing off. In fact, he described the tariffs as permanent, yet teased upcoming deals, hinting at possible negotiations with South Korea, Japan, and Italy.
In addition, we have a lot of countries coming to see us. They want to make a deal, and we're doing things that nobody's ever even thought about.
Now, what began as a reciprocal trade move is snowballing into a global economic firestorm. Markets are reeling, governments are scrambling, and President Trump continues to signal more tariffs ahead. The world is holding its bated breath, and what comes next could change the shape of global trade forever. And now from Washington to corporate America, ever since President Trump's April 2nd announcement on tariffs, global markets have been reeling from heavy losses, wiping out trillions of dollars in equity value. In fact, several American billionaires have seen their wealth plunge. The world's 500 richest people reportedly lost more than $500 billion in just 2 trading days following President Trump's tariff announcement. Within that list, a group of tycoons who have supported the president or attended his inauguration in January have also seen their wealth shrink. President Trump's close ally Elon Musk reportedly lost nearly $31 billion in 2 days of trading on April 3rd and 4th post the announcement. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg lost $27 billion, while Amazon founder Jeff Bezos lost over $23 billion. In Europe, LVMH head Bernard Arnault lost $6 billion on April 3rd and more than $5 billion on April 4th. But amid this carnage, Warren Buffett, the chairman of Berkshire Hathaway, stood out as the only billionaire to post gains while others were taking a massive hit. Buffett, who last year sold billions in stock, not only dodged President Trump's tariffs fallout, but reportedly profited from it. He's added $12.7 billion this year, bringing his net worth to an astounding $155 billion. This as Berkshire Hathaway shares are up over 9% year to date. Buffett's strong performance has highlighted how the property and casualty sector have remained largely insulated from global trade tensions and President Trump's tariffs, something that has devastated other billionaires and led some to urge the president to even reconsider his stance.
The ongoing market response to last week's tariff announcement was both predictable and preventable. This is the moment to own up to a colossal mistake and change course. Otherwise, America will face ruin for years to come.
However, President Trump seems unfazed by these calls from billionaires, defending his tariff strategy at every turn.
What the hell I'm doing? I know what I'm doing, and you know what I'm doing too. That's why you vote for me.
So as the fallout from President Trump's tariffs continue to unfold, the question remains, will the pain be short-lived, or is a deeper economic crisis on the horizon? Tensions amid a looming trade war between the United States and China has also triggered a war of words. The latest flashpoint being comments made by U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance on Chinese peasants which have now sparked outrage in China. In a briefing, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson has called Vance's comments ignorant and impolite, describing them as surprising and sad. The spokesperson stressed that China's position on economic and trade relations with the U.S. is clear, which is to fight until the end.
China's position on China-U.S. trade relations has been made very clear. It is surprising and saddening to hear such ignorant and disrespectful remarks from this vice president.
Now, earlier, taking a dig at China and Chinese nationals, Vice President Vance allegedly insulted them, referring to them as, quote, peasants. This was during a routine media appearance on President Trump's bold economic vision, where Vice President J.D. Vance, while speaking to Fox News, argued that the globalist economy pushed by former presidents was a failure that awarded elites and other nations.
I think it's useful for all of us to step back and ask ourselves, what has the globalist economy gotten the United States of America? We borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture.
The vice president's comments triggered varied reactions on social media, with outrage and mockery across Chinese social media, where many users slammed the comment as ignorant and disrespectful. Some users expressed anger and called for the vice president to be banned from entering China. Critics were also quick to draw attention to the irony of J.D. Vance's comments, especially given his self-proclaimed working-class background detailed in his 2016 memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. The book recounts his upbringing in rural America amidst poverty and addiction, experiences that many in China are now contrasting with the country's own technological and infrastructural advancements. A hashtag related to the vice president's remarks trended at the top of Weibo, amassing 140 million views by Tuesday afternoon. Backlash continues to grow, with many users calling for Vice President Vance to better educate himself on the modern China he has criticized. And amid a looming global trade war, while the shy vice president's latest remarks further strain the trade relations between Washington and Beijing, only time will tell. And moving to Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, where mass layoffs are hitting federal workers. But as the former employees search for new jobs, strange ads are popping up. The roles sound real, but the companies behind them are not. Fake websites, broken numbers, and secret links all point to a Chinese tech network. And laid off U.S. officials are being targeted with fake offers that may be part of something more sinister. Our next report uncovers how these hidden Chinese recruiters are trying to get more than just resumes.
In the quiet corners of the internet, a strange pattern began to appear. Job listings promising high pay and vague consulting roles popped up, targeting a very specific crowd: recently laid off U.S. government workers. At first glance, these ads seemed routine. But behind them was a secretive network of companies, all digitally tied to a Chinese tech firm called Smear Intelligence, which is now mysteriously offline. But Max Lesser, a threat analyst with the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, was the first to notice. He said that the companies, which were 4 in total, were part of a broader intelligence gathering campaign.
What makes this activity significant is that the network seeks to exploit the financial vulnerabilities of former federal workers affected by recent mass layoffs.
But what makes it stranger is what isn't there. The phone numbers didn't work. Emails bounced. And addresses led to empty fields or student hostels. In fact, one firm, Rivermerge Strategies, claimed to be a geopolitical risk consultancy. But its Singapore address led to a college dorm. And the US number had long stopped ringing. Then WaveMax Innovation was another ghost. It promised roles in policy, project management, and research. Its address? A grassy lot in Singapore. Its company registry? Empty. These companies offered nothing real. No staff, no offices, no verifiable history. Just fake promises. According to US intelligence officials, this isn't new. In 2020, a man named Jun Wei-yo pleaded guilty to spying for China. His methods? fake consultancy gigs, and research assignments. His targets? Americans with sensitive knowledge, especially those struggling with money or job security. Officials now believe these new efforts follow the same playbook, after which the FBI issued a warning. China's operatives, they said, often pose as recruiters, think tanks, or academic institutions. The National Counterintelligence and Security Center followed with a bulletin. Foreign intelligence entities are targeting current and former US government employees online. Quashing all reports, the Chinese embassy said it had no knowledge of the entities involved. But behind closed doors, experts believe the pattern is clear. The digital fingerprints, the financial offers, and the timing, it all fits a well-known strategy.
I would expect China's intelligence services to dial those efforts up as they see a wave of government employees suddenly having to look for new jobs. While many former government employees are motivated by patriotism, some may be vulnerable to deceptive tactics.
As more federal employees face layoffs from Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, the window for foreign exploitation widens. The jobs look real, the pay looks generous, but the truth is hidden behind fake websites and vanishing emails. And somewhere out there, as another inbox waits to be opened, another message waits to be read, another line is crossed without even knowing.
And finally, we end in the Dominican Republic, where a night of celebration turned into a deadly tragedy in Santo Domingo as the roof of a popular jet-set nightclub collapsed during a live concert, killing nearly 100 people and injuring over 150 more. Hundreds were gathered in the club to watch merengue star Ruby Perez perform, who later succumbed to his own injuries. Among the other victims were high-profile figures including a provincial governor and former Major League Baseball pitcher Octavio Dotel. As search and rescue operations continue, authorities fear the death toll could rise even further. Here's more from the ground.
What began as a joyous evening of music, dance and celebration at the beloved Jet Set nightclub in the Dominican Republic's Santo Domingo ended in unthinkable horror. Nearly 100 were killed and over 150 injured when the nightclub's roof collapsed during a live concert. The venue, a popular hotspot for music lovers, was packed with hundreds of people. Among them were politicians, athletes and prominent locals. They had come together to unwind, dance and enjoy a performance by one of the Dominican Republic's most cherished artists, Ruby Perez. But the music was abruptly silenced as concrete, metal and wooden beams came crashing down on those beneath. Among the victims was former MLB pitcher Octavio Dotel, a national sports hero, and Nelcy Cruz, the governor of Monte Cristi. 69-year-old Ruby Perez also died in the tragedy, while her saxophonist was killed instantly in the collapse. According to reports, Perez's daughter, who was in attendance, managed to save herself after the roof collapsed, but her father couldn't. There were no warnings. In haunting footage taken just moments before the collapse, people were seen laughing, chatting and dancing. Then a faint comment from an attendee. Something fell from the ceiling. Seconds later, a loud rumble, darkness, and the frantic screams of people crying. For 12 hours after the incident, rescue teams clawed through the rubble, desperate to find survivors. At least 400 rescuers joined the frantic search, and authorities reported hearing faint sounds under the debris, hopeful signals that not everyone was lost. Families clung to that hope. Outside the club, anguished relatives stood in prayer, some crying and some silent in shock.
We are concentrating in getting the people out being able to rescue them, the people who are alive, to take them to different hospitals. Later, we will provide preliminary information of what took place here in terms of victims, both those alive and those dead.
President Luis Abinader, visibly shaken, arrived on the scene to comfort grieving families. He promised that rescue operations would continue until not a single person remains under that rubble.
The main objective is still to save lives, which is what they're doing. Since last night, we've been following minute by minute this tragedy, so that all the resources, government emergency institutions can be available as they have been. But we still have a way to go. We have trust in God that we will still rescue more alive from these ruins.
Even now, authorities have not determined what caused the sudden collapse. Jet Set issued a statement expressing deep pain and dismay, promising full cooperation with the investigation. But for the families who lost their loved ones, no statement can ever fill that void. A night that began with rhythm and laughter ended in devastation. It turned the stage of celebration into one of mourning. And as the Dominican Republic struggles to process this national tragedy, the sorrow of those who danced their last dance in joy remains etched in the hearts of a grieving nation.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in, everyone. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again, everyone, for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the major developments out of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The DRC has repatriated 3 Americans after commuting their death sentences over a failed coup attempt in Kinshasa. This as talks heat up on a possible mineral deal with the U.S. The trio, aged 23 to 37, had been sentenced to death for a failed coup plot in the DRC last May. They were among dozens of foreigners convicted over the same plot. Now, the group was involved in an armed attack targeting the home of the current National Assembly president and attempted to storm the building housing President Felix Tshisekedi. The operation was led by a US-based Congolese politician who, as per some reports, hired many foreigners under false pretenses. Now, the US has confirmed that the 3 Americans are now in US custody. They will serve their sentences in the United States.
The United States government is of the government of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, transferring into U.S. custody the U.S. citizens who were detained in connection with the events of May 19th, 2024, and who previously faced the death penalty before their sentences were commuted to life imprisonment. And we also strongly condemn the armed attacks of May 19th and support the DRC authorities in holding those responsible appropriately accountable.
This comes as the DRC and the US reportedly enter advanced talks on a strategic mineral deal. Leading the negotiation is Senior Africa Advisor to the US President Donald Trump, Masad Boulos, US President Donald Trump's Senior Africa Advisor and also his in-law. Now, Boulos is on a multi-nation Africa tour, visiting the DRC, Rwanda, Kenya and Uganda. It was just ahead of his visit last week the DRC commuted the death sentences of the 3 Americans to life imprisonment. He has met DRC President Felix Tshisekedi and Rwanda's Paul Kagame during his visit. The two nations are in a long-standing conflict over Rwanda-backed M23 rebels occupying DRC's mineral-rich east. Trump's envoy said that the U.S. supports efforts to end the fighting.
I can confirm and I can affirm that the United States also remains committed to this effort and is ready to facilitate an end to the conflict, obviously a peaceful end to this conflict, an end that allows countries to secure their borders and lays the foundation for a thriving regional economy. President Trump is a president who wants to see peace achieved. He wants these conflicts to end.
His visit follows a bold offer from the DRC's president. The offer involved direct mineral access for Trump in return for U.S. support in the peace process. Eastern DRC holds critical rare earth minerals used in phones, electronics, and defense equipment. China currently dominates in exploiting these minerals, but the region is also a war zone, with Rwanda-backed forces seizing key areas. The DRC says Rwanda profits from the conflict. While the U.S. backs peace, Trump's envoy ruled out direct involvement in talks. But there are few indications on how the U.S. could be involved. Now, there are a few details emerging on the potential U.S.-DRC mineral deal. The focus is the U.S. private sector investment in the DRC's mining sector. As per reports, not all companies involved are American. Names floating around for investments include Cobalt Metals, backed by Bill Gates, mining tycoon Robert Friedland, Saudi's United Mining, and the Dubai-based Chemaf. Now, in return, the U.S. could send troops or contractors to train DRC forces. Now, these details have not been confirmed by the U.S. or the DRC, but if it happens, it could be a potential game changer in the DRC crisis. An active U.S. involvement can alter regional dynamics. Now, to discuss further, we are being joined by Stella Agara, a governance and security analyst from Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you for being with us, Stella.
Thank you for having me.
Now, to what extent do you think the release of the 3 American citizens was a strategic concession by Kinshasa to unlock a broader agreement with Washington, particularly one that grants U.S. access to the DRC's critical earth minerals?
Alison, let me start by first truly empathizing with DRC, considering the condition they find themselves in. One of the situations that has led them to the problems that they have today is the fact that they have to continuously depend on external technical support to be able to explore the minerals that they have. And therefore, by virtue of this, they have a manufactured poverty, a poverty that has existed because of their oppressors continuing to take advantage of their resources without necessarily building the capacity of the country. And so them coming into this negotiation, they're coming into this negotiation as an underdog in terms of power and influence, but they're definitely coming in as a big force because of the resources that they own as a country. As far as this negotiation is concerned, I think, first of all, it is no surprise because some of the forces behind the current presidency are actually US. This Tshisekedi was definitely a US-supported presidency, and so it's no surprise that they headed in that direction. The request for support from the US came from a senator from the country. I don't think the senator could have made that kind of a request without consulting the president, even though some political forces are saying that they are not involved. So as far as I'm concerned, I think at first it's not a surprise. Secondly, it is one of possibly the best deals that DRC is looking at getting. For two reasons. I will say this because I know the Biden administration also had a lot of interest in DRC, but for them, they were coming in from an antagonistic point of view. Their plan was to actually get minerals out of the DRC, come what may. And you may have noted that when Biden visited the region, just before he left office, he actually came to sign an agreement with Angola to build a railway that is touted to possibly have been a route to take some of those minerals out of DRC. So coming now under President Trump administration, this looks possibly like a better opportunity. One, because President Trump has been known to be one of those presidents who does not like conflict, who tries as much as possible to ensure that there's peace between his nation and the nations when he's in power. So I think in terms of that, it's a good deal. The other force that is in DRC right now and has declared support for them very early is Russia. The fact that they are now allies with the US, I think makes it easier for DRC in terms of the place they find themselves as far as negotiation is concerned.
Right. On that, Stella, given the reports of this potential deal granting the US that direct access to DRC's critical minerals, how might this reshape the global competition for resources, especially in the face of the Russian and the Chinese influence in the region?
I think my first, ever since I heard this news, my first area of worry is the fact that President Trump's senior advisor has met the president of DRC and has also had meetings in Rwanda. So I'm not sure what negotiations they're having with both countries. Rwanda has now been known in this conflict as having taken advantage of the resources in DRC. So that may be a bit tricky. We need to know what is in the offing as far as that is concerned. However, on another front, it does very interesting things. Look at DRC being one of the repositories of cobalt, coltan, lithium, uranium, which are very necessary elements right now for tech on the first three, and of course for war and energy for uranium. And every nation is running around the world to find the places where those resources are available. The US always had installations for other purposes in DRC, but they do not have companies that were doing any mining in the country. And I liked that I got some information while you were reading the news about the companies that they may be thinking of engaging in this process. The worry is that those companies coming in, number one, their interest may not be known. Before I talk about the companies, China has been in DRC for a very long time, in fact, has had control over the resources, but China is not a very good partner because China will also, it's a bad neighbor, a wicked Samaritan. They come to help you, but they will rob you, and they'll make sure that they pay the least for what they're getting out of your country. And so getting other forces to come in and neutralize the effect of China is critical for DRC. We are also, I also mentioned the friendliness and the partnership between Russia and the US right now, which could then help bolster the support for building security for the country, and of course helping DRC to prepare a force to actually protect their nation. There are actors who've been pushed out, majority of them from Europe, and I don't think they're happy. I don't think they'll also take it lying down because most of them are in the same race, especially technology. So this is really going to complicate relationships between Europe and the first two nations that I've mentioned. Mentioning companies like Gates company is a worrying trend for me. And why it is worrying for me is because companies like Gates coming into DRC do not just come to focus on the mining that they're doing. You know, they're going to do exploration on agriculture. because he has huge interest on agriculture. DRC has virgin land for agriculture, for growing quality organic food, and we have to be careful how then the different entities that are coming in are going to relate to the nation. And DRC has to just make sure that they monitor that every partner brought in is working for the interest of their nation.
Yes. Right, Stella, thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa.
Thank you for having me.
We now move on to Ghana, where President John Mahama-led regime is making an all-new effort to target and curb illegal mining in the country. The government has decided to deport all foreign nationals who are engaged in illegal mining activities. This unethical activity is also known as galanzi. Now, the big announcement was made by the Foreign Affairs Minister Samuel Okuzeto Ablakwa, while he was addressing Ghanaian communities in Nigeria's biggest city of Lagos. Now, he reaffirmed President Mahama's commitment to protect the African country's natural resources. Ablakwa also stated the president has directed the mine activities in the river bodies and forest reserves shall not be tolerated. In addition to this, Ablakwa also revealed that a military operation aimed at cracking down on illegal miners shall also be launched in the coming days. Now, he said several individuals shall be arrested and prosecuted very soon. Now, according to the Ghanaian minister, many deportations have already been carried out, but the government has not publicized it on a wider scale. Now, the foreign minister also emphasized at the need to prevent repeated offences, particularly by individuals who return to restricted mining areas, even after previous enforcement actions. In the end, Ablakwa urged the Ghanaians living in Nigeria to support government efforts in combating illegal mining. He also assured the public that the government was prepared to use all required measures to tackle the issue. Now, some other African nations are also trying to tackle the worrying situation of illegal mining. Earlier this year, 3 Chinese citizens were sentenced to 7 years in jail for illegally exploiting mineral resources in the DRC. They were also ordered to pay $600,000 in fines. Now, the ruling marked the first time that foreign mineral brokers were convicted for unauthorized minerals exploitation. In Zambia as well, a task force was constituted last year to look into illegal mining activities across the country. Mines and Mineral Development Minister Paul Kabuswe also stated that the government was highly intolerable to illegal mining. Now, clearly, there has been a rise in illegal mining in the mineral-rich African nations, due to which they have been suffering some severe losses. But the renewed efforts by the African nations are surely indicating toward a positive change. And shifting focus to the Horn of Africa, where Ethiopia is trying to calm tensions that could reignite the war in Tigray region that saw nearly 500,000 deaths. The Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has appointed a new leader to head the interim administration in Tigray. Tadesse Warede, a former military commander and deputy to the former interim president Getachew Reda, will now take over. Now, this move comes after the internal infighting within the Tigray People's Liberation Front, or the TPLF, that currently administers the region. Last month, the faction inside the TPLF, who oppose any cooperation with the federal government, seized control of regional offices and state-run radio station in the capital of Mekele. Following that, Getachew Reda, who was seen as aligning with the central government, fled to the national capital of Addis Ababa. Now, Reda was handpicked by the federal government to lead Tigray after the peace deal in 2022, which ended in a devastating civil war between the TPLF forces and the federal military, alongside troops from neighboring Eritrea. Now, Reda's job was to implement the peace agreement and to lay the groundwork for democratic elections in Tigray. But 2 years later, those elections have not happened, and tensions have escalated again. Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has publicly acknowledged the failures, saying that his administration did not create enough trust in Tigray. He even took the unusual step of asking Tigrayans to email him suggestions for who should lead their region next. Now, Tadesse Werere, who is seen as more acceptable to the rival TPLF faction, has been sworn in to lead the interim administration. He was a top TPLF military commander during the civil war, but the political fighting in Tigray has also raised concerns of outside involvement, especially from neighboring Eritrea. During the Tigray War, Eritrea fought alongside the Ethiopian forces, but was excluded from the 2022 peace talks. Now that has strained relations between Asmara and Addis Ababa. And there are reports that Eritrea may now be backing dissidents within the TPLF, although Eritrea's government denies any links to the internal unrest. The situation remains volatile, and Ethiopia's fragile peace in Tigray is once again at a crossroads. All eyes now on whether the new interim leader can restore stability and push ahead with peace. And moving on, as Western influence wanes in Africa and countries like Russia and China, Turkey and the UAE make significant inroads. One European nation is intensifying its efforts to build deeper ties and to forge economic partnerships on the continent. Italy is making a concerted push into Africa, seeking to establish itself as a key player in the region's future. With a renewed focus on economic cooperation and long-term growth, Rome is funding initiatives across several African countries to create greater economic opportunities. Under Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, Italy launched the Mattei Plan last year, a nearly $6 billion initiative designed not only to tackle irregular migration to Europe, but also to invest in the continent's future. The plan targets a variety of sectors, including infrastructure development, renewable energy, and human capital. Projects funded through the Mattei Plan are already underway in 14 African countries. One key example is the $346 million investment in the Lobito Corridor, a vital trade route linking copper-rich regions in the DRC to Angola's ports. But that's not all. Rome is also addressing a key challenge in the continent, the need for skilled workers. In Ethiopia's Addis Ababa, Italian-funded schools offering free 2-year technical training courses, which locals believe could equip them with skills for a better life. Similarly, in Kenya, Italy has partnered with the World Bank on a $227 million project to cultivate castor beans, a feedstock for biofuels. But why has Meloni been pushing for such investments in Africa? Now, according to a recent media interview, Meloni noted that Europe has made a big mistake in overlooking Africa's strategic relevance and its economic potential. She noted that Italy is a natural bridge between Europe and Africa and West Asia. Now, Rome has also repeatedly said it wants to serve as a transit hub for African energy, while at the same time stimulating investment to curb illegal immigration across the Mediterranean. Meloni promised last year that Italy would shun predatory temptations or paternalistic approaches. Now, in spite of this, some Italian diplomats working in Africa have hit back at Meloni. They have questioned how successful the plan can be in stemming migration, given the rapidly growing population in Africa, which is expected to rise from 1.5 billion to 2.5 billion by the year 2050. Despite the challenges, Italy has continued to push for African development as the continent's importance in global affairs increases. But will it be able to sustain this effort in the long run? Only time will tell. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Trump has paused his tariffs for 90 days. It should be called a rollback or a U-turn after markets crashed and US bonds lost value, but the Americans are nothing if not spin masters, so they're calling it a pause and a win. Go figure. The markets are trying to calm down, recession fears have not gone away, and trust issues have worsened. We look at what prompted the pause, why China is still under attack now with 125% tariffs and how it is fighting back. What should be India's strategy? Why Germany is mulling moving gold back from the US and what lies ahead in the Trump trade war. Also in focus, 2611 accused Tehevur Rana is back in India. It exposes US terror hypocrisy. They took 16 years to extradite a terrorist and cut a deal with his partner. Why US visas are being cancelled over anti-Trump posts. How the Panama Canal has become a battleground. Would you clone your pet? Thousands of people are doing it. And can artificial intelligence predict murder?
April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day that we began to make America wealthy again. I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up, kissing my. They are dying to make a deal. Please, please, sir, make a deal. I'll do anything. I'll do anything, sir. They all want to make a deal. Somebody had to do what we did, and I did a 90-day pause for the people that didn't retaliate.
Donald Trump has rolled back the tariffs 8 days after he announced them and 12 hours after they came into effect. He has declared a pause. In fact, his trade war began unraveling from the word go. Pressure started mounting on the White House from top CEOs to Wall Street traders. Everyone wanted Trump to slow down, and after much grandstanding, he complied.
They all want to make a deal. Somebody had to do what we did, and I did a 90-day pause for the people that didn't retaliate.
Trump says this 90-day pause is for 75 countries, those who have been calling up and pleading with him for a trade deal. The actual words he used were worse, so we'll go with pleading. Trump has been boasting about this, suggesting that the whole world is bending over backwards to woo him. He kept saying he won't budge, but he did within 12 hours.
TSMC, I gave him no
So America's trade partners now have 90 days. If they can manage a deal in this period, they won't face tariffs. But China is not part of this list. It is clearly enemy number one for the United States, so Donald Trump is piling on the pressure. He has raised tariffs on Chinese goods again from 104% to 125%. We'll discuss this in detail in just a bit, but for the moment, let's focus on Trump's U-turn. Here is how the last 24 hours played out. As always, it began on social media. That's how things begin with Donald Trump. On social media, he posted on his platform Truth Social, and this is what he said. This is a great time to buy. That's all. That was the post. Traders took note. They gave a mixed reaction during the early morning trade. The markets fluctuated, swinging between red and green. There was a lot of speculation on what this post really meant. Many thought Trump was teasing another announcement, maybe a shift in policy or at least a pause. While all of this played out in the markets and on social media, behind the scenes, Trump was working on an announcement. He huddled with his Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, and Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick. Together, they drafted the 90-day pause plan. And within hours, it was made official. Again, Trump broke the news on social media. Minutes later, Bessent gave a statement to the press.
We saw the successful negotiating strategy that President Trump implemented a week ago today, and what we have ended up with here, as I told everyone a week ago, they are in this very spot, do not retaliate, and you will be rewarded. So every country in the world who wants to come and negotiate, we are willing to hear you.
He makes it sound like that was the plan all along. Trump's out of the deal and what have you. That's how Trump likes to frame each negotiation. Step one, take aggressive action, take an extreme position. The idea is to shock and awe. Do something unexpected that stuns the other side. That is step one. Step two, claim instant success. Say that the other side is caving. And step three, take a pause, announce a concession, and open the door for negotiation.
Many of you in the media clearly missed the art of the deal. You clearly failed to see what President Trump is doing here. The entire world is calling the United States of America, not China, because they need our markets, they need our consumers, and they need this president in the Oval Office to talk to them.
The White House is making it sound like a win, but it's a premature declaration. Trump still needs the trade deals to be locked. That's what the next 90 days are for. Without the trade deals, the tariffs could come back, so a deal is the final step, at least in Trump's calculus. And he's not giving up on that goal. He has not scrapped the tariffs. Even the pause/rollback is not complete. He has not withdrawn the 10% baseline tariff. Remember, this is something that came into effect on the 5th of April. Trump had imposed a flat 10% tax on every U.S. trade partner. And this 10% tax still applies. Same with the tax on steel, aluminium, and automobiles. Their imports, steel, aluminium, and automobile imports, were slapped with a 25% tariff, and that remains unchanged. The big tariffs, country-wide tariffs, were announced on April 2nd. Trump called it Liberation Day. Before that, he had taxed Canada and Mexico separately. Then he rolled back some of it. He's basically been taking 2 steps forward, 1 step back. It's quite chaotic. Nonetheless, the markets welcomed this latest pause. Indian markets were shut today because of a national holiday, so we'll see the reaction tomorrow. U.S. stocks surged after Trump's announcement. Investors added $4.8 trillion in 1 day in value. This is the largest gain on record, $4.8 trillion, and this was yesterday. How are the markets doing today? The unease has returned. U.S. stocks appeared volatile early in the day. The dollar has also slipped. Investors remain uncertain about the long term, and that says a lot. After pausing the tariffs, Trump and his team are taking a victory lap, but investors are in no mood to celebrate yet. They're not confident about what may be coming next.
I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know? They were getting a little bit yippy. Bond market is very tricky. I was watching it, but if you look at it now, it's beautiful. China wants to make a deal. They just don't know how quite to go about it.
So the tariffs kicked in yesterday morning, and by nightfall, Trump had hit pause. A 90-day pause for every country except China. No details, no real explanation, just a pause. So what changed? For a president whose brand is rooted in toughness, this is a rare concession. Trump's been hyping up this tariff plan for weeks, promising to go full steam ahead. There was no backing down, not even when the markets tanked. So what prompted the sudden U-turn?
Well, I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know? They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid, unlike these champions, because we have a big job to do. No other president would have done what I did. No other president. I know the presidents. They wouldn't have done it. And it had to be done.
You heard him. Trump says people were getting yippee. That's the word he used, yippee. But chances are this was not the only reason. So let's look at the factors that led to this U-turn. Number one, US debt bonds. The trade war hit them hard. It triggered a panic sell-off of US bonds. And what are bonds? You see, governments need money to run a country, but they don't always have enough of that money. So they borrow money by selling something that is called bonds. And who buys these bonds? Individuals, companies, even foreign governments. They can all buy US government bonds or any government bonds for that matter. In return, the government pays them interest. That's the long and short of a government bond. Now, US government bonds are usually seen as a good investment. People love buying US bonds because they're seen as a safe haven. Investors flock to them during tough times. So the bond market is like a canary in a coal mine, but this time something spooked the canary. Trump's tariffs kicked off a trade war. It made investors nervous, so many of them started selling their US bonds. When you sell, bond prices drop. And what happens when bond prices drop? Interest rates go up. Basically, it costs the government more to borrow money. There aren't enough people buying their bonds. And that signals just one thing. Investors were losing confidence in the US economy. So Donald Trump was not really worried about the markets collapsing, but the bond sell-off, that was a different story altogether. If it kept going, his entire agenda could have become financially untenable. So behind the scenes, Trump officials were panicking. His own Treasury Secretary, by the way, called the situation, and I'm quoting, uncomfortable. Looks like it got a little too uncomfortable.
Bond market is very tricky. I was watching it, but if you look at it now, it's beautiful. The bond market right now is beautiful. But yeah, I saw last night where people were getting a little queasy. I think everything had. Well, the big move wasn't what I did today. The big move was what I did on Liberation Day.
So that was reason number one, the bond market sell-off that threatened the financial stability of the US government. Reason number two, Trump was losing political capital. While markets were sending signals, Trump's phone lines were melting. CEOs were frantically dialing the White House. Republicans were seeking clarity. Constituents were asking for answers, and all of them had the same warning. Their patience had limits. With midterm elections next year and public sentiment souring, the cost of staying the course was rising by the hour.
You have to have flexibility. I could say, here's a wall, and I'm going to go through that wall. I'm going to go through it no matter what, and keep going, and you can't go through the wall. Sometimes you have to be able to go under the wall, around the wall, or over the wall. These guys know that better than anybody, right?
Which brings us to reason number three, negotiations. Ironically, it was the success of the tariff threat that gave Trump an off-ramp. The tariffs jolted countries into picking up the phone. They all wanted to talk to Trump. In true art of the deal fashion, that's the whole point. Make a big move, rattle the room, then wait for them to come to you. In Trumpian logic, that looks like a victory. So for him, this is not a pause. This is a tactical recalibration, a pause that could give way to 100 potential trade deals.
A deal's going to be made with China. A deal's going to be made with every one of them. And there'll be fair deals. I just want fair. They will be fair deals for everybody. But they weren't fair to the United States. They were sucking us dry.
This tells you all you need to know about Donald Trump. He's a man of gut decisions, calibrated more by cable news than cabinet meetings. Policy is often reactive, not proactive. Negotiation is a performance, not a process. 1 week, the world braces for a trade war. The next, it's a pause and a negotiation bonanza. So what happens next? Will the tariffs come back after 90 days? Maybe, maybe not. No one knows for sure. But what happened here says something bigger. Trade wars are not just about tariffs. They're also about timing, perception, and politics, and sometimes even the boldest of plans have to wait. Let's talk about China now. Donald Trump is doubling down on Beijing. In 2 days, he has raised tariffs on China twice. The tax on Chinese imports is now at 125%. That's higher than anyone else. Anything coming from China into the US will be taxed 125%. The US president has singled out China. There is no tariff pause for the Chinese. At the same time, he believes that China wants to make a deal with him.
China wants to make a deal. They just don't know how quite to go about it. You know, it's one of those things they don't know how quite. They're proud people. And President Xi's a proud man. I know him very well. And they don't know quite how to go about it, but they'll figure it out. They're in the process of figuring it out, but they want to make a deal.
So Trump has not given up hope. He believes China does want to make a deal. But Xi Jinping doesn't know how to ask. That may or may not be the case. What we can say is this. Xi Jinping has a response, and he is delivering it quite clearly and effectively. China is retaliating every step of the way. In round one, Trump slapped a 54% tariff on China. China hit back with 84% retaliatory tariffs on US imports. Enraged, Donald Trump raised the stakes. He increased the tariffs on China to 125%. But Beijing remains undeterred. It is fighting back in multiple ways, some symbolic, others substantial. For instance, China has moved the WTO against the US. That's the World Trade Organization. Its mandate is to enforce international trade rules, but in recent years, its limitations have become quite obvious. So China's appeal may be just to make a point. The WTO may not be able to help them very much. The second move from Beijing is this. It is punishing American businesses. It has restricted 18 US companies. They will have a tough time doing business in China now, and this happened yesterday. 18 companies. Today, Beijing went after Hollywood. Reports say it will curb movie imports from the US. And now with Donald Trump raising the stakes further, China plans to target American interests in more ways. Here's what they said today.
The United States is still imposing tariffs on China, and China is firmly opposed to such bullying. China will absolutely not accept pressure, threats, and blackmail. That is not the right way to deal with China. If the U.S. side really wants to talk, it should show an attitude of equality, respect, and reciprocity. If the United States ignores the interests of the two countries and the international community and insists on fighting a tariff war and a trade war, China will certainly accompany it to the end.
We will fight till the end. They're calling Trump's actions blackmail. What about Trump's offers to make a deal? Does Beijing want to work something out? Here's what China's Commerce Ministry, here's how they responded to the question.
China's position is clear and consistent. The door to talks is open, but dialogue must be conducted on an equal basis with mutual respect. China will stand by its position until the end. Pressuring, threatening, and blackmailing are not the correct ways to deal with China. We hope that the U.S. will work with China. Based on the principles of mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and a win-win cooperation, we will properly resolve differences through dialogue and consultation. Thank you.
China says it is open to dialogue, but it doesn't trust the U.S. It doesn't believe that Trump will negotiate in good faith. It's a bit rich coming from China, but I guess that's how karma works. Unfortunately, this deadlock hurts the rest of the world too. Because the US and China are the world's two biggest economies, their clash will have a lot of collateral damage. The US is the biggest importer of goods in the world. China is the biggest exporter. Unlike other countries, Trump has not given China an out. Neither has Beijing shown any sign of stepping back. It is preparing for the long haul, complete with a trade war toolkit. China is basically working on two fronts. One, stabilizing its economy. Two, raising pressure on the US. At home, Beijing is working to calm the stock markets. And for this, it has mobilized state-owned enterprises, SOEs. They're very big in China. When Chinese stocks fell after Trump's announcement, these state-owned enterprises bought shares to keep prices stable. China's Reserve Bank is also doing its bit. It has allowed their currency, the yuan, to weaken. And how does that help? It makes Chinese exports cheaper. It negates the impact of the tariffs to a certain extent. Beijing is also trying to control the narrative. Chinese censors have been selectively, of course, censoring posts online about Trump's tariffs and the larger trade war. Posts that target and criticize the US are being allowed. The ones that discuss Trump's tariffs in details are being removed. The idea is to shape public sentiment in favor of China and paint the US in poor light. So that's the domestic response. And in the days ahead, China could take more targeted steps. It could hit US agricultural imports. That's a key part of Trump's support base. The US financial services sector could also be in the crosshairs. This includes American investment banks and asset management companies. Again, these are part of Trump's support base. So the aim is to strike at Trump's political backers, to build pressure on the US president. These do not look like the moves of a country that is dying to get a deal with Trump. This is a fight back. The US-China trade war is escalating.
The last few days I've been thinking about it. We don't want to hurt countries that don't need to be hurt, and they all want to negotiate.
So Trump is now China's headache. He has increased tariffs again to 145% now. But that's no reason for India to be complacent. In fact, now is the time to be proactive. India has 90 days to make its next move. The first priority will be to conclude a trade deal. If not a full one, at least a mini trade deal. One that will avert the tariffs, because the next round could be more painful. Look at Trump's initial tariffs. He excluded some crucial industries like pharmaceuticals and semiconductors. They were not tariffed. But his next round could include them.
So we're going to be announcing very shortly a major tariff on pharmaceuticals. And when they hear that, they will leave China, they will leave other places because they have to sell. Most of their product is sold here.
And that's bad news for India. We export a lot of pharma products to the US. The trade is worth almost $10 billion. Any tariff on that could hurt producers. And we saw the impact on Wednesday. India's pharma stocks took a plunge. The Nifty's pharma basket was down 2%. That's another reason for India to speed up the trade talks. But that's only one part of the plan. Indian officials clearly see this as an opportunity. Yesterday, we spoke to India's Commerce Minister. He called the trade war a good omen.
The US has suffered massive trade deficits because of the non-market economy that is China, because of their predatory pricing or unfair trade practices. And I think the United States is trying to reset the rules of the game. And in some sense, it's a good omen for India.
So how can India turn this challenge into a success? That requires mainly two things. Number one, diversifying our exports beyond the United States. Right now, the US is our biggest market. It makes up more than 18% of India's total exports. But now it's an unreliable market, which is why India needs to diversify. How do we do that? By striking more trade deals with other partners. India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is on the job. She's on a visit to Britain right now. Her goal is to seal a free trade deal with London. And reports say 90% of the deal is done. Just a couple of issues are left to be addressed, like whiskey, cars, and pharmaceuticals. India's biggest concern was mobility. New Delhi wanted more British visas for Indians, and reports say that issue has largely been addressed. If so, we could see a deal soon. A second agreement is being discussed with Europe. The European Union president had visited New Delhi this year. She agreed to conclude a trade deal before the end of 2025, and both sides are taking a new approach. They want to finish the deal in phases. Normally, you sign one comprehensive agreement, but India and the EU want to break it up. Issues of least difference can be taken up first. The more contentious ones can be taken up later. And what would that achieve? Well, some of the barriers can be lifted sooner. You don't have to wait around for a full deal to get things going. I guess this makes the government strategy pretty clear. Strike as many deals as possible. In fact, the finance minister spelled it out herself. She said, multilateral trade is on the back burner. Bilateral is the way to go.
India is also looking at many bilateral arrangements. In the recent past, we've signed agreements with Australia, with UAE, with Oman, and we are looking forward to concluding the bilateral trade agreement with UK, negotiating also with the EU. And this is going to catch up, and I think that's the way the world is going. Multilateral is at the moment in the back burner.
So that's part one of India's plan, strike deals to reduce trade barriers. The second part is arguably more important. India must ramp up its manufacturing footprint. Just look at these numbers. India makes up 2.9% of the global manufacturing output. China makes up more than 31%, 2.9 versus 31%. Almost a third of all goods in the world are made in China. Now, Trump is intent on breaking that dominance. Even Europe is looking for alternatives, and that is where India comes in. A similar opportunity came up a few years back during Trump's first term as president. First, he launched a trade war with China. Then came the Wuhan virus pandemic, and both these events forced companies to shift out of China. But where did they go? We don't have the full numbers with us. But look at the period from April 2018 to August 2019. This is before the pandemic. 2018 to 2019, this was the peak of the US-China trade war. Around 56 US firms relocated from China. 26 of them went to Vietnam. 11 went to Taiwan. 8 went to Thailand. Do you know how many came to India? Just 3. Many experts ruled that lost opportunity, that chance to capitalize on the exodus from China. But thankfully, a second opportunity has presented itself now. It happens very rarely in geopolitics. So it is important for India to make it count this time. Back then, companies had certain concerns. They said India's tariffs were too high. They complained about red tape and regulatory issues. Almost 5 years have passed now. India has made strides to address those concerns. So let's see if we have better luck this time. It's been a financial thriller with no clear ending. The markets plunge into chaos, then they soar on a single announcement. 1 minute China faces 125% tariffs, the next it has 145%. One day the US is heading towards a recession, the next day predictions suggest only a slump. But beneath all the ups and downs, there's a bigger question that is haunting the global economy. Can the US still be trusted as the world's safe haven? The 90-day pause in tariffs may have calmed the markets, but it seems to have rattled America's most powerful currency of all, trust. Our next report tells you why.
The markets have been on a wild roller coaster for weeks. 1 minute, they're plunging. The next, they're skyrocketing. And just when everyone thinks the ride is going to end in a crash, a surprise twist happens. Trump hit the brakes on his tariff plan. The news is like a sudden breath of fresh air. Global markets surge again, registering one of their biggest gains since the Second World War. But here's the thing. It wasn't all smooth sailing. Yes, the pause sounded like good news at first, but it doesn't mean the storm is over. You see, Trump's move brought a brief calm. But the reality was that tariffs were still very much a part of the picture. China wasn't even included in this 90-day break. And Washington-Beijing tensions are only getting worse. In fact, the tariffs on Chinese goods has shot up to 125%. So the trade war is not exactly ending anytime soon.
Everything is still very volatile because with Donald Trump, you don't know what to expect because this is really big uncertainty in the big market. The threat of recession has not faded, and one of the most important indicators is that U.S. interest rates are spiking because people fear that China will unload $1 trillion worth of U.S. Treasury bills.
And here's where the plot thickens. The pause in tariffs gave Wall Street a reason to cheer, but the underlying uncertainties remained. When the tariffs were announced, most economists predicted a recession, but they've backtracked from it now. Goldman Sachs now sees no recession in the near future, but has kept odds of a serious downturn at just under 50%. So they believe the trade tornado has been averted. But as a lot of experts have warned, the US economy is still in a precarious place. Here's the real problem. All this uncertainty, these constant policy flip-flops, and the erratic nature of the Trump administration's approach to trade, it's starting to erode one of the US's most valuable assets, trust. For years, the US has been seen as a safe haven for global investors. When times were tough, people turned to US government bonds and the dollar. They knew the US had the stability and power to weather any storm. But can they say that now? With tariffs being imposed and lifted on a whim, markets swinging wildly in response to every tweet, it's becoming harder and harder to trust the US as a safe bet. Sure, the 90-day tariff pause gave the market some breathing room, but it didn't fix the deeper issue. The US's role in the global economy is uncertain. And in a world that's already full of uncertainties, that's a problem. As investors, businesses, and governments watch how the US handles its trade relationships, the immediate threat of a US recession might have eased. But the broader implications are still unfolding. America is still at a crossroads, and whether it can regain the confidence of investors is still very much up in the air. The next chapter in this story could be just one Trump tweet away.
So tariffs are paused, but the chaos continues. And you know what they say about chaos? It's really bad for business. Pretty soon it could hurt brand America. The United States has always been seen as a safe bet. Want a stable currency? Use the US dollar. Want a trusted government bond? Buy from the US Treasury. Want to store your gold abroad? Just ask the Federal Reserve. This is how things have been run since the Second World War. It is a system designed by the United States, and it is backed by their military and economic heft. But could it all be unraveling? Well, the signs are there. Germany is thinking about bringing back its gold from the United States. As you know, every country has a gold reserve. They stock up bullions for stability. But some of those bullions are stored abroad, mainly in London and New York. Why is that? Well, London and New York are key financial hubs, so it's easy to sell or pledge the gold. Plus, security is a big concern. Say your country is under attack, your enemies take over the gold vaults. You would lose access to a key source of money, and this is why countries store some of their gold abroad. And Germany has a lot of it. They have some 3,300 tons of gold. Out of this, 1,200 tons of gold are stored in the United States. But some German leaders now want to bring it back, and that includes a former German minister. They want to bring back the gold, or at least inspect it. Why? Because they do not trust Donald Trump. Technically, the gold is on US soil. Imagine the US government deciding to take it over using force. What would Germany do? Would they send soldiers to New York? I know it sounds like a far-fetched scenario, but German leaders are worried. They feel it is better to be safe than sorry. I'm sure other countries are also discussing this concern. India, for example, has been bringing back its gold. New Delhi stores gold in London, New York, and Basel, Switzerland. But recently, a lot of it has been brought back, nearly 200 tons in the last 2 years. 200 tons of Indian gold has been brought back. Now, India's reasoning was different here. The Reserve Bank of India felt confident about the country's economic trajectory. Hence, they decided to repatriate the gold. But Donald Trump adds a different dimension to the campaign, the dimension of trust. Can you trust America to safeguard your gold? As of now, this is just a question. There is no global campaign to relocate gold from America, but the mere debate is a story in itself. It tells you how trust is eroding. Just look at the US dollar. In the year 2000, the dollar made up 70% of global reserves, 70. Countries like to stock up the dollar. But now it has fallen to 57%. Same with US government bonds. It's seen as a very safe bet by investors. Normally, they stock up on US bonds when there is uncertainty. But this week, despite the chaos, investors sold US bonds. Why? Because of eroding trust in the United States. And America has only itself to blame for this problem. They created this whole system after the Second World War, and they put themselves at the center of it. Fair enough, they won the war, plus no other country had the will or the power to do it. But when you become the centerpiece, you must be trustworthy. You must avoid politicization, and that is where the US failed. They weaponized global financial services, they weaponized the dollar's dominance, and they used this system to further their gains. So naturally, countries pushed back. Of course, Trump is adding to that chaos. Until now, only American rivals were pursuing alternatives, but now even allies like Germany are doing it. As I said, these are just conversations for now. But if they gain momentum, they could signal the end of America's financial dominance. It's a big day for India. A key accused in the Mumbai terror attacks has been extradited. His name is Tariffs Rana. Rana was arrested in the US in 2009. Almost 16 years later, he has been brought to India. He will finally face Indian justice. Now, this is indeed a diplomatic success for New Delhi. Only 2 terrorists had been extradited from the US to India. Rana is now the 3rd one. So it is a rare and commendable feat. But tonight, we'll go beyond the euphoria. We will look at the politics behind this extradition and what it tells us about terror and geopolitical convenience. First, some background. Tariffs Rana was born in Pakistan. He served as a doctor in their military. Later, he moved abroad and became a businessman. Rana also has links to the Lashkar-e-Toiba. This is the same terror group that was behind the Mumbai terror attacks of 2008. Rana and his childhood friend aided that attack, that friend being David Coleman Headley. In 2006, Tariffs Rana set up a Mumbai branch for his company. He then sent David Headley to work there. Basically, he gave Headley a perfect cover. While in Mumbai, David Headley did reconnaissance for Lashkar. He identified targets and charted plans. I'm sure you know what happened next. Pakistani terrorists attacked Mumbai in November 2008. They killed more than 160 people. The next year, in 2009, Tariffs Rana was arrested in the US. He was convicted on terror charges. But it took more than a decade to bring him to India. And what about David Headley? He is currently serving time in the US, but chances are he will never be extradited to India. Do you know why? Because he cut a deal with the Americans. David Headley pleaded guilty during the trial. In return, the Americans promised not to extradite him. How about that? This is the same America that claims to never negotiate with terrorists, that eliminates terrorists in foreign countries. Yet at home, they cut a deal. So America's role must be scrutinized here. Former Indian officials say that they acted in bad faith, the Americans. They acted in bad faith. Indian officials say that David Headley was a double agent. Basically, he worked for the US and Pakistan. They also say that Washington knew about Headley's operations. They knew that he was aiding the Mumbai attacks. So why did they not stop him? I guess we'll never know. Maybe that's why the US promised to never extradite David Headley. And it tells you a lot about America's policy. Their fight is not against terrorism. Their fight is against what they perceive as terrorism. An attack on Twin Towers, definitely terrorism. Let's invade multiple countries to pursue justice. A deadly raid by Hamas on Israel, certainly terrorism. Let's give weapons and allow Israel to kill 40,000 Palestinians. But an attack in Mumbai aided by a Pakistani agent? Let's cut him a deal and deny extradition. This is similar to what Pakistan does. Islamabad divides terrorists into good and bad. Good terrorists attack India, bad terrorists attack Pakistan. Maybe they learnt it from their godfathers in Washington. Either way, it is time to call out this hypocrisy. Terrorism should not be good or bad, acceptable or unacceptable, political or non-political, strategic or random. Terrorism is terrorism. It is about driving fear into the minds of people. Anyone who does it should be prosecuted. If you're not doing that, you are exposing your interests. And that is what America is doing here. They may have agreed to extradite Taiwo Rana, but they will keep David Headley locked away. If the United States is serious about fighting terrorism, they must ditch these filters. Forget the geopolitical fallout, focus on justice that you keep preaching others about. Not just justice, the Americans love teaching the world about free speech as well. They call their country the land of the free. But of course, conditions apply, like posting what you think on social media, like criticizing the US President Donald Trump. It may cost you your visa. In fact, hundreds of visas have already been cancelled. So who's on the list? Tourists, students, even green card holders, they've lost their visas. The justification? They posed a threat to national security. The evidence? Screenshots of their social media posts. Remember, Donald Trump's re-election campaign was all about free speech, but now critical social media posts are being treated as crime. If you're traveling to the United States, our next report is a must-watch for you.
The United States is witnessing a major shift in its immigration policies. The Trump administration is reviewing all visa applications with a magnifying lens, and a new kind of crackdown is underway. The land that claims to promote free speech and the right to protest seems to be changing its colors. This month, hundreds of visas were revoked by the Trump administration. This includes tourists, students, and even green card holders. The Department of Homeland Security and the Department of State are working on this together. Their plan is simple. Go through the social media posts of all visa applicants and flag posts that may be of concern to America's national security. Posts that are against their President Donald Trump, and even posts that are seen as hateful. In fact, there's a list. Like posts that are anti-Trump or anti-Semitic, and this includes posts that are pro-Hamas, pro-Hezbollah, pro-Houthis, or any post that the Trump administration considers as sympathizing with terror groups. So how exactly is this being done? Well, using artificial intelligence. The Trump administration is heavily deploying AI to flag what it considers as hateful social media content. Till now, at least 500 visas have been revoked. This includes at least 300 student visas. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has made it clear that everyone is welcome in the United States, but anti-American activities will not be tolerated. Rubio also said that non-US citizens don't have the same rights as Americans. However, critics argue that all visa holders on US soil have the same free speech rights as US citizens. For now, the visa cancellations have begun. The Trump administration wants these people out of the United States, and they found a way to expedite the exit. The US is now charging $998 for each day that a person who had their visa revoked overstays in the country. That's not all. If a person stays in the US for 30 days after having their visa revoked, the Trump administration will consider jail time for the violators.
The Alien Registration Act says that if you're in this country for longer than 30 days illegally, you must register with the federal government. And when those 30 days are up, and if you haven't done that, now we can criminally charge you.
But there is some pushback. Several universities and activists are demanding an explanation. They are accusing the Trump administration of bias. While many students had their visa revoked for political activism, some were targeted with no clear evidence of being involved in political activities. However, many students are now self-deporting themselves. And Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the crackdown is just getting started. He plans to revoke hundreds of visas every day if those visa holders have made social media posts that the US considers a threat to national security. So if you're planning a trip to the United States, make sure your social media game is about memes and not political activism.
Now let's turn to Panama. It is a tiny nation in Central America, but it is caught in a tug-of-war between two giants, the US and China. Why? Because of a canal. The Panama Canal, a strip of water that connects two oceans, the Atlantic and the Pacific. The waterway is like America's lifeline. 40% of all containers that pass through it are from the US. Goods worth $270 billion flow through every year. The canal is just 82 kilometers long, but it carries the weight of the world's economy and now the weight of American anxiety. Why do I say this? Because of Pete Hegseth. He's the US Secretary of Defense, or their defense minister, the American defense minister. He's currently in Panama. He landed in Panama City on the 7th of April and began his official visit with a declaration that the US will take the Panama Canal back from China. Listen to this.
Together, we will take back the Panama Canal from China's influence. Together, with Panama in the lead, we will keep the canal secure and available for all nations.
That's what Pete Hegseth said on his first day in Panama. The message was not subtle. China has to go. Let me explain what he's talking about. The Trump administration says the Panama Canal has been taken over by China. This canal has 5 ports. 2 of them are operated by a company called C.K. Hutchinson. It's a firm from Hong Kong. It operates 2 ports, one at either side of the canal. So basically, this firm controls the entry and the exit, this Hong Kong firm. And they won the contract in 1996. And the US has raised red flags since then, 1996. There are fears of surveillance, espionage, and strategic control of the waterway. And now Washington has a plan to fix it. Buy back the 2 ports. The process is already underway. American firm BlackRock will pay $23 billion for this. And China is furious. They're calling the sale a betrayal. This reaction also betrays China's true intentions. Why are they making a fuss about what a Hong Kong firm does? Maybe there is some truth to Trump's allegations. Washington says it will protect Panama's sovereignty. And what do they want in return? Military bases.
President Trump says we're taking back the Panama Canal from Chinese influence. That involves partnership with the United States and Panama. And we're grateful that they've welcomed U.S. troops on Panamanian soil by invitation through rotational joint exercises. And that's what you'll see in the Memorandum of Understanding, is an opportunity to revive, whether it's the military base, naval air station, locations where U.S. troops can work with Panamanian troops to enhance capabilities.
So Pete Hegseth floated the idea of U.S. bases in Panama and boots on the ground around the canal. How did Panama respond? With a firm no. Panama's defense minister cleared the air. He said no such deal has been agreed upon. Then they released 2 statements, one in Spanish, the other in English. The Spanish version included a line, and I quote, "The U.S. recognizes Panama's sovereignty over the Panama Canal." That's what the Spanish version said. This sentence was missing from the English version. So Panama is openly standing up to the US. And these 2 countries have a past. The US built the Panama Canal back in 1914. In 1977, they signed a treaty to hand over the canal to Panama. 1977, but the US held on to the canal till 1999, and Panama remembers all of that. The painful American occupation, particularly in the year 1989. You may have read about Operation Just Cause. That's when the US invaded Panama and toppled its government. More than 500 civilians were killed. And the wounds are still raw. So you cannot blame Panama for having trust issues. Donald Trump's rhetoric is not helping either. First, he refused to recognize Panama's sovereignty over this canal. Then he claimed that Chinese troops operate the canal, and he also blamed Panama for overcharging U.S. ships for using the waterway. In February, he sent Secretary of State Marco Rubio to Panama, and now it's Pete Hegseth. So Panama is wading the waters with caution. 2 months back, they pulled out of China's BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative. Then they launched an audit into the Hong Kong firm's canal operations. They found multiple contract breaches. Panama says the Hong Kong firm duped them of more than $1 billion. Now that firm is on its way out, but the power play has just begun. The canal is still Panama's, but Trump is desperate to make a deal, and he wants China out of the picture. Moral of the story? In geopolitics, even a canal can become a battlefield. You have probably heard of Dolly the sheep. She was the first mammal to be cloned, and it happened a long time ago in 1996. Since then, the menagerie of cloned animals has only grown, and the science has come a long way. So much so that people are cloning their dead pets, especially in China. This country has more pets than young children, and now people are trying to bring their dead furry companions back to life. This may sound like science fiction, but pet cloning is a $4 billion market around the world now. And what's behind it? How are people cloning their pets, and does it even work? Here's a report.
This is Joker, a Doberman, a loyal and brave companion to a woman in China. But the dog died in 2022 from a heart attack, causing the owner so much more pain than she could have imagined. So the woman turned to science, and she cloned her dog. For $22,000, she replicated her dog. This scenario sounds straight out of science fiction. After all, woman or dog death is inevitable. But in today's day and age, it doesn't have to be forever. And this is not an isolated case. A growing number of pet owners in China are cloning their pets. And here's how it works. People take a skin sample from their pet, insert its DNA into a donor egg, then implant this embryo into a surrogate mother, and soon, the cloned pet, an identical twin of the original pet, is born. This may sound absurd, but for the owners it is a way to overcome grief, to continue their bond with furry companions on their own terms. And for the service providers, it is a way to earn the big bucks, because cloning a pet doesn't come cheap. Cloning a cat costs up to $40,000, and cloning a dog, $50,000. But despite the high costs, people are willing to pay the price to bring their pets kind of back to life. And this is fueled by advancing biotechnology and a booming pet market. You see, China's fertility rate is falling. Now, China has more pets than young children. And its pet supplies market is growing by 7.5% annually. No wonder then that people are going to all kinds of lengths to clone their dead animals. And this isn't just happening in China. The global pet industry stands at $320 billion. It is expected to swell to almost $500 billion by 2030. People are buying more pets. Pet healthcare is improving. There are more variants of pet food than ever before. There is even luxury clothing for pets. And people are willing to splurge. After all, according to a new study, having a cat or a dog can boost your well-being, as much as being married or meeting friends regularly. So when a pet dies, the pain pet owners can feel is very real, which is why the global pet cloning market is worth more than $4 billion, and it is expected to grow. But experts are concerned. A large number of clones are born unfit, so the process is unfair to the newly born animals, and to the surrogate mothers as well, who undergo unnecessary suffering for this unnatural process. There are also logistical mishaps. For instance, cloning companies sometimes produce an entire litter of cloned puppies instead of a single one. Plus, cloning may preserve the unique traits of a pet that make them irreplaceable, like their physical appearance or their temperament. But critics question whether cloned pets truly have the same personality as their predecessors. After all, pets are uniquely shaped by their experience. And cloning cannot replicate that. Because just as identical twins have very different personalities, cloned pets can be different too. But despite the pitfalls, a lot of pet owners remain undeterred. So people may go through the 5 stages of grief after their pet dies. But for some, there is always a 6th stage. Cloning.
Have you watched Minority Report? This movie came out in 2002, so I don't blame you if you don't remember it, but here's the gist of it. A detective works for a police department called Pre-Crime. He uses psychics to help convict murderers before they commit the crimes. He has absolute faith in the system. That is, until the psychics predict that he himself will kill a man. And this throws his life into turmoil, and it leaves us asking a lot of questions because this movie is a futuristic sci-fi thriller. It is set in the year 2054. But similar events are already taking place. We are in 2025. We're seeing such events, except there is one difference. Instead of using psychics, the police are relying on artificial intelligence. I'm talking about the UK. Their government is creating a murder prediction program. It will use police and government data, then decide how likely someone is to kill. The UK's Ministry of Justice hopes that it will boost public safety. But will it? We say you be the judge. As per a UK-based charity, the project will collect as many as 500,000 records. This will include personal data of people, specifically of convicted offenders, but also of victims and witnesses of crime. The AI tool will collect their name, gender, date of birth, and information on their ethnicity and health. Like if a person struggles with addiction or suicidal thoughts. The AI program will know all of this. Then it will analyze this information and identify those at risk of committing serious violent crimes like murder. What could possibly go wrong? Rhetorical question, but experts have some thoughts nonetheless. They call the tool chilling and dystopian. And there are 3 main reasons why. First, the system will process highly sensitive information of innocent people and those who have gone to the police for help. And like most things tech, the AI program could be prone to glitches and privacy risks. Plus, it could threaten citizens' rights. We've already seen this with China. Their police uses AI to predict crime and protests. The system targets people whose behavior is suspicious. For China's AI, do you know what qualifies as suspicious behavior? Apparently, a person with a mental illness going near a school. That is suspicious. Now, according to reports, this tool is also used to target migrant workers in the country, which brings us to the second big risk. Experts claim that the UK's AI algorithm will build bias, and this will affect the crime predictions. You have probably heard the adage, artificial intelligence systems are only as good as the data they are fed. And time and again, research has shown that the UK police is institutionally racist. So their data will only reinforce this. Campaigners fear that it could code in the bias and profile people with minorities, and low-income communities as criminals. The third big risk, as with all things AI, is accuracy. We have seen this play out repeatedly again. We see this with the AI facial recognition system used by the US police. It fails to accurately identify black faces. The same problem applies to the UK police, the same force that now wants to take 10 steps forward and predict murders with AI. It rings alarm bells. Now, all of this is not to say that the use of technology is all bad. AI is already being used by police all over the world, and it has massive potential. It can transform the way police investigates crimes. It can quickly sift through vast amounts of data. It can identify patterns and links. It is a detective with unlimited time, and it never gets tired. AI sounds like every cop's best friend. But is AI ready for its easy-peasy pre-crime era? Unfortunately, the answer is a hard no. What a Wednesday it was for Donald Trump. He started and then paused a global trade war. For most leaders, that would be enough action for one day, but President Trump had more lined up. He signed a special executive order yesterday. It is called Maintaining Acceptable Water Pressure in Shower Heads. Let me repeat that for you. An presidential executive order to increase your shower pressure, that too in the middle of a global trade war. A lot of you may think that this is a strategy to divert attention, but it's actually not. Shower pressure has been very close to Donald Trump's heart. Take a look.
The first of these is an executive order. The Biden administration launched what you've called a war on showers.
You buy a new house, you pay a lot of money, and the developers, you're not allowed to do anything more. They put restrictors on, but you wash your hands, and in my case, I like to take a nice shower to take care of my beautiful hair. And I have to stand under the shower for 15 minutes till it gets wet. It comes out drip, drip, drip. It's ridiculous. And what you do is you end up washing your hands 5 times longer. They take a shower and water comes dripping out, just dripping out, very quietly dripping out. People are flushing toilets 10 times, 15 times, as opposed to once. They wanted to restrict you to 38 gallons of water a day. That sounds like a lot, but it's not. When you're a rich person and you like to take a shower. Shower heads and faucets. So shower heads, you take a shower, the water doesn't come out. You want to wash your hands, the water doesn't come out. So what do? You just stand there longer, or you take a shower longer? Because my hair, I don't know about you, but it has to be perfect. Perfect.
It's time for Vantage shots, images that tell the story. Thousands gather in Istanbul for protest against the arrest of Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu. UK's National Mapping Service maps out the country on Minecraft using around 100 billion blocks. And climate activists pour blood-red dye into the pond at the US Embassy in London. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1912, the Titanic set sail from England. It was on its maiden voyage to New York. At that time, it was the world's largest ship. Within a few days, the luxury liner hit an iceberg and sank, killing 1,500 passengers. We are leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Genel Başkanımız Özgür Özel sizleri burada yatıyor. Kürtlerin, Kürt demokratların oylarını getirebilecek kişileri hepinizi saygıyla 20'den fazla yabancı kuruluşa
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the program. I'm Eric Ham, coming to you live from our studios in Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. President Donald Trump's trade war with China has taken a dramatic new twist. In a sudden policy shift that caught markets by surprise, the president announced a 90-day pause on heightened tariffs for over 75 countries, softening his earlier sweeping trade measures. But China was pointedly excluded from the reprieve. Instead, it was slapped with a punishing 125% tariff on all goods.
People were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know? They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid. Somebody had to do what we did, and I did a 90-day pause for the people that didn't retaliate, because I told them if you retaliate, we're going to double it. And that's what I did with China, because they did retaliate.
And in a surprising twist, President Trump even praised Chinese President Xi Jinping during a press briefing, calling him, quote unquote, one of the smartest people in the world. Still, China appeared in no mood to back down. Instead, officials in Beijing retaliated with 84% tariffs on American goods and made it clear they would fight until the end, warning that no one wins in a trade war.
No matter how the international landscape evolves, China's economy remains firmly grounded, with abundant momentum to achieve stable development and continue forging ahead. China has the capability and confidence to manage various risks and challenges.
After the White House's about-face, countries welcomed the temporary relief and began talks with Washington, hoping to avoid further fallout. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez welcomed Washington's decision, saying that has opened the door for negotiations.
Ganan una guerra comercial. Nobody wins a trade war. Everybody loses. For this, the measure announced by the U.S. administration, pending review of the exact details, seems like an open door for negotiation, and as such to an agreement between countries.
Even the European Commission president welcomed the president's announcement for a pause. In a statement on X, she wrote, quote, "Clear, predictable conditions are essential for trade and supply chains to function," end quote. Now, while leaders around the world were breathing a sigh of relief, markets around the world also rebounded after the president's announcement. Taiwan stocks surged 9.2% in early trading on Thursday. In Japan, the Nikkei 225 was up 7.2%, while in Seoul, the Kospi was up over 5%. Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index climbed 2.69%, while the Shanghai Composite Index also jumped 1.29%. Not just the Asian markets, but even Wall Street on Thursday bounced back. The Dow Index soared to close to nearly 8% higher, and the S&P 500 ended 9.52%. And while the Nasdaq rose 12.2% to notch its best day in 24 years after the pause, as tensions between the world's two largest economies reach a boiling point, the question on everyone's minds remains, will President Trump's gamble pay off, or will China's firm stance win out in the end? And now we go to President Donald Trump's vocabulary. He is rewriting the English language one tweet, one soundbite, and one rally at a time. Using words that many people can't understand, Trump delivers linguistic curveballs that leave grammar experts weeping. Whether it's showering love on tariffs on air or airing his grievances with low water pressure, one thing's for sure: when President Trump speaks, the English language packs its bags and goes on vacation. Here's our report with more.
The President of the United States, traditionally a beacon of wisdom, eloquence, and diplomatic charm. But you can toss that handbook out the window, because when Donald Trump walks into a room, the English language walks out. Trump has always had a knack for turning a phrase usually inside out, upside down, and then setting it on fire.
I'm thrilled to be back with so many.
His speeches are less presidential addresses and more verbal roller coasters with no seatbelts.
Take back our country
If you're ready, go ahead.
This week's Fresh Edition, the word panicking. No, it's not a Caribbean vacation hotspot. It's Trump's new term for those American pearl clutchers who are panicking over his global economic grenade of tariffs.
67%. That's tariffs. The head of...
According to Professor Trump, a panicking is part of a new party made up of the weak and stupid.
Was this idea of doing a pause?
Staying with the tariffs, when one reporter asked Trump how the idea of pausing these tariffs came to him, he said it came straight from his heart.
I think it probably came together early this morning, fairly early this morning. Just wrote it up. We didn't have the use of, we didn't have access to lawyers, or we just wrote it up from our hearts, right? It was written from the heart. And I think it was well written too, but it was written from the heart. It was written as something that I think was very positive for the world and for us.
The move that has turned the world upside down came from his heart, and not from lawyers, experts, or advisors. Trump signed an executive order to roll back water regulations, complaining that modern American showerheads just aren't cutting it, literally.
In my case, I like to take a nice shower to take care of my beautiful hair. I have to stand under the shower for 15 minutes till it gets wet. It comes out drip, drip, drip. It's ridiculous.
Yes, while the rest of the country might be concerned about, say, the economy, Trump's top concern was making sure his locks get the presidential soak they deserve. At a Republican donor soiree this week, Trump turned up the heat with his usual modesty. Countries are calling me up, and, well, let's just hear it from the horse's mouth.
And don't let some of these politicians go around saying, because I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up, kissing my They are dying to make a deal. Please, please, sir, make a deal. I'll do anything. I'll do anything, sir.
His love affair with the word tariffs borders on obsession. Trump has expressed his love for this word at numerous occasions. During his Inauguration Day parade, he reiterated his love for tariffs. He had commented, "I always say tariffs are the most beautiful words to me in the dictionary." He added that tariffs will make America rich as hell. Now let's talk about his other greatest linguistic hits. Newscom. This is a spicy remix of California Governor Gavin Newsom's last name. Because when in doubt, just add the word scum. He used it back in 2024 when he visited the southern border. Covfefe. In 2017, he tweeted, "Despite the constant negative press covfefe." Is it a typo, a secret code, a coven of coffee-related goblins? Well, we'll never know. Trump left the tweet hanging mid-sentence, then told us to enjoy. Truly a masterclass in chaos. Many users believe that the word was coverage.
Big league. Big league. Big league. Beat her.
Big league.
Big league. And I think we're going to make it big league. Big league.
Trump said this the first time during his 2016 presidential debate against Hillary Clinton. Did he say big league or invent a new adverb? No one knows. Birdbrain, the feathery nickname bestowed upon Nikki Haley, who Trump once hired, then fired, then roasted like a Thanksgiving turkey. All this is less Lincoln and more late-night stand-up, if the comedian were also in charge of nuclear codes. So the next time someone asks how the President of the United States can say that, just remember, when it comes to Trump, the only predictable thing is unpredictability, served bigly.
And now from President Trump's catchphrases, we now move to crackdowns. This week at the 2025 Border Security Expo in Phoenix, Arizona, a new vision emerged from the Trump administration's top immigration officials. Todd Lyons, the director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, insisted that he would like the agency to implement a system of trucks that rounds up immigrants for deportation, similar to how Amazon delivers packages around the U.S.
We need to get better at treating this like a business, like Amazon Prime, but with human beings.
Now, Lyons, alongside President Trump's border czar Tom Homan and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, even praised the use of the Alien Enemies Act to deport Venezuelans and possibly other immigrant groups. In fact, Tom Homan backed the commander-in-chief's move, dismissing legal objections from judges and reaffirming that family detention is still on the table.
We need to buy more beds. We need more airplane flights, and I know a lot of you are here for that reason. Let the badge and guns do the badge and gun stuff. Everything else, let's contract out.
Now, according to UC Berkeley's Deportation Data Project, the scope of arrest has widened dramatically. People with pending immigration cases, even those previously released under supervision, are being swept up. Many immigrants are regularly checked in with ICE and complain they're now being arrested without warning. Recently, the wife of a Salvadoran man who was wrongly deported by the Trump administration vowed to fight for the release of her husband.
This so-called administration error has destroyed my family's happiness, my children's innocence. Kilmar, if you can hear me, I'm still fighting for you. Your brother, your mother, our children are still fighting for you. We're not going to give up hope.
Meanwhile, cross-border travel between Canada and the United States has also plummeted, and the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem praised President Trump's border efforts, hailing a historic fall in border encounters. Now, according to Noem, encounters at the border have decreased by 94% since Trump took office, and in February, the United States saw the lowest number of encounters in its history.
We have 94% decrease in encounters at the border, and in February, we had the lowest number of encounters in the history of this country. That is incredible to see that kind of a turnaround in that short amount of time, and that's because of all of you in this room.
As deportations become streamlined, contracted out, and automated, the question isn't about policy anymore. It's about humanity. And in this relentless race to deliver, one has to wonder what happens when the system forgets that it's dealing with people and not with packages. And now we move to the devastating tragedy in the Dominican Republic, where a horrific roof collapse at a popular nightclub in the nation's capital, Santo Domingo, has claimed the lives of at least 218 people and injured over 200 more. The event, which drew a crowd including politicians, athletes, and other prominent figures, turned into a nightmare shortly after midnight when the roof suddenly gave way. Tragically, the Dominican singer Ruby Perez was among those killed. The Ministry of Culture announced a tribute to honor his significant contributions to the country's art and the merengue scene. For the past 2 days, families of victims have endured an agonizing wait outside the wreckage, desperately seeking any news of their loved ones who were inside the club when the disaster struck. They've been sharing photos with authorities, clinging to hope in the face of unimaginable loss. Authorities have vowed to continue their efforts until every victim is accounted for. However, the grim reality is setting in. No survivors have been pulled from the debris in over 24 hours. The Dominican Republic's presidential spokesperson has now stated that the operation is transitioning from a search and rescue phase to the recovery of bodies.
I have right now, under the rubble, my sister and her husband. As for the other questions, no, I'm not happy with what's being done. It's been too long, and that puts them between life and death. It's been too long to begin with. They've lasted there too long, and that is crucial. Here time counts.
We learned that there are 2 relatives of ours. Their vehicle was here. There are videos of them dancing here, and that's how we found out. So far, they have not given us any clues. We have gone to the hospitals, we have searched. We have been attentive when they take the bodies out and nothing.
President Luis Abinader, who is among the many grieving, attended the funeral service for Nelsie Cruz, the governor of Monte Cristi province and sister of former Major League Baseball star Nelson Cruz. Former Major League Baseball players Octavio Dotel and Tony Blanco also lost their lives in the collapse, as did the son of the Public Works and Communications minister. Earlier reports indicated that 155 people were in fact rescued from the rubble and transported to hospitals. However, the exact number of people inside the Jet Set Club at the time of the collapse remains unclear. As the nation mourns this immense loss, investigations into the cause of the roof collapse are expected to begin soon. We will keep bringing you the latest updates on this story as it develops. And we end today with a story about Michelle Obama. For months, whispers have swirled, rumors of distance, of marital strain, of a love story unraveling behind closed doors. But now Michelle Obama is setting the record straight. In a rare and heartfelt podcast appearance, the former First Lady opened up about choosing herself, stepping back from the spotlight, and the personal toll of always trying to meet expectations. And in doing so, she quietly but firmly shut down speculation about the trouble in her more than 3-decade-long marriage to former President Barack Obama. Here's more from our report.
In a world where silence is often mistaken for scandal, Michelle Obama has spoken. Not with drama or denial, but with honesty, grace, and the quiet confidence that has always set her apart.
What we've seen from Kamala Harris.
Appearing on the Work in Progress podcast with actor Sophia Bush, the former First Lady opened up about something many women struggled with, choosing themselves without apology. Her reflections, delivered with thoughtfulness and vulnerability, also served as a gentle yet powerful response to the growing speculations surrounding her marriage to former President Barack Obama. But in her own words, Michelle revealed a very different story. She said, and I quote, "I looked at something that I was supposed to do, and I chose to do what was best for me. Not what I had to do, not what I thought other people wanted me to do." That one sentence, so simple, so deeply human, pulled the rug out from under 1,000 headlines. She wasn't walking away from her marriage, she was walking toward herself. Michelle spoke candidly about the emotional tug-of-war many women face. The guilt of saying no, the fear of disappointing others, and the exhausting expectations to be everywhere for everyone. People couldn't even fathom that I was making a choice for myself, she added. They had to assume that my husband and I are divorcing. For months, Michelle's absence from key political events, including Donald Trump's second inauguration and the recent state funeral of former President Jimmy Carter, had triggered a storm of whispers, including a bizarre and widely debunked rumor of a secret romance between Barack Obama and actor Jennifer Aniston. The rumor mill spun its favorite tale, Trouble in Paradise. The world bluntly declared that the Obamas were heading for Splitsville. It's not the first time Michelle has addressed the strain that public life placed on her marriage. In her best-selling memoir, Becoming, she wrote openly about the loneliness, sacrifices, and emotional cost of Barack Obama's presidency. And yet, through it all, their bond endured, rooted in something far deeper than public appearances. But Michelle's calm and candid words on the podcast were the only fact needed to clear the air. The Obamas recently celebrated 32 years of marriage, a milestone former President Obama marked with a heartfelt message on social media last October. Through it all, they have remained a united front, parenting together, building a legacy through the Obama Foundation, and continuing to fight for the issues that matter to them both. Michelle's podcast appearance wasn't a press conference or a PR move. It was simply a woman, accomplished, experienced, and yes, still in love, reminding the world that choosing peace over performance is not a sign of a broken relationship, but of a healed soul. And with that, the rumors were not just shut down, they were rendered irrelevant.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank all of you for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks everyone for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest developments from the world's youngest nation, South Sudan, which is teetering on the brink of civil war and has found itself in a diplomatic row with the United States. In the latest update, divisions are emerging within South Sudan's main opposition party, the Sudan People's Liberation Movement, in opposition, or the SPLM-IO. Now, this comes as its leaders, the first Vice President Riek Machar, is still under house arrest in the capital, Juba. Now, the rift emerged after the SPLM-IO announced that they would appoint Stephen Parkour, South Sudan's Minister of Peacebuilding, as the interim leader while Machar remained in custody. However, mere hours later, the military wing of the party, the Sudan People's Liberation Army in opposition, or the SPLA-IO, announced that they remained under the full command and control of Machar. Now, they also accused Kuhl of being a betrayer. Now, Kuhl was suspended from the party earlier this week over accusations of attempting to create disunity within the party by mobilizing to replace Machar with the support of President Salva Kiir's government. But on Wednesday, Kuhl quashed those accusations, claiming this was not a coup. He stated that the party had approved the interim leadership until Machar is released.
It is not a coup. What we have done is to resolve this leadership crisis that has been created by the crisis that comes as a result of detention of our chairmen and the desertions of our other leaders like the Deputy Chair and the Secretary General.
South Sudan, which gained independence from Sudan in 2011, descended into a brutal civil war 2 years later. The 2018 peace agreement ended the fighting and led to the formation of a fragile unity government between rivals Kiir and Machar. But in recent weeks, the fragile balance of power has been unraveling, and fears of a return to civil war are growing, especially after Machar was put under house arrest by Kiir on accusations of fueling violence in the north through forces loyal to him. Since February, Kiir has detained more than 20 of Machar's political and military allies, while he has also reshuffled his cabinet in what experts claim is a way to tighten his grip on power. Separately, reports suggest that President Kiir has also fired his foreign affairs minister. While reasons for the dismissal remain unclear, it coincided with the diplomatic spat between South Sudan and the United States. Last week, Washington suspended all visas and blocked new arrivals from the country, accusing Juba of refusing to accept its citizens in a timely manner. South Sudan claimed that the citizen deported was a DRC national and thus was refused entry. But it later clawed back on the claims and allowed the entry of the DRC citizen. in the best interest of its relations with the US. Meanwhile, Washington has also been pushing Juba to de-escalate the internal tensions at the earliest and to avoid slipping into a civil war. But as divisions emerge within the opposition, will this undermine the fragile peace in the country? Now, to discuss more on this, we are being joined by Luke Anami, an international affairs expert from Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, Alison.
What does the replacement of Riek Machar with a government-aligned minister signal about the internal dynamics of South Sudan's opposition party? And how might this shift affect the fragile power-sharing arrangement with President Salva Kiir?
First, before I even answer the question should be more on how was that carried out. The president's allies met at a hotel, about 500 of them, but they didn't have the leaders of the SPLA-IO that Riek Machar leads. And therefore, you can see that it was a politically calculated move to actually oust Machar and fill the President Kiir's government with the friendly members of the party. So in other words, it's just a move that Kiir did in 2016, which again he's repeating right now. And this has a very serious implication on the peace process.
Now, given President Kiir's recent dismissal of the foreign minister amid the diplomatic standoff with the US, how are these events reshaping South Sudan's international standing and its relations with key partners?
The sacking of the Ramadan comes at a time when Trump's tariffs and most of them are actually causing havoc around the country. But it is a move that Kiir has implemented right now. You need to be very keen to notice that Ramadan belongs to another political party. The president has powers to sack ministers from the government as well as from the state, but only the political parties that are appointed, those people can actually replace. So it gave an opportunity for Kiir to replace Ramadan with his allies. Again, it is all being played in the peace process. You can see very well that Kiir is trying to get more and more of people close to him, and this is going to affect how South Sudan is going to be viewed internationally, because Ramadan has been very key in trying to foster good foreign relations with other countries. And his replacement of this deputy, of course, it's seen as a continuity, but it will still affect on how South Sudan relates with other foreign countries, especially diplomatic circles, where South Sudan is seeking peace after a very long time of internal strife.
Right. And Luke, with both political and military tensions escalating, evidenced by Machar's house arrest and, of course, these alleged conspiracies, just quickly, in your view, how likely is a return to the full-scale conflict, and what role can international actors and regional actors play to mitigate this possible crisis?
Yeah, just quickly, as good as the way you put it, we are actually seeing South Sudan escalate into an internal strife again, just the way it did in 2016, when the 2018 peace accord was finally on the table. You could see that that brought some kind of a calm in South Sudan. But as it is, with the happenings in South Sudan, you can see the sidelining of Machar. You can see one today, I think yesterday, one of the army commanders of Kiir defected to Machar's army. Now he has sacked the foreign minister. He has put Machar under house arrest. There is no chance for a peace. Actually, what's looming is we are actually seeing a looming war in South Sudan, and that can explode anytime soon. The international community through IGAD
Right.
and the neighboring countries have actually trying to resolve. But at the moment, everybody's paying attention to what the U.S. Tariffs are going to do to their economies. So there'll be very little time left or a moment left for African leaders and other leaders to actually focus on South Sudan. And that's where the catch is. We are likely to see a country that's going into a war without the full support from the international community. Yes.
Luke, thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
And from South Sudan, let us shift our focus to some news from the North African nation of Tunisia, where hundreds of Tunisians have staged 2 protest rallies against what they claim to be the authoritarian rule of President Kais Saied. Now, supporters of the opposition Free Constitutional Party gathered in the capital of Tunis to demand the release of their detained leader, Abir Moussi, who has been in jail since October of 2023. This over alleged violations of a controversial anti-fake news decree. Now, visuals from the scene showed protesters chanting slogans, as well as holding flags and posters in support of their leader.
Tyranny in every sense of the word. No freedom of opinion, no freedom of writing, no freedom of action. The smallest thing and a person find themselves in prison. Even what I'm saying now could get me arrested and jailed tomorrow, despite that this is reality. This is the reality. I'm not making this up. We are living this reality, and everyone is experiencing it.
Meanwhile, hundreds of supporters of another party, the Salvation Front, also staged a separate rally in Tunis to demand the release of detained politicians, activists, and journalists. The rallies highlight the opposition's growing concerns about what it sees as Saied's muzzling of dissent and efforts to establish one-man rule, accusations that he has denied. In 2019, Saied became president of Tunisia, the only democracy to emerge from the Arab Spring. However, since he staged a sweeping power grab in 2021, Saied has appointed 4 different cabinets, often expressing dissatisfaction with the government's performance. Last month, Saied also dismissed the country's prime minister and appointed a new one, amid growing economic crisis in the North African country. Now, Saied has also been cracking down on opposition by detaining most of his critics, claiming that the corrupt elite must be held accountable. The opposition has described his moves as a coup. As the protest rallies were being held in Tunis on Wednesday, at least 6 prominent Tunisian opposition leaders also began a hunger strike, refusing to participate in what they say is an unfair trial. Saied has accused the leaders who were detained in 2023 as quote-unquote traitors and terrorists. But the detainees have denied any wrongdoing and have said that they were preparing an initiative aimed at uniting Tunisia's fragmented opposition. With protests rising and opposition leaders in detention, what will be the next move for President Saied's government? And shifting focus to Algeria, whose relations with the United States have been troubled over Washington's position on the disputed territory of Western Sahara. Algeria has strongly criticized the United States after Washington reaffirmed support for Morocco's claim over Western Sahara. It is a region largely controlled by Rabat, but claimed for decades by the Algiers-backed Polisario Front. This week, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio held talks with his Moroccan counterpart Nasser Bourita. During this meeting, Rubio reiterated that the United States recognizes Moroccan sovereignty over Western Sahara and backs Rabat's autonomy plan as the only basis for a just and lasting solution. As per the plan, Morocco proposes granting the region self-governing authority under its sovereignty. Algeria has now issued a strong rebuke, expressing deep disappointment with Washington. Algiers said that from a country like the United States, it expects respect for international legality in general and for the United Nations Security Council resolutions in particular. Now, the Western Sahara is a resource-rich territory on the Atlantic coast of North Africa, with around 80% currently under Moroccan control. However, sovereignty over the region remains disputed, with the Polisario Front, a separatist movement, claiming independence. The movement is supported politically and militarily by Algeria, which does not seek to claim the territory itself, but backs the Polisario's cause. The United Nations considers Western Sahara a non-self-governing territory. Many countries have recognized the Polisario's declared state, but in recent years, Morocco has intensified diplomatic efforts to persuade nations to withdraw that recognition. A major turning point came in 2020 when US President Donald Trump recognized Moroccan sovereignty over Western Sahara in return for Rabat normalizing ties with Israel during his first term. Trump's move set off a diplomatic ripple effect, and in a major win for Morocco, France, which had long recognized Western Sahara as a disputed territory, shifted its position last year, openly backing Morocco and using stronger language in support of its territorial integrity. Now, the shift has further strained Algeria's relationship with its former colonizer, France. The Western Sahara dispute has now spilled over into broader French-Algerian tensions, including sharp disagreements over immigration policy and the arrest and sentencing of a French-Algerian writer supportive of Morocco. So the Western Sahara dispute is reigniting colonial rivalries and straining Algeria's ties with both the US and France. As global alliances shift, this decades-old conflict is back in the spotlight. And finally, our last story today is about growing Chinese influence. You may have heard about China flexing its military muscle, but new leaks have revealed another tactic. Now Beijing uses political pressure to influence lawmakers, especially in Africa. Now, Chinese pressure forced two African nations to withdraw from a global alliance that has been critical of Beijing. This is as per newly found evidence with leaked letters, messages, and voice recordings. Now, last year, lawmakers from Malawi and Gambia pulled out of the Interparliamentary Alliance on China, or IPAC. Now, IPAC was formed in 2020. It's a group of hundreds of lawmakers from 38 countries. Its aim is to push democracies to take stronger stand on China. Now, the alliance has backed sanctions over human rights abuses in Xinjiang and Hong Kong, and has also rallied support for Taiwan. After Malawi and Gambia exited, Uganda and Kenya remain the only African countries still in the group. Officially, the lawmakers denied Chinese pressure, but IPAC officials now claim otherwise. They have released details pointing to direct interference from Beijing. In Malawi's case, Chinese officials allegedly threatened to cancel the president's planned visit to Beijing, including a meeting with President Xi Jinping, if Malawian lawmakers attended last year's IPAC summit in Taiwan. Less than 2 weeks after the summit, the lawmakers withdrew, claiming that they had been tricked into joining. In Gambia, the lawmaker sent a voice message to IPAC staff saying Chinese diplomats had lodged complaints with his foreign ministry and that his president was unhappy about his participation. Kenyan lawmakers also faced pressure, forced to cancel their trip to the Taiwan summit. However, they stayed in the alliance. Beijing has also sanctioned several IPAC members and has actively lobbied lawmakers from at least 6 countries to skip the Taiwan meeting. In another incident, China has sanctioned the leader of South Africa's second largest political party after his visit to Taiwan. South Africa has now asked Taipei to move its unofficial embassy out of Pretoria. Now, this has alarmed observers who warn that China's political pressure campaign is happening quietly and often behind closed doors. And it comes at a time when the US is pulling out of Africa. Chinese officials, however, continue to insist that they do not interfere in African politics and that their investments come with no political strings attached. But evidence says otherwise. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Donald Trump's trade war has turned into an ego battle. He says China wants a deal but doesn't know how to ask for it. China says we are not afraid and fires back. As of this moment, US tariffs on China stand at 145%. Chinese tariffs on the US are at 125%. It's absurd. And it's spilling beyond trade. From Hollywood to travelers to treasuries, everything is in the line of fire. For the rest of the world, the pain is not over. Markets are still in the red. India is worried about China dumping cheap goods. Europe is exploring trade deals left, right and center. Apple airlifted 1.5 million iPhones from India to beat the tariffs. So the churn is very much on. We will try to make sense of it. Meanwhile, in China, Xi Jinping is fighting another battle. This one is with his own army. He has sacked a top general in yet another round of his never-ending purge. We will bring you the inside story. In West Asia, US and Iran will meet for talks tomorrow. Is another nuclear deal possible? The 2028 Olympics look to woo India and Indian fans, bringing cricket back in the games. And a special report on how fast fashion is killing the planet.
He made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million. That's not bad.
It started off as a global trade war. Now it's more of an ego battle. Who can throw up the bigger tariff number? Donald Trump or Xi Jinping? Their tariff battle is spooking the markets. Investors had started to feel confident after Trump's 90-day pause, but now the sell-off is back. In Japan, the Nikkei dropped almost 3% in today's trade. In South Korea, the Kospi closed 0.5% down. In the US, markets have opened in red. In Germany, the DAX is almost 1.5% down. But India escaped this rout. Our markets were closed yesterday, so the effect of Trump's pause was seen today. The Sensex closed 1.7% up, and the Nifty closed almost 2% up. Gold prices are also zooming. The yellow metal is seen as a stable investment. People buy gold when things are uncertain. And that's happening right now. In New Delhi, gold is selling at more than 96,000 rupees. That's 96,000 for 10 grams of gold. At the start of April, it was 93,000. So gold prices are rising fast. Meanwhile, the US dollar is weakening. It fell to a 3-year low against the euro today and a 10-year low against the Swiss franc. This is a classic warning sign because, like gold, the dollar is a safe bet. Yet investors are moving away from the US currency. In fact, the dollar had its worst day since 2022. What does that tell you? That investors are not feeling confident in America. President Trump has partially admitted this. He said that there would be transition costs because of the tariffs.
We think we're in very good shape. We think we're doing very well. Again, there'll be a transition cost and transition problems, but in the end, it's going to be a beautiful thing. We're doing again what we should have done many years ago. We let it get out of control.
So who is paying these transition costs? And if someone is paying, who is benefiting? That's another question that's haunting Trump. The Democrats are accusing him of insider trading. Now, first of all, what is insider trading? It is when you use non-public information to make investments. Say you work in the US government. You knew that Trump was going to pause his tariffs. Perhaps you were in the room when it was decided. You then tell your friend about this decision, and they buy up stocks before the president announces it. Once he does, your stocks go through the roof. So this is one example of insider trading, when you use insider information to benefit in trade. But why is Trump being accused of it? For mainly two reasons. First, look at this social media post by Donald Trump. He put this out on Wednesday morning. It says, "This is a great time to buy." He also signed off with his initials, DJT, Donald J. Trump. Now, fun fact, DJT is also the ticker name for Trump's social media company. It trades on the NASDAQ as DJT. 4 hours later, Trump paused the tariffs on most countries. And the result? American markets shot up. Many Democrats have questioned this timing. They want a probe into the events of that day. They want to see if Trump's family members made dubious bets. That's the first reason for the suspicion. The second is Trump's comments. He hosted a few of his friends in the Oval Office yesterday. Look at what he said.
He made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million. That's not bad.
Now, there is no precedent here. US presidents have not been accused of insider trading before, so it's not clear if Trump will face action and what kind of action. Plus, the Democrats have no moral high ground, really. Their top officials have been accused of the exact same thing. And speaking of manipulation, it's not just happening in the stock market. It could be happening in the US bond market too. In fact, experts feel that that is what forced Trump's hand. Investors began dumping US bonds this week, and on cue, the interests began rising, meaning the cost of borrowing started surging. Now, the question is, who triggered this? Some analysts have been studying the trends, and they say the sell-off happened at night. And why is this significant? Because American investors would be trading in the morning, not at night. They would be trading during their normal work hours. Only foreign investors would be trading at night because of the time difference. Again, the question is who? A lot of countries buy up US Treasury bonds, but these are the largest shareholders. At number one is Japan. Japan holds US bonds worth $1 trillion. China is second with $768 billion. The UK is third with $765 billion. Tiny Luxembourg is fourth with $424 billion. And Cayman Islands is fifth with around $397 billion. Did any of these players trigger the sell-off? Japan's finance minister was asked this question on Wednesday, and he ruled it out point blank. Nonetheless, the suspicion is on Japan and China, and we can only speculate at this point. So let's look at the strategy instead. Can the US bonds be a tool to keep Trump disciplined? Can you weaponize the bonds? Well, you can, but it's a double-edged sword. A bond sell-off would hurt America, yes. It would make US government borrowing more expensive. It would also filter down to US housing budget, so consumers and government would feel the pinch. It will impact the US in a bad way. Having said that, it would hurt China as well. A bond sell-off would weaken the US dollar, which would indirectly strengthen the Chinese currency, the yuan. And Beijing does not like that. Their economy is mainly focused on exports, so a stronger yuan would make them less competitive. Simply put, this move would hurt both sides. It tells you how interdependent these two economies are through trade, through government debt, and through investments. Though right now, neither side seems to care. So two of the world's biggest economies are locking horns, the United States and China. They're in a trade war, and it is getting uglier by the day. Each day brings a new tariff. This is no longer about policy. This has become a contest, with each side trying to outdo the other. Yesterday, the US raised tariffs on China again. The new rate is 145%. 145% tariffs on Chinese goods coming into the US. And today, China hit back. They will tax all US imports at 125% now. At the same time, Beijing has drawn a line. It said that this would be their final move. No more tariff hikes from China after this one. Because frankly, the numbers don't matter anymore. They have stopped making sense. China says the current tariffs are already too high. At these levels, trade between the US and China no longer makes sense. So if Trump raises tariffs again, Beijing says it will not respond, at least not on the tariff front. The Chinese Commerce Ministry issued a statement. It said this numbers game, and I'm quoting, has become a joke. And China's Foreign Ministry went further to say this.
Our countermeasures against the U.S. bullying are not only to protect our legitimate rights and interests, but also to uphold international rules and order, safeguard the common interests of all countries, and maintain international fairness and justice. In the face of U.S. bullying and hegemony, compromise and concession are not a way out.
They're calling the Americans bullies. Trump doesn't seem too bothered, though. He has repeated his offer. Donald Trump wants to sort things out with Xi Jinping. Yesterday, he called the Chinese president a friend.
What happens with China? We would love to be able to work a deal. We're resetting the table. And I'm sure that we'll be able to get along very well. I have great respect for President Xi. He's been, in a true sense, he's been a friend of mine for a long period of time. And I think that we'll end up working out something that's very good for both countries. I look forward to it.
Trump did not have to wait long for a response. Today, China's president broke his silence. Xi Jinping spoke publicly for the first time since the trade war began. And his message to President Trump was clear. We won't be making any deals. In fact, let me quote from what he said. For over 70 years, China's development has relied on self-reliance and hard work, never on handouts from others, and it is not afraid of any unjust suppression. We are not afraid. That is the message from Xi Jinping, and China is hitting back. It is expanding the battlefield. This is not just about tariffs anymore. This dispute is spilling into other areas like people-to-people ties. China has issued a travel warning for the US. It's on your screen now. Take a look. Beijing has advised for its citizens traveling to the US. It says, and I quote, fully assess the risk of traveling to the United States and to travel with caution. And that's not all. They've also issued an advisory for students. Those who are enrolled in American universities, they have been told to assess, and I'm quoting again, assess security risks. Basically, China feels that American campuses are not safe anymore. That's what it's telling its citizens. Like I said, this is not about tariffs. China is firing in all directions, like selling US bonds. They're also called US treasuries. A bond, as you would know, is US government debt. And China owns US bonds worth billions of dollars, about $760 billion at this point. Now, China could sell these bonds. Why does it matter? And how can China weaponize these US bonds? Let me explain. Think of the US government like a trillionaire businessman. Let's name him Uncle Sam. Every year, Uncle Sam needs money. He has to build new roads, new schools. Uncle Sam runs hospitals as well, and they too need funding. And of course, he has to pay salaries. Now, Uncle Sam does not always have enough cash to do all of this, so he borrows. He asks others to lend him some cash. And he promises that he will pay back the loan. The loan amount plus a little extra as interest. He will pay all of it back. Now, for this loan, Uncle Sam issues a special contract. A contract that spells out how and when the loan will be repaid and how much interest will be paid with it. This contract is called a bond. So Uncle Sam has his bonds ready. But who will give him the money? He reaches out to an investor called Dragon. For years, investor Dragon has been a good friend to Uncle Sam. He has loaned Uncle Sam large sums of money, and it has worked out well for both sides. Uncle Sam repays the money on time, no missed payments, no defaults. He has been a safe investment for investor Dragon. But now their deal is in trouble because investor Dragon and Uncle Sam have had a fight. They no longer trust each other. So investor Dragon has refused new loans. In fact, he is asking for his money back. So suddenly there's pressure on Uncle Sam because he has to repay the Dragon. So he must get more money, more loans. And because he has upset so many other people too, he has to promise them more interest. In other words, the loans have become more expensive. The debt is piling up. Uncle Sam cannot keep up with his payments. His entire business starts feeling this burden of debt. He cannot pay salaries. He cannot bid for new contracts. His existing projects slow down, and his entire business comes to a grinding halt. Now, let's say Uncle Sam is the US economy and investor Dragon, I'm sure you've guessed it, is China. What happens if China walks away? If it starts dumping US bonds or loans or treasuries, whatever you call it, it could crash the US economy. At the same time, it would hurt China too. Like we just explained, this is a double-edged sword, and China would wield it carefully. Xi Jinping's statement today shows that he is not in a hurry. He is willing to drag this out for as long as it takes. And Donald Trump should know this. Unlike him, Xi Jinping does not have to face an election. He has elected himself as president for life. There is no one to challenge his authority in China at this point. But Trump does not have that kind of time or luxury. He wants a deal with China, and he wants China to ask for it. We say, good luck with that. $145% tariffs. That's virtually an embargo on China. If something sold for $100 earlier, it will now cost $245. At those rates, nobody will buy Chinese goods. But here's the thing, somebody will have to. China exports goods worth $439 billion to the US. Those goods will now be uncompetitive in America. Simply put, they will be too expensive. So China will look to sell them elsewhere, and India could be a prime target. The most populous country in the world, a surging middle class, and a short hop from Chinese ports. Many experts are predicting the shift. They feel China could dump goods in the Indian market. Now, dump does not mean literally dump. It's a term used in global trade. Again, let's look at a hypothetical example. Say China produces a plastic toy at home. They sell it for $3 in the Chinese market, but the same product is also exported to India, and here in India, they sell it for $2. So the export price is less than the domestic price. Such a scenario is called dumping. Countries do it to expand their market presence, basically to sell more goods abroad. Many experts feel that China could start doing this to India, flood our markets with cheap imports. If you're a consumer, this may sound like a good thing to you. Who doesn't like a good deal after all? But dumping is bad for Indian producers. They will not be able to compete with cheap Chinese products. So Indian industry will be affected. And how is New Delhi addressing this? Let me quote what Indian officials have said. The government will take measures available in our legal framework, both direct and indirect steps to curb any dumping of products from nations facing steep tariffs from the US will be taken. Our main weapon is duties, specifically anti-dumping duties. Now, duties are basically a form of tax. They can be imposed on domestic or foreign goods. These anti-dumping duties apply to the foreign ones. So, in effect, they work like a tariff. Say you're importing a $2 toy from China, but you also impose a 50% duty on it. then the price bumps up to $3. That's how duties work. India has already imposed anti-dumping duties on China. Last month, 5 Chinese imports were targeted, like vacuum flasks, aluminum foil, and disinfectants. Before that, solar glasses were targeted. Solar glass, rather, was targeted. This is a particular type of glass used in solar panels. India imposed extra duties on this glass, about $660 per ton. Now, reports say more such moves are being considered, especially for the steel sector. The government is mulling a 20% duty on Chinese steel imports. This would nullify fears of steel dumping. And how would China respond to this? Well, they could impose similar duties on Indian goods. They could also take India to the World Trade Organization, the WTO, because dumping is not illegal. Not unless you can prove that it is hurting your domestic industry. But things may not escalate that far because China is trying to woo India. Amid the tariff chaos, Xi Jinping has reached out to India. He called for a dragon-elephant tango. Basically, he wants India and China to respond together. Of course, India is under no pressure to do so. The government is trying to turn this challenge into an opportunity. The Commerce Minister spoke to the media again today. He said India does want a trade deal, but it would not negotiate at gunpoint.
हम बंदूक रख के कभी नेगोशिएट नहीं करते। समय की पाबंदियां अच्छी रहती हैं कि वो प्रोत्साहित करती हैं कि तेजी से बात हो, लेकिन जब तक देशहित और जनहित को हम सुरक्षित ना रख सके, तब तक कभी भी जल्दबाजी करना अच्छा नहीं है।
China's appeals to India are unlikely to work. For starters, New Delhi has a great equation with Donald Trump, and secondly, the government does not want to fight the tariffs. It wants to strike a deal. Now, on both counts, India's approach is different from China. So I'm afraid there is little scope for cooperation. As for dumping, it remains a real concern for Indian producers. It should also be a concern for Indian policymakers because the deficit with China is already widening. China's exports to India surged 10% in the last fiscal year. They increased by 10%, but India's exports to China dropped 15%. So New Delhi's message must be loud and clear. We are not a dumping ground for cheap Chinese goods. Which brings us to Europe. They were bracing for a full-blown trade war, but then Trump hit the brakes. The tariffs are on hold for 90 days. So Europe is now in a limbo. They have 89 days to strategize. What is their game plan? The first step was de-escalation. No tit-for-tat tariffs like China. Remember, the US had slapped 20% tariffs on Europe, and Europe had hit back with 25%. But now, with Trump hitting pause, Europe too is pulling back. They have suspended their countermeasures. Like I said, a climb down.
We want to negotiate. We want to talk. We appreciate that you have brought this pause on so-called reciprocal tariffs, and we, in turn, are now pausing our proposed countermeasures in order that we have the maximum space to consult with our member states, consult with our industry, and negotiate with the US. We're ready to make deals. Let's talk.
So Europe wants to give diplomacy a shot, and they're moving quickly. New EU-US tariff talks kick off on Monday. The EU Trade Commissioner is headed to Washington. Europe insists that these talks are in good faith, that it wants solutions, not standoffs. The top priority is a trade deal, and Europe is pushing hard for it. But what happens if talks fall apart? What if the tariffs come back after 89 days? Well, Europe is not walking in blind. They're quietly preparing for a plan B, or should I say multiple plan Bs. Europe wants to be ready to respond if things go south. And they're exploring many options. Number one is the China card. If Washington is throwing punches, Beijing is rolling out red carpets. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez is in China. He met with President Xi Jinping. Xi called for closer ties with Europe, and it was echoed by Sanchez.
Spain is in favor of more balanced relations between the European Union and China, of finding negotiated solutions to our differences, which we have, and of greater cooperation in areas of common interest.
At present, changes unseen in a century are unfolding across the world at a faster pace, bringing about an array of interwoven risks and challenges. Only through solidarity and coordination can countries maintain world peace and stability and promote global development and prosperity.
And that's not all. In late July, EU leaders will be in Beijing for a summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping, the second EU-China summit. The first one was also held in Beijing. The second one was supposed to be held in Brussels. But Xi Jinping does not want to travel to Europe, and it seems the Europeans are happy to make the trek. This visit is expected to focus on trade and technology, but essentially it's about leverage. Washington is playing hardball, so Europe needs some tough posturing too, and it needs some partners. And Beijing is happy to be that partner. Now look at this latest report. It says Europe and China are talking about EV tariffs. Last year, the EU imposed tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles. They're as high as 45.3%. But now they're discussing lifting the tariffs and exploring other options like setting minimum prices for Chinese cars. Basically, China is opening its doors and Europe is cautiously walking through. That does not mean that the EU is choosing China over the US, not yet at least. Which brings us to plan number 2, diversification. The EU wants to diversify its trade options. The idea is to minimize risks if the trade war continues. The EU and the UAE have begun talks for a free trade deal. Europe is also talking to India for a free trade agreement. It also signed a trade deal with South America's biggest economy, so the message is quite clear: more partners, less pressure. That's the EU playbook. Then we come to option number 3, retaliation. Europe may be choosing negotiation for now, but they're not shying away from hitting back.
We are ready to defend our economic interests and our companies if it's necessary, if we do not see movement from a US side. But that's not our first choice, because we see those tariffs as damaging for EU economy, we see them as damaging for US economy and for a global economy, so we rather work to avoid this negative scenario.
So what will they do? The European Union president gave the answer in a recent interview. She says Europe could use a trade bazooka and tax American big tech. US tech giants have a massive presence in Europe, but they pay shockingly little in taxes. Now Europe wants to flip the script. They're pushing for a bold digital tax targeting big tech's deep pockets. And that's not all. They've got a powerful trade weapon in their back pocket. It's called the ACI, the Anti-Coercion Instrument. Europe rolled it out in 2023. They haven't used it yet, but they're not afraid to pull the trigger. If they do, the ACI gives them serious muscle to strike back against economic pressure. The message is simple: play fair or pay up. So to sum it up, Europe is walking a tightrope. They're giving diplomacy a shot, but they're also preparing alternatives, because in 89 days the clock runs out, and if talks collapse, the tariffs come crashing in. At that point, Europe does not want to be caught off guard. It wants to be battle ready. Custom clearance at India's Chennai airport usually takes 30 hours. For Apple, it was just 6 hours. After all, the company was racing against time. Apple airlifted 1.5 million iPhones in 6 cargo jets from India, all to reach the US in time and beat the tariffs. And Apple was not alone. Companies across the globe scrambled to beat the clock. Their efforts may be futile right now because the tariffs have been paused and it gives them some time to breathe. But can they truly afford to rest? Our next report tells you.
It all started with an email, then another, then a flurry of calls from Cupertino to Chennai and from airline hangars to government offices. Apple wasn't trying to keep its efforts secret. It was just trying to move fast, really fast. On Wednesday, the tariffs came into place. By night, they were paused. But Apple didn't know about that. So they prepared for a contingency to move iPhones from India to the United States. The loophole was simple. Any goods en route before the deadline would be exempt. If they're loaded on the plane, they're safe, as long as it got going before the cutoff. So Apple wanted to beat the tariffs, and it did what only a $1 trillion company can. It bought time. Reports suggest Apple stepped up production at its Foxconn factory in Chennai. It got extra workers and shifts were extended to Sundays. Meanwhile, the company lobbied authorities. At the Chennai airport, the usual time for clearing customs is 30 hours. For Apple, it was just 6 hours. Reports suggest it was a green corridor arrangement. With all of this in place, Apple used 6 cargo jets, 600 tons of iPhones. That's around 1.5 million iPhones. And they weren't alone. Companies like Dell, Lenovo and Microsoft sped up their shipments. They put pressure on the suppliers. The plan was to fly as many premium devices to the United States as possible. The focus was devices priced above $3,000. But not everyone has the luxury of a private air force. So across the globes, boardrooms lit up like war rooms. Shipping lines were flooded. Ports surged with traffic. The world's largest supply chains were bent, twisted and strained under the weight of the panic. Container ships handle about 90% of all global trade. They suddenly became VIP transportation. Rates from Shanghai to Los Angeles shot up 10% in a week. Ships that typically wait for full loads now left half-packed. That's because time was the enemy. At shipping companies like Maersk, executives fielded calls 24/7. Everyone was trying to reroute or expedite goods. But some companies could only watch the clock tick down. Japan's Nintendo delayed pre-orders for its long-awaited Switch 2 console. Jaguar Land Rover hit pause on US shipments altogether. And fast fashion giants Shein and Temu faced a crushing blow. The end of the de minimis exemption. What's that? Well, until now, the US had allowed the shipment of low-value items tariff-free. But that lifeline ends in May. For now, the tariffs have been paused. There's a 90-day reprieve. But for companies, this wasn't a win. It was a warning. Because the message was clear. The global supply chain is now a moving target. Policy can shift in a matter of hours. Exemptions can vanish overnight. And while Apple managed to outrun the deadline this time, most businesses can't rely on speed and scale. The 90-day window buys time, but not certainty. If anything, it forces companies to reassess everything.
Now let's talk about the Chinese military. It is being hollowed out from the top. President Xi Jinping has struck again with yet another high-profile purge. The latest target is this man, General He Wei-dong. He was the PLA's second highest ranking officer, also the third most powerful man in China's military command. He has now been sacked and removed from the Central Military Commission. That's the PLA's top leadership body. The PLA is the People's Liberation Army. That's the Chinese army. Now, there have been other sackings in the recent past, but General He's exit is a very big deal. It is for the first time in 60 years that a serving vice chair has been fired. It's a clear sign of how far the Chinese president is willing to go. In the last 2 years, he has sacked 2 defense ministers and cleared out the top leadership of the PLA rocket force. This unit controls China's nuclear weapons. One by one, the generals are vanishing. The PLA is being reshaped with a single goal in mind: loyalty to Xi Jinping and to the Communist Party of China. Now, General He's ouster follows a familiar pattern. A few weeks ago, he vanished from public view. The general was expected to attend some important events, but he did not show up. Soon, word got out that he was being investigated. Multiple reports say that the general faces a corruption probe, which is usually the cover story for such a purge. Of course, this is more about more than graft. It's about control. Xi Jinping wants a military that obeys him without question. In February, some interesting findings came to light as part of a new report. A report that said that China's army may look strong, but it's not ready for war. The PLA has grown rapidly over the years, but military training still takes a backseat to politics. Consider this. The PLA spends 40% of its time not on military training but on political indoctrination. 40% of the time. There's also confusion over power sharing. Military commanders are not independent within the PLA. They have to share power with Communist Party commissars. These commissars are part of the PLA, but they are political appointees. They're supposed to ensure party loyalty within the army. But they wield considerable power. And this has split the PLA's command and control structure. For a military force, having two power centers is dangerous. If China goes to war, who will the soldiers take their orders from? Who is calling the shots in the PLA? Is it their commanders or the Communist Party commissar? The thing is, Xi Jinping has centralized all the power. He controls the army. He controls the PLA through the Central Military Commission. President Xi wants strength, but only on his terms. And that is why he keeps purging his own generals. But each shake-up weakens the system further. It raises deeper questions about the PLA's readiness. Xi Jinping, in fact, gave them a target. He wants a war-ready army by 2027. This goal is aimed at Taiwan.
Realizing complete reunification of the country is the common aspiration of the people, the trend of the times, and the inevitability of history, which cannot be stopped by any force.
Xi says he's ready to take the island by force if needed, and the PLA is preparing for that scenario. But with so many generals removed, who is left to lead the fight? Some say China is preparing for war. But the purges are doing the exact opposite. They are stripping the army of experience, trust, and stability. Xi Jinping may be building loyalty, but he's weakening the command. The PLA is growing in size and budget, but as a force, it is fragile, not fearless, and far from being war-ready. Our next story is from New York City. A tourist helicopter plunged into the Hudson River. There were no survivors. Among the victims were a CEO from the Siemens Group, his wife, their 3 children, and the pilot. The cause? Experts say it was structural failure. The official word is not out yet. What we know is this: the chopper split apart mid-air. The rotor blade, still spinning, fell a few meters away. The videos are chilling, and the crash raises some serious questions. How safe are helicopter sightseeing tours, and who is accountable when the machine fails and lives are lost? Our next report brings you more.
On the 10th of April, New York City residents witnessed a shocking incident. A helicopter crashed into the Hudson River, leaving behind no survivors. On board were 6 people: Agustin Escobar, the CEO of Siemens in Spain, his wife, their 3 children, and the pilot. Many caught the crash live on camera, and the visuals are disturbing. The helicopter split into 2 parts. The tail rotor blade fell a few feet away while it was still spinning.
Oh my gosh.
The aircraft was a Bell 206 helicopter, and it was operated by New York Helicopter Tours, a tourism company that facilitates sightseeing chopper rides of New York City. The company's CEO has called the incident devastating, but he has dodged all questions about maintenance for now. U.S. federal aviation authorities have launched a full investigation. Though this could take some time, but eyewitnesses describe how the crash happened.
So I looked out my window right here and I saw a helicopter falling to pieces. And I watched multiple pieces splash down into the river below. And I was wondering what happened. Did it get shot down?
There was like an explosion on the propeller, but there was a little slitter of light. So the people that were next to me, we were like, was that a lightning? And then after that, we saw the plane was just spiraling down, like going from left to right like that. And we were like, oh my God, oh my God. And we started screaming because we were like, is this really happening?
This isn't just a tragedy. It is a wake-up call. At least 38 people have died in helicopter crashes in New York City since 1977, and many of these involve charter and sightseeing helicopters. 2 incidents were reported in 2019 and 1 in 2018, all involving charter helicopters. In 2011, 2009, 2007, and 2005, all the crashes involved choppers used for sightseeing. And what about the company, the New York Helicopter Tours? They too have an unsafe record. In 2010, their helicopter was involved in a similar incident in Chile. In 2013, one of their helicopters made an emergency landing near the Hudson River. And now this tragedy. The U.S. Federal Aviation Administration has issued multiple warnings in the past, particularly about the Bell 206 helicopter, the same one that crashed in the Hudson yesterday. It said the helicopter is prone to tail rotor and power failures.
Oh my goodness.
Warnings that may have prevented the recent crash. Were these ignored? And who will be accountable for the loss of lives? The investigation is still underway, but aviation experts are calling for more scrutiny against private tour operators. New York City's mayor says the incident highlights prolonged concerns about low-flying helicopters. For now, low-level flying activity over the Hudson has been stopped. But will this incident lead to any real change before the private sightseeing helicopter tours take to the skies again?
Our next story is from Oman. Tomorrow is a big day in the Sultanate. The world's eyes will be on its capital, Muscat. Why do I say this? Because Oman will host the US and Iran for talks. They've done this before. Remember, Oman played mediator in 2015 as well, when the first nuclear deal was signed. And it will do so again tomorrow. So what's on tomorrow's agenda? Iran's nuclear program. Again, you heard that right? The US and Iran do not have formal diplomatic ties, so they are sitting down for talks in a neutral country, Oman. Leading the American delegation is Steve Witkoff. He is US President Donald Trump's golf buddy, also Washington's special envoy to the Middle East. The Iranian side will be led by their foreign minister, and the talks tomorrow could have global consequences. I'll tell you why. Iran's nuclear program has been a flashpoint for years. Tehran insists that it is for civilian purposes. But the US and its allies have their doubts. They feel Iran is building a nuclear bomb. And a big reason for that is Donald Trump. He exited the first nuclear deal. That's when he was president in 2018. And he slapped more sanctions on Iran. He also ordered a drone strike, killing a top Iranian general. And how did Iran respond? By enriching their uranium from 3.6% to 60%, 3.6 to 60. Iran is about 6 months away from building a nuclear bomb. This is as per the latest estimates. Now, Donald Trump is back in office, and this time he wants to make a new deal. So they're meeting in Oman to discuss. But here is where it gets messy. Trump made the announcement last week. He said the talks will be direct, but Tehran gave out a different version. They say the talks will be indirect. There's deep mistrust, and it's already showing, even before the talks begin. Trump also gave Iran 2 ultimatums. First, no nuclear weapons, and second, conclude a deal in 2 months or face military action. Listen to this.
I think if the talks aren't successful with Iran, I think Iran is going to be in great danger. And I hate to say it, great danger, because they can't have a nuclear weapon.
So Trump's message is loud and clear: play ball or face bombs. How is Iran responding? A bit more maturely. Tehran says it welcomes talks with the US. They want cooperation, not conflict. As per reports, Iran is open to an interim deal. Iranian officials say that Trump's 2-month deadline is too short, so a comprehensive agreement may not be possible. It needs more time. For now, Iran wants an interim deal. They're hoping to prevent military escalation. And they've also made some demands. No more sanctions and no military threats. Like I said, the talks begin tomorrow. The backdrop has been anything but peaceful. The US has increased its military presence around Iran. An additional aircraft carrier has been deployed. We already told you about the B-2 bombers in Diego Garcia. They've already been put to action. Their target? Iran's proxy groups. The Americans continue to bomb the Houthis in Yemen, and Israel already took care of Hamas and Hezbollah. These proxy groups gave Iran strategic depth, but now they're out of the picture. And things are only getting worse for the Islamic regime. Experts say Iran's military is at its weakest. Key generals have been assassinated. The Israeli airstrikes last year only deepened those wounds. As for the economy, it has been crippled by years of sanctions. So Iran has a weak military and a bad economy. It's a dangerous combo for any country. That explains their shift in tone. Iran's president said his country does not want war. They're seeking peace and dialogue.
We want peace. We want security. We are people of dialogue, but with dignity and pride. We are not seeking war, but in the face of any aggression, with the knowledge and capability that our dear ones Iranian scientists have created, we will stand powerfully.
So what's the big picture? Israel will be watching the talks closely. Netanyahu is not really a patient leader. For him, Iran having nuclear weapons is the red line, and he wants to blow up Iran's nuclear facilities.
First of all, Iran. We agree that Iran will not have nuclear weapons. This can be done in an agreement, but only if this agreement is a Libya-style agreement, that we go in, blow up the facilities, dismantle all the equipment, under American supervision and American execution. That is good.
Clearly, Israel and the US are in the same boat. What about Iran? Who is backing them? China and Russia. They have warned against any military action targeting Iran. So what should we expect tomorrow? At best, an interim deal and a roadmap for future talks. At worst, a clash of egos that would push the region closer to conflict. Because as things stand, trust remains in short supply. Now let's turn our attention to Los Angeles, home of Hollywood. It is preparing to host the Olympics in 2028, and it is bracing to witness a range of changes. For starters, there'll be more events, a record 351 medal events. For the first time in Olympic history, more women than men will compete. And of course, there will be cricket, which is being widely seen as a grand gesture to woo India and India's 612 million cricket fans. Will it work? Here's a report.
Swimming at the 38,000-seater SoFi Stadium. Gymnastics at the home of the Lakers, the Crypto.com Arena. Track and field at the Memorial Coliseum. If you haven't caught the drift yet, this is Los Angeles, home to Hollywood. And now it's bracing to host the world's biggest stage in sports, the Olympics. The Los Angeles Olympics will be held in 2028, and this week the International Olympic Committee has approved the competition program. And it comes with a range of changes. The Games will witness a record 351 medal events. That's 22 more than the 2024 Paris Games. And a total athlete quota of 10,500 will be maintained across all the sports. For the first time in Olympic history, there will be more female athlete quota spots with 5,655 than male athlete quota spots with 5,543. The Games will have full parity in all team sports. This is a major step forward, and it's part of the push to modernize the Olympics. The Olympic Committee says that these additions reflect our commitment to innovation and gender equality. A number of events will also make their debut, including the 50 meters backstroke, 50 meters breaststroke, and 50 meters butterfly in swimming, a mixed-gender 4x100 meters relay in track and field, and a mixed-gender team event in artistic gymnastics. Plus, 5 sports will return or debut in Los Angeles: baseball, softball, flag football, lacrosse, squash, and cricket. The last bit is seen as a way to increase India's interest in the Olympics. After all, this is the world's most populous nation, and it has a massive cricket fan base. According to some estimates, it stands at about 612 million. That's more than the entire population of some countries. Plus, India is the current T20 World Cup holder, which is a major draw for fans. And it gives a commercial opportunity to the Olympic Committee, which is trying to boost viewership for the platform. Cricket's only previous appearance at the Olympics was at Paris in the year 1900, and now it's making a return, with gender parity as an added bonus. Both men's and women's events will be 6-team contests. There's no clarity yet on the qualification criteria, and it's expected to be finalized in the coming months. But this Olympic edition is expected to be Advantage India, one that the platform will be sure to capitalize on. Because in India, cricket isn't a sport, it's an emotion.
Who doesn't love to dress to kill? The compliments, the pictures, it feels good. But reality check, dressing to kill may be slowly killing our planet. The fashion industry, as I'm sure you already know, is one of the biggest polluters. In 1 year, it churns up to 8% of the global greenhouse emissions and uses enough water to fill 86 million Olympic-sized pools in a year. Yet 85% of our clothes end up in landfills, and every second a garbage truck full of clothing is either destroyed or dumped. Every second. That's a dumping pace good enough to rival some Hollywood celebrities. And this is mostly thanks to fast fashion, where cheap clothes are rapidly designed, produced, distributed, and then wasted. So the European Union wants to fix things. They have brought in a new policy this year. It says that used clothes have to be collected separately, then sorted and reused if they're not too damaged. The aim is to improve waste management and to clamp down on clothing waste in Europe. On average, a European buys 26 kilograms of textiles every year and throws away 11 kilograms of it. So this policy is a good start for the continent. But 3 months in, there is an obvious hiccup. The strategy is not easy to execute. Take Sweden, for instance. On average, every Swedish person throws 10 kilograms of textiles in a year. Since the new law came into force on the 1st of January, this Nordic country has seen a huge improvement. Its textiles are being efficiently sorted. About 60 to 70% of them are reused, 20 to 30% are recycled, and 7 to 10% are burned for energy. But all of this is not happening in Sweden. With the new policy, this country is practically drowning in discarded clothes. It lacks the infrastructure to process them, so majority of the waste is being exported to Lithuania, where clothes are sorted, reused, and burned. Because this Baltic nation, Lithuania, has the infrastructure to do it. And this is not an isolated case. Most of Europe faces the same problem. It has a limited capacity to sort or recycle clothing waste, and with the new policy, only about a third of the textile waste is collected separately. So much of it is still being jettisoned into landfills in poorer countries. For decades now, this has been the go-to strategy for wealthy nations, not just in Europe, but also in North America. Around 13 million tons of textile waste is produced every year in Europe. And in the US, this number stands at 17 million tons. A bulk of this is poured into Asia, South America, and Africa on a daily basis. I'll give you an example. 15 million garments are dumped in Ghana every week. They have so much textile waste, they have a word for it. It translates to dead white man's clothes. In Chile's Atacama Desert, piles of textile waste have reached so high that they are visible from space. This is hurting the importers of these clothes and taking a heavy toll on the planet. So what is the solution? Experts suggest a two-pronged approach. The first is better waste management and credit where it's due. The European Union is moving in the right direction. It is clamping down on waste. But it's also too little, too late. Nations unburdening on others have a responsibility to deal with their own waste, so Europe has a lot of catching up to do. And America needs to get started. That said, clothing waste is not just a Western problem, it is a global issue. So the second solution is circular fashion, meaning garments need to be more durable. They should be reused and recycled. And to do this, fast fashion needs to slow down. It needs to reduce production volumes. And clothing giants need to be held responsible for it. Because our outfit problems today go way beyond a wardrobe crisis. Fast fashion is a global policy issue. And about time, our regulation catches up with it. What an eventful week it has been. The US was committed to its tariffs until midweek, but late on Wednesday they made a U-turn. President Donald Trump decided to pause his tariffs for 90 days. Then yesterday, the White House posted a message on social media, a warning in all caps. Do not retaliate and you will be rewarded. No context, no picture, no further explanation. Just a warning in all caps. Of course, the White House was talking about tariffs, but social media users had other ideas. They began using the message in their own wild scenarios. Take a look. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. The Indian Army uses robotic mules for rescue operations in Myanmar. Thousands in Sana'a protest against the US strikes in Yemen. And the world's oldest gorilla celebrates its 68th birthday at the Berlin Zoo. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1955, Air India Flight 300, known as the Kashmir Princess, was bombed mid-air. It crashed into the South China Sea on its way to Jakarta. 16 people died in the incident. The flight was chartered to carry delegates, including Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai. He missed the flight due to some emergency. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend.
واكثر شعوب الارض خافت تولها وكان في يد الحكومات رجال ما كان خالقنا بيد جعلها ونحاصر من حاصر ونحارب من حاربكم
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, coming to you live from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. Washington's long-simmering trade war with Beijing has reached a boiling point, and President Donald Trump insists he's still open to making a deal. Speaking during a cabinet meeting yesterday, President Trump struck an unexpectedly conciliatory tone, saying he would love to get a deal with China to end the spiraling tariff battle.
We would love to be able to work a deal. They've really taken advantage of our country for a long period of time. They've ripped us off beyond nobody. How people stood for it, sitting in my position, is not even believable.
President Trump's remarks came just a day after he stunned markets by freezing most of his newly imposed global tariffs for 90 days, except those targeting China. In fact, in a tit-for-tat move between the world's two biggest economies, President Trump raised tariffs on Chinese goods multiple times, beginning from 20% in March to reaching 145% on April 9th. Now, China has again retaliated with 125% tariffs on American imports. Meanwhile, as talks stall and tensions rise, the battle between the U.S. and China has gone beyond trade into the world of AI-generated satire. Chinese social media has erupted with biting, tech-savvy jabs aimed at President Trump and his top aides. In fact, one viral video features AI versions of President Trump, his buddy Elon Musk, and Vice President J.D. Vance clumsily assembling sneakers on a dingy production line. But the mocking doesn't stop there. A meme shared by a spokesperson of China's foreign ministry showed a red MAGA hat labeled "Made in China" with its price marked up to $77. However, things got even uglier after Vice President J.D. Vance's controversial comment that China's economy was built by peasants. The remark seemed to open the floodgates for more AI-fueled ridicule. In one particular video shared by a now-deleted Instagram account, but shared by several others, portrays overweight American workers sweating in bleak factories, stitching together Nike shoes, Tesla components, and iPhones as they guzzle soda. Government officials in China remain steadfast while their public-facing rhetoric suggests openness to dialogue. Their actions, however, and memes hint at a nation gearing up for a long, bitter fight. As Trump maintains his hard stance, believing China just doesn't know how to make a deal, the world watches, because behind the AI parodies, the next 90 days could decide more than just a deal. They may even define a new era of economic warfare. And from President Trump's trade war enemy, we now move to the Commander-in-Chief's 51st state interest, Canada. But this time the battlefield isn't just in politics or economics. It's playing out in the pages of comic books, where the president has been recast not as a world leader, but as a full-blown supervillain. Yes, you heard that right. In a surprising twist, President Trump has now found himself illustrated, dramatized, and caricatured in Canadian comics as the main antagonist in a bold and symbolic narrative. The president's brash rhetoric, especially his repeated threats to annex Canada and turn it into the 51st U.S. state, ignited a cultural storm north of the border. And in true comic book fashion, Canada fought back, not just with words or policies, but with a hero. Enter Captain Canuck. This 1970s superhero, originally created to embody Canadian values, strength, and independence, is now enjoying a powerful resurgence. Captain Canuck is ready to defend Canada from all threats, and even from those wearing suits and holding press briefings from the White House.
Trump gets into office, and he starts talking about annexation and tariffs. And yes, all of a sudden, Canadians are looking to Captain Canuck as a symbol. And it's basically, to them, Captain Canuck symbolizes independence. No, thank you. We have our own independence. We have our own symbols.
In fact, in the comics, President Trump is shown issuing aggressive ultimatums, enacting punishing tariffs, and making outrageous claims about national security and economic benefits tied to Canadian annexation.
It's got a lot of Canadians, thinking about their identity as Canadians and feeling more united as Canadians. We feel like, okay, we've got to stand in opposition to these proposals.
But the Canadian hero fights back and can be seen physically restraining the president, wagging his finger in disapproval or dragging both President Trump and his unlikely sidekick, Elon Musk, by the collar.
I think Canada felt America had Captain America and we should have our own. And that was the thinking. And that was my thinking. And it wasn't as if I was so super conscious of it. It was just like, okay, there's a niche to be filled here. And that was the beginning. And it was well received.
Now, even though the comic book portrayal may seem surreal, the sentiment behind it is in fact real. Canadians, long proud of their liberal views, multiculturalism, and distinct identity, are now turning to a fictional superhero to express their collective frustration and resilience. And with political tension still simmering, Captain Canuck's role has never felt more relevant or more urgent in Canada. And now moving on to the much anticipated direct talks between the U.S. and Iran, which are scheduled for Saturday in Oman. The meeting will be held between U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and a senior Iranian leader. At a cabinet meeting chaired by President Donald Trump, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that Washington has been clear that Iran is never going to have a nuclear weapon and that he hopes the talks will lead to peace.
An important meeting, thanks to you, is going to happen on Saturday. For the first time in a long time, there'll be direct talks between Ambassador Witkoff and a top-level leader in Iran. We hope that'll lead to peace. You've been very clear what Iran is never going to have is a nuclear weapon, and I think that's what led to this meeting.
Tensions surrounding Iran's nuclear program are once again in the spotlight, but this time amid a rift between the United States and its European allies. President Trump has seemingly once again sidelined the European nations from an important negotiation, which is quite similar to what happened in the Ukraine peace talks. Experts are raising concerns that Washington's decision to exclude Europe from direct talks caught its leaders off guard after President Trump made a surprise announcement. The U.S. reportedly did not inform Britain, Germany, and France, the so-called E3 nations, about these discussions beforehand. This lack of coordination is particularly significant because these European powers hold a vital card in this situation, which is to potentially reimpose UN sanctions on Iran. And a key point of contention lies in the mechanism for reimposing UN sanctions known as snapback. As the U.S. unilaterally withdrew from the 2015 nuclear accord with Iran, it is no longer able to actually have the power to initiate this process at the UN Security Council. This leaves the E3 nations, Britain, Germany, and France, as the only participants of that original deal who are both capable and seemingly willing to pursue snapback. This makes Washington's alignment with the European powers absolutely critical, but America's go-it-alone approach is acting as a stumbling block. Whether the United States will adjust its approach and re-engage its European allies in a meaningful way remains a critical question with potentially far-reaching consequences for regional and global security. And now to a tragic incident in New York. A tourist helicopter crashed into the Hudson River on Thursday, killing all 6 people on board. The victims include a Spanish couple and their 3 children who were visiting the city on holiday. While the National Transportation Safety Board has launched a probe, initial reports say the crash might have been caused due to a technical glitch. President Donald Trump and New York City Mayor have both sent their condolences to the families of the victims. Our next report tells you how a joyride went horribly, horribly wrong.
New York, at around 3 p.m. A huge splash spotted at the Hudson River. All eyewitnesses could make of it was a large object plunging into water.
Oh my God! Oh my gosh!
Seconds later, what appeared to be a helicopter blade followed.
Oh my goodness! Oh my gosh!
Within minutes, emergency and police boats were seen circling around a patch of the Hudson River. Rescue divers were called in. but only what appeared to be an aircraft's landing gear was seen floating on the surface. A Bell 206 chopper operated by New York Helicopter Tours flew over Hudson, New York. It reached the George Washington Bridge and crashed within minutes after the takeoff. On board was a family of 5 Spanish tourists. The victims included Siemens executive Agustin Escobar, his wife Mercy Camprubí Montal, a global manager at an energy technology company, and their 3 children, in addition to the pilot. 4 were pronounced dead at the scene, while 2 others were taken to hospital where they died.
At this time, all 6 victims have been removed from the water, and sadly, all 6 victims have been pronounced deceased.
Taking to social media, US President Donald Trump called the accident terrible and said details on why the crash happened will be revealed later.
But, I'm putting...
A 29-year-old witness said the sound initially seemed to be that of gunshots before she peered out her window to see an entire helicopter fall to pieces.
I looked out my window right here and I saw a helicopter falling to pieces. And I watched multiple pieces splash down into the river below. And I was wondering what happened. Did it get shot down? Because again, I thought it was gunshots when I first heard it.
So what may have actually caused the crash? Experts say it seems to have been a catastrophic mechanical failure that left the pilot with no chance to save the helicopter. There is a possibility that the helicopter's main rotors struck the tail boom, breaking it apart and causing the cabin to freefall. Manhattan skies are usually filled with planes and helicopters, private and commercial both. At least 38 people have died in helicopter accidents in New York City since 1977. In 2009, a collision between a plane and a tourist helicopter over Hudson left 9 dead. In 2018, a charter helicopter offering open-door flights went down in the East River, killing 5. The Bell 206 crash was the first for a helicopter in the city since one hit the roof of a skyscraper in 2019, killing the pilot. In January this year, an American Airlines jet and an Army helicopter collided mid-air in Washington. It was the deadliest U.S. air disaster in a generation. These recent crashes have raised serious questions about the safety of flying in the U.S. As they open gates for a deeper discussion, investigators are still trying to find out what actually caused the New York helicopter come crashing down in the Hudson River.
And our final story this week stars none other than rapper and provocateur Kanye West. The rapper dropped around 100 unfiltered posts serving up apologies, accusations, and a truly wild fictional threesome featuring Taylor Swift, Justin Bieber, and Harry Styles. He also claimed that Swift is behind his Super Bowl halftime show snub, and the rapper didn't stop there and went to ask an eyebrow-raising question about Jay-Z and Beyonce's marital life. Here's more on the internet storm that just will not quit.
In today's episode of Kanye's digital diary, Unfiltered and Unhinged, the artist, formerly known as a musical genius, has hit the pause button one too many times. And this time, he might have finally crossed the line Swifties have drawn in glittery Grammy gold. It all started with what looked like Kanye West trying to turn over a new digital leaf. He kicked things off with a semi-apology. But in true Ye fashion, he immediately veered off course into full-blown chaos. The rapper dropped around 100 posts on social media. The pièce de résistance, a vulgar claim that implied that Taylor Swift was involved in a threesome with Justin Bieber and Harry Styles. And it doesn't end here. Kanye West went on to say that it was racist of the singers to not invite him. Did we want this image? No. Did he post it anyway? Absolutely. Unsurprisingly, Taylor Swift was not having any of it. According to reports, her team sent the rapper a cease and desist letter. Other reports suggest that Swift felt that Kanye West went too far this time. The letter accuses Ye of harassment, defamation, and general creepiness. According to a report, a person close to Swift revealed that the rapper isn't just gossiping, he's sexually harassing a woman and trying to sabotage her career. And because the universe just had to keep spinning, Ye then claimed that Swift was one of the reasons he never got to perform at the Super Bowl halftime show. According to him, 3 moments killed his NFL dream. First is that George Bush doesn't care about black people, then his own support for Donald Trump by wearing a MAGA hat, and the 2009 VMA interruption of Taylor Swift, where he interrupted Swift's Best Female Video speech to declare that Beyoncé deserved the award instead. Just when the world thought Ye had peaked, he decided to take a hard detour into Messi. The rapper threw shade at Jay-Z and Beyoncé. First, he apologized for attacking their children, then crossed every line by posting a vulgar question about their intimate life. And if that wasn't enough cringe for one day, he added fuel to the fire by boasting about former hookups with Madonna and Ashley Olsen, while simultaneously trying to humble brag and trauma dump about how the rap industry has abandoned him. So now what? Well, no word yet from Taylor Swift. Meanwhile, Ye's followers are stuck watching this reality show unfold in real time, wondering whether they're witnessing a PR stunt, a public spiral, or a new avant-garde art piece.
That's the show for today. We certainly thank all of you for tuning in. We hope you have an amazing weekend, and we look forward to seeing you right back here on Monday.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest developments from the East African country of Kenya. A national high school drama competition in the country has been overshadowed by drama of its own after police fired tear gas to disperse a crowd that had gathered to watch a controversial play, Echoes of War, which draws parallels to protests against Kenyan President William Ruto's policies. Tensions flared in the western town of Nakuru when students from Butere Girls High School stormed out of the competition venue, demanding the release of the play's author, Cleophas Malala, who had been detained by police on Wednesday night. Malala, a former senator and playwright, was blocked from meeting the students for final rehearsals, despite holding a court order dated the 3rd of April that permitted the staging of the play. He was later detained without being formally charged.
I asked where the charge sheet or the summons were, and they had none. Yet, I have a court order that grants me permission to stage the play. So, why will they arrest me on the middle of the road, at night, and they are not telling me where they are taking me?
While Malala was later released without charges, the students boycotted the performance of their play and chanted outside their school buses as well and sang the national anthem, as police officers who had sealed off the venue stood and watched. Camera crews filmed the standoff between security forces and students. Now, Echoes of War is set in a fictional kingdom ruled by a tyrannical sultan and features youth rising against oppressive leadership and facing off with police, drawing comparisons to real-world events in Kenya, especially last year's protest by young people against the tax rises. But the play has drawn the ire of the government, which questioned Malala's role in the competition and said that politicians should not use students to advance their political agendas. The row has sparked a public uproar in Kenya, with rights group Amnesty International saying it was pointing to a worrying pattern of state-sponsored repression of free expression and press freedom. Now, the Chief Justice and the President of Kenya's Supreme Court, Malala's detention contravened that court order, saying that the play and its author be allowed to take part in the competition. She further noted that defiance of court orders undermined the authority of the courts and posed a serious threat to the rule of law. On social media, users slammed the police response, calling it an attack on artistic freedom and youth expression, with many users noting that the themes in the play reflected the students' experiences during the festival. Now, some users even shared posters criticizing the Ruto government. In recent months, President Ruto has faced growing public criticism, along with reports of a crackdown on dissent, including allegations of forced disappearances and abductions. Now, the National Drama Festival finals are scheduled to take place at the State House, with selected student plays performed in the presence of the president. As of now, it remains unconfirmed whether Echoes of War will be included in the final lineup. To discuss more on this, we are being joined by Sophia Rajab, a human rights lawyer, live from Kilifi County in Kenya. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me, Alison.
How does the police response to the Butere Girls High School play reflect the current state of freedom of expression and artistic freedoms in Kenya, especially among the youth?
It is very clear from the response of the police and other actors within the government, from the Ministry of Health, sentiments from the permanent secretaries of the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Interior, that artistic freedom is under attack. And this has been a systemic issue that we have noticed and that has escalated, as you said, from last year's protests against the government and the tax hikes at the time. We have seen increasingly the police being used to target political dissidents. We have seen the police being used to target criticizers of the government. And this has been a trend that we've observed, especially within the last year. So from abductions to people being brought to court essentially for allegedly contravening criminal statutes, we've seen a systemic crackdown on the freedom of expression from this government.
Right. Sophia, this play, Echoes of War, explores youth disillusionment with leadership in a fictional kingdom, a theme that appears to have struck a nerve. Why do you think authorities reacted so strongly to the student production? And what does it reveal about the relationship between politics and the education system?
I believe that the authorities reacted so strongly because it really did hit a nerve. I mean, they say that art is a mirror reflection of society. And as much as this play is hyperbole, and I mean, it's very explicitly indicated in the script that it is hyperbole, it is a reflection of what is happening in society. Art has always played a very pivotal role in discussing societal issues, in discussing societal problems, in discussing issues of corruption, issues of holding governments accountable, and really discussing issues that affect us on a day-to-day. So I think having the mirror reflected upon them is what they were quite uncomfortable with. And hence we see all these measures to try and stop the play from being played, and essentially using all means necessary to ensure that those girls do not actually tell us the story of the echoes of war.
And given the students' bold protest and, of course, the court's intervention to allow the play, do you see this moment as a turning point in how young people in Kenya engage with politics and challenge the status quo through the arts?
I think this is going to renew the sense of camaraderie between different generations in holding this government accountable. I mean, the more the government tries to infringe on human rights, to infringe on the freedom of expression, the more anger that you see in society and the more resentment that you see towards this government. This has nothing to do with, bringing the voices of the youth up. They actually want to suppress the voices of the youth and young people. And I think it will have the opposite effect and actually galvanize this young demographic of people, these young adults, the young children, to actually come together and actually boost the revolution. I think the government is making a huge mistake, a very big mistake in trying to curtail these voices. And the more they try and curtail these voices, the more resentment towards this government is going to be. And I honestly believe that this is a push for the revolution and will actually boost the morale among comrades around the country to continue to hold this government accountable. They have targeted journalists, they have targeted children, and that has not sat well with parents, that has not sat well with teachers, that has not sat well with the rest of the society. They tear gassed the school, children inside the bus, and that is not sitting well among us. They launched tear gas to journalists, they launched live bullets to journalists, and this is not going well, and it's not going down in the manner in which the government thought that it would.
Yeah. Sophia, thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa and your valued insights there.
Thank you so much for having me, Alison. Happy to be here again.
Shifting focus to Zimbabwe, the country is paying millions in compensation to white farmers whose land was forcibly seized 2 decades ago. Zimbabwe's government has announced an initial payout of $3 million to local white farmers who lost their land in the early 2000s. The farms were seized during a controversial land reform program between 2000 and 2001. Now, this is the first payment under a 2020 compensation deal between the state and the farmers. Under that agreement, Zimbabwe promised to pay $3.5 billion in total. The current payout covers 378 farms out of the 740 approved for compensation. Now, it accounts for just 1% of the $311 million allocated for the first phase. The government says that this marks a step toward honoring its obligations to compensate farmers affected by land seizures. In 2000, then President Robert Mugabe launched a radical land reform. Thousands of white farmers lost their land, which was redistributed to black Zimbabweans. The move was meant to correct historic injustices. As at independence in 1980, most fertile land was owned by just 4,000 black farmers. But the land reforms were often violent and aggressive. Critics say that many farms went to Mugabe's political allies, while new landholders lacked the tools and training to farm effectively. In the aftermath, agricultural production collapsed and the economy crashed. Now, Zimbabwe's relations with the West also fell apart. President Emmerson Mnangagwa, who came to power after the 2017 coup, has been trying to repair ties with the West. Zimbabwe has been isolated from the global financial system for over 2 decades. Its economy is still burdened with massive foreign debt. Earlier this year, the government also began compensating foreign investors whose land was protected under bilateral treaties. The latest compensation move also comes as neighboring South Africa faces tensions with the US. President Donald Trump accuses South Africa of seizing white-owned farms and has used it to justify cutting aid and expelling diplomats. Analysts say that Zimbabwe's payouts could help to repair Western relations and avoid international scrutiny. And shifting focus to Gabon in West Africa, an oil-rich nation, which is set to vote tomorrow in a monumental presidential election. Gabon is holding its first election since the 2023 military coup. Now, the coup ended the Bongo family's 56-year rule. The family governed from 1967 to 2023, one of Africa's longest dynastic rules. Now, 8 candidates are competing for the presidency. Now, first is Brice Oligui Nguema, the transitional president and coup leader who ousted the former president Ali Bongo. He is running as an independent candidate. Second is Alain Claude Billy Banze, a former prime minister under the ousted president Ali Bongo. Then there is Stéphane Germain Iloko from the Large Rassemblement Ancien Party, and Hélène Simplice Bourgeois from Gabonese Patriotic Party. And 4 others are running as independent candidates. However, the absolute favorite in the race is Brice Oligui Nguema, the coup leader who now dominates Gabon's politics. Now, his popularity comes with some context. The 2023 Gabon coup was unusual. Nguema was a cousin of the ousted president Ali Bongo. The military intervened hours after the disputed election. There was no bloodshed. Citizens celebrated the fall of the dynasty. The political detainees were released, but Bongo's wife and son remain in custody on corruption charges. Unlike other West African junta leaders, Nguema maintains close ties with France. He has swapped his military uniform for a suit. He now speaks of a new Gabon rising from the ashes and promises to build the nation.
Democracy will no longer be a distant promise, but a living reality. In the Fifth Republic, decentralization and the free administration of local authorities will be a reality. In the Fifth Republic, governance will be efficient and corruption will have no place.
If Nguema wins, which reports suggest is highly likely, he gets a 7-year term and control of vast resources, enough to push through reforms that most African leaders can only dream of. Now, Gabon has a population of 2.4 million and has vast resources. It's an oil producer and the world's second largest manganese exporter. Its tropical rainforests are part of the Congo Basin. It's among Africa's richest countries and also the most stable, with no civil wars and few conflicts. But challenges remain. Gabon relies too heavily on oil and output is falling, so an economic diversification is needed. Debt is rising too. It's set to hit 80% of GDP this year. Now, voters want more job creation, and above all, they want proof that this is a real transition and that the country will not plunge into authoritarianism.
It's important because I am a citizen and then to be able to choose the right person for the proper functioning of our country. What we see today, there is a lot of unemployment, and we hope that with the choice we make, we can have more opportunities in various fields, whether it's health, education, etc.
Now that we're going to have a new regime, we're waiting for the new president. He has to keep all of his promises. Because it's good to make promises, but he has to keep them. He knows that the Gabonese people need roads and health care.
Gabon has the wealth, the stability, and a rare opportunity. Will the coup leader turn statesman? Will a new era rise from the shadows of dynastic rule? We will bring you the updates as the results come in. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our next story is from Sierra Leone, where an engineering student is hoping to clean up the country's polluting public transport system. He aims to manufacture a fleet of solar-powered vehicles and disability-friendly EVs that would not just help people in his country breathe cleaner air, but also contribute to the fight against climate change. Our next story tells you more about this 23-year-old engineer and his climate campaign.
In Sierra Leone's capital city of Freetown, rush hours are just like any other major city across the world. Lengthy traffic jams see a long line of minibuses, mopeds, shared taxis and three-wheeled vehicles known as KKs, each spluttering toxic emissions into the air. Many of the vehicles stuck in these traffic jams are poorly maintained and have inefficient exhausts, exacerbating air pollution, which is a leading contributor to climate change. Each year, about 4.2 million people die prematurely due to outdoor air pollution, with low and middle-income countries overwhelmingly facing the impact. The United Nations Environment Programme says that in 2021, fine particle air pollution killed 1,200 people in Sierra Leone, a country of 8.5 million people. One such person was James Samba's uncle. He died from a respiratory illness after years of inhaling roadside exhaust fumes. His death spurred the 23-year-old Samba to develop his own model of an electric KK that could help clean up Sierra Leone's pollution. Assembled from recycled scrap metal and powered by batteries, the pink four-wheeled vehicle now roams the streets of the capital. Although the project is still at its nascent stage, Samba aims to offer an eco-friendly alternative to traditional fuel-run KKs.
And most of the fossil fuel emissions do come from vehicles like the bike, which my uncle used to hang on. So that actually birthed the entire idea of electric vehicles, of which I started by creating the electric wheelchair, which my uncle, of course, began using until he later passed on. But it's also something that we did have to rethink of as a team from Sierra Electric to actually put that in the mass transportation, which is like the keke or public transportation means that we are using.
Samba has set up his own company called Sierra Electric, which manufactures solar-powered KKs and disability-friendly electric vehicles. However, a lack of funds made him partner with a startup, Neve Salon, to develop a KK powered by rooftop solar panels. Since its partnership, Neve Salon has a fleet of more than 100 solar tricycles, 3 charging stations and battery swapping cabinets for customers.
Part of what we want to do is to run a public transport at affordable price. As I said earlier, there is a challenge of transportation in the country. A lot of people, they queue, long lines, and a lot of areas, they are really going through a lot of constraints. So we want to see how we could chip in that area.
James Samba believes that solar KKs are cheaper to run as the drivers face lower maintenance costs. But the smallest of Neve Salon's solar KKs sells for over $5,200, a high price for those living in one of the world's poorest countries. Yet, despite that, some drivers have already converted to eco-friendly options amid rising fuel prices.
For example,
this one is not using fuel. It is electronic, it has no noise, no air pollution, and it will not affect anybody. And it is very simple to drive and comfortable for everybody.
Taking inspiration, several other drivers have also adopted eco-friendly alternatives, while also calling women to embrace the opportunity and drive EKKs, a baby step towards tackling the air pollution crisis in the country.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again at the same time on Monday. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend and goodbye.
Greeting you with aloha and namaste.
I love India.
Presence, occupation of a territory by another country pertains to India, what we saw in Kashmir.
How do you see Trump's America?
Yes, the current administration behaves differently from the previous administration.
Are you saying that there are foreign powers who are trying to bring down the current government in Syria?
Exactly.
Bluntly, Iran, maybe Russia too.
Prime Minister Modi committed to South-South, cooperation.
Not over 50%.
Is Ukraine prepared to pay the price for that peace?
No compromises at the cost of territorial integrity and sovereignty.